The Fun Cup Endurance Championship then about to get underway for the second race of the season. We had an absolute thriller at Alton Park last time out, which was a little bit plagued by safety cars, but certainly entertaining enough, and I'm hoping for some really, really good racing here at Snetterton this afternoon. The grid has, as always, been drawn at random, and I can give you the start drivers for the cars in this first stint as well. So 257 Red River Sport drawn on pole position, and that car is started by Gareth Williams, I believe. Alongside him will be the 158 car, that is G-Force, Gary Summers taking the wheel. Then row number 2 for the 146 car, that's the Clapham North with EDF Motorsports machine started by Abby Eaton. That's one to watch definitely in the opening stint with 207. Starting alongside, that's one of the Demon Tweaks cars, Steve Roberts, former BMW Compact Cup and Mazda MX-5 Super Cup front runner even, starting that car. Then row number 3 for 252, Rob Boston Racing's Will Blackwell Chambers, another former Mazda MX-5 champion, and he has got former Fun Cup champions, the 225 car alongside Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. It will be Farkini who takes the wheel. Row 4, 214. Is starting 7th on the grid. That will be C Data's Mike Devlin with the 210 car next, that being Race Logic. David Denyer is starting that car. Row 5 then for the 553 FNS Morpheus Motorsports Neo Clark with 169 next up. That's Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyls, Rob Croydon. Row number 6 for the 103 car, Axiometrics Chris Wetherall with 49 next up, Track Focused and Sean Cooper. Then it is the 263 car, that is AI Racing Tech, the car not driven by AI, thankfully. It's driven by Ian Morris actually in the opening stint with the rapid Ryan Harper-Ellum to take over at the first pit stop. 97 is next. That car started by Andre Renom. Then number 99 is started by Rahil Taneja, the Black Widows car. I haven't seen that team name on the grid sheet for a while. And then our only new team, the 262 Northern Velocity. That car started by Jack Harding, another former star of Mazda MX-5 Racing. 17th on the grid, number 403 PLR Racing. They were quickest in qualifying this morning. Neil Plimmer hoping to try and use some of that pace to move forward from 17th with the 170 car next. That car started the Team Viking car by Mark Home. The top 20 completed then by the number 14 Greenheath Machine of Paul Turner and the number 557 Signature RV of Steve Ruston. 249 is next, 21st on the grid. That's the other Demon Tweaks car started by Jason Minshaw. 22 is the Sunoco Racing Team's Axel Hildebrand with the 111 former champions. They always go well here at Snetterton GCI. Ian Wood taking the wheel in the 111 car. 24th on the grid, one to watch. It's our favourite team name, the Ninky Nonk, and it is Mikey Porter, GT4 racer over in Europe, who starts that car. That will be rapid, as of course will be Team GRD's number 1 car, Simon Rudd, taking the start. That's interesting. That's a deviation from their normal team driver strategy, starting from the back of the grid. Jamie Peters-Ennis is in the pit lane, and Jamie, very quickly, I think we can hear from you before our race gets underway.
Yes, thanks Andy. Hello everybody from down here in the pit lane on what is our 25th birthday, and as the cars make their way out of Murray's, I'll hand back to the commentary box who will take you through the start.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. It is indeed 25 years to the day, I'm reliably informed, since the very first Fun Cup endurance race. It wasn't a championship back then, it very much is now, and it's hugely, hugely competitive. 4 hours of racing then on the Snetterton 200 circuit gets underway, and it is Red River Sport that will lead the charge into Rich's corner. On the outside line is the G-Force number 158 car, but it's that third place car, I suspect, which will be the one to keep an eye on. Abby Eaton looking to try and make some early progress. The Ninky Nonk there on the inside line further back, and Simon Rudd already up 2 positions, having started stone dead last. A big compression into the Wilson hairpin. Abby Eaton's got the lead. Are they all going to get through cleanly, though? That's the big question, really, as they head through the right-left kink. And yes, she has got the advantage, I believe, as they head down the Bentley Straight for the first time, Scott.
I think G-Force are the ones that really lost out on that. They started the front row of the grid. They're back to about 7th or 8th. They actually really lost out. So, Team Clapham North leads the way then. Abby Eaton in the lead, heading down towards the complex for the first time with the Red River Sport car in the mix. You then got Uvio, as you anticipate, already up to 4th position, behind Steve Roberts in the 3rd place machine. 5th position now for the Rob Boston car, 6th for V-Box. So both of the EDF cars that are racing today are in the mix. Now we're looking at the onboard view here from Red River Sport, which does have at the moment at the wheel of it Gareth Williams chasing Abby Eaton through Coram Corner for the first time. Speed, you can see them at Cape Edge, about 140 clicks to come hugging the inside line, but down in towards the left-hander Murray's little waving on the brakes there for some, it's a little sideways as well, losing pace. But now as they come across the line, it will be Abby Eaton who will lead the way for Team Clapham North in car 146. That's the former Team PLR car from last year that got sold to them. So the former car, the former champions, back in lead of the race. Eaton leads it for Clapham North with River Sport second. Uvia up to third position, as you anticipate, from Demon Tweaks and Rob Boston battling over fourth and fifth. Action stations all the way for fourth and fifth. It's going to be a race like this just about for the next 4 hours. As you see now, that is the side by side there, and that is the V-Box car sideways on the exit as well. That's the Race Logic machine that's gone way wide on the outside line, but they've all kept it steady. And of course there is 252 also getting in the mix. They're hustling around. That is going to be Will Blackwell Chambers using all of his Mazda experience onto the back straight for the second time. But a 1.3 second advantage out in front. Abby Eaton leads the way for Clapham North.
Yeah, we knew that was possible though. We know how quick Abby is. She went really well in that car on her debut in the championship at Alton Park last time out, and she now had a much better starting position today to utilise, and is utilising that very much so to pull away in front. Here comes the Uvio car now into third position. They were third briefly at the start of the lap, but they've now made the move stick properly, getting ahead of Steve Roberts in the Demon Tweaks car. 252, the Rob Boston Racing car now closes in behind. That is Will Blackwell Chambers, another of those drivers. So many former Mazda MX-5 drivers on this grid today. It is a bit like Friends Reunited for MX-5 drivers of the last decade or so. Tom Roach is out there, Jack Harding, really looking forward to them renewing their rivalry, and the likes of Will Blackwell Chambers and Abby Eaton all on the same grid this weekend. I told you it was going to be a competitive race, and we're already seeing that. The Uvio car then now closes up on Red River Sport for second position. Farkini then again with a really good grid position, quite keen to get to the front, and he's well on his way up the inside now for second place as they head towards Rich's Corner.
3.3 second advantage for Abby Eaton right now, and I say right now because Uvia has got through to second place. We know how quick they are. There's the view which Gary Summers now sees, which is it's not Gary Summers, it's Red Boston Sport. Gareth Williams, sorry, gone through. He's now lost not just second, he's lost third now, because here goes Blackwell Chambers, and he's about to lose possibly fourth as well, because there goes in the 252 car. That will be the Demon Tweaks car, Steve Roberts. So more Mazda drivers going through, one after the other, as they come out of it wide on the apex. He's now going to come under pressure, I think, from the Track Focus car, which would have been in sixth position. Down the back straight they go. And such as this gap, you hear Abby Eaton go through, then come the rest of the field. Blackwell Chambers, I wonder what he can do is try and challenge Farkini of the Uvio car here if possible, because he's getting quite close. Here's Farkini at the wheel, and possibly one of these Mazda MX-5 drivers proving that these Fun Cut regulars have got to step their game up a little bit, because he's putting the pressure on Farkini. He's not letting him go away.
No, not at all, and that is the power of the slipstream and the fact that Will, of course, is a very handy driver. 7 or 8 drivers, I reckon, entered into this race who have raced in one of the BRSCC's Mazda MX-5 championships, and I think all of them have won races in at least one of the Mazda MX-5 championships run by the BRSCC. So yeah, it is a bit of an oddity in this race that we've got so many Mazda drivers coming into Fun Cup. You'd think there's nothing in common between Mazda MX-5 racing and Fun Cup racing, but I was chatting to Jack Harding about this morning, and he said, honestly, my mindset is exactly the same. It is all-out warfare on track. You've got to get your elbows out because the racing is just as close as it is in Mazda MX-5s. It's just it goes on for 4 hours rather than 20 minutes. Look at this, 3 wide, but a contact into the first corner. The 169 car there sort of pinched in the middle, and that was a scary place to be making contact for Rob Croydon, and he did, I think, the sensible thing there, Scott, and bailed out of that one.
Northern Velocity, meanwhile, they're up to 8th position already and with the fastest lap of the race. So Jack Harding, welcome to Fun Cup, is certainly making an impact. Hopefully not literally, but impact in terms of the field. That was Red River Sport again getting mixed with the rare vinyl car as well in there too. One car running very wide on the exit. Also, that was the other Rob Boston cars. By the looks of it, he's also faded back a couple of positions. And we said it was going to be like NASCAR, didn't we? Before they're starting early already. You see Northern Velocity getting the push from Red River Sport and the tow past the rare vinyl machine up now into what will be 7th place. So firmly in the top 10. Now going for 6th, in fact, up the inside towards Brundle Nelson. And in fact, Red River Sport just completely backs out and got sideways. Williams tries to hold on to that, gets it anchored up just about. And now loses that another 1, 2, count it, we'll just keep on counting places. 1, 2, there goes the Ninky knock through. The other go through as well is 553, which is FNS Morpheus Motorsport with Neo Clark at the wheel. So despite starting on pole position, Andy, Gareth Williams is starting to fall backwards outside the top 10 and further backwards.
Indeed. So quick point on the Ninky Nonk, by the way. Mikey Porter starting the car. They've altered their driver lineup. So your sheet, I think that you've got in front of you, says that it was Shea Brennan starting. They've completely swapped now. So Harry Porter will do stints 1, 3 and 5. Shea Brennan stints 2, 4 and 6. Just something to bear in mind as we move forward. There was another car actually that Jamie Peters Ennis sent me a message about before. Do interrupt if I miss something on the screen. Car 403 has added Ted Bradbury to the lineup. He's not racing in the car he was originally scheduled to race in this weekend, Ted, but he has got himself a drive, and I'll try and make a note on our paperwork of the new driver order for that team.
V-Box, after their mishap, has had some damage to their driver's left front, part of the splitter, so that's gone the mix as well. More jostling, one car in the middle of that pack. He's not just seat data, but Signature RV, because they are quite far down the order. Signature RV started way back in 20th, and last time across the line, as we watch Northern Velocity versus the Track Focus car 49, and also challenging for position, weaving this way and that, but no moving for Sean Cooper to get past Jack Harding. He's not going to let him through that easy. Jack Harding, who has plenty of experience in Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, but also raced more recently in Civic Cup as well, so both front and rear wheel drive, and he has done well and been a front runner in both. There is the V-Box, the Race Logic car, 210, also run by EDF Motorsport. David Denyer started that car, handing over to former multiple-time champion Julian Thomas. And also you can see the Gulf-coloured car, which is the deeper blue and orange machine in the literal Gulf colours, sponsored by Gulf, literally. It is the car of Marcus Clutton, and in the mix as they come out of the final couple of the corners now. So Marcus Clutton, that's the Signature RV car, which Steve Ruston has started. Of course, Whitehouse was going there next to him. Marcus Clutton won't get in until the third stint, which is around about halfway in this race. You see there goes Steve Roberts, followed by Jack Harding, followed by the 49, Track Focus with Sean Cooper at the wheel. Then goes the 553 machine of Morpheus, and also damage as well to the Signature RV car 2, as there goes two more familiar cars, Viking and the defending champions and race winners from Alton Park last time. They are already quite high up into 15th place, past 10 spots. And now that is seat data relinquishing a place to Viking. So all action stations within the first 10 minutes, as you'd expect on this circuit in this championship.
Indeed. So Team GRD then, having started 25th, they're up 10 places to 15th. Now I mentioned as I went through the grid sheet there and the starting drivers, I'll get to that in a moment. Ninky Nonker in, Mikey Porter with a puncture, I believe, on the right rear corner. That's major drama for definitely one of our potential race winners. It's a shorter lap this than they're used to here at Snetterton. Very easy to fall off the lead lap, and I think that might be about to happen. They're working as rapidly as they can to get that right rear tyre changed, but I think it's fairly certain now that Mikey Porter is going to fall off the lead lap, and that is the first of our potential race winners in real trouble. They are going to lose a lap. The leaders are now coming through the final corner and across the timing line, and that is such a shame for Mikey Porter. He's only just going to fall off the lead lap, I reckon, but that car is going to have a real uphill struggle now to try and get back in contention for the race. There goes the leaders. There is the Ninky Nonk coming down the pit lane, and that is a real shame for Mikey Porter. And Mikey is quick enough, I'm sure, to run with the leaders, provided the car is at 100% health, but can he unlap himself before the first round of pit stops? That's going to be a significant challenge. Battle for second place here, heads out onto the back straight. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in second position then, with the Rob Boston Racing car in third. We've had a change for fourth on that last lap, with Track Focused up 2 positions ahead of Demon Tweaks and ahead of Northern Velocity. I think that's the first position Jack Harding's lost since the start of the race, but he's tagging along with those two cars as they head down the Bentley Straight.
Oh, that's Race Logic off the road. Not the first time they've been off at Richie's corner, this time facing the wrong way. Now, the big question usually is, did they jump or were they pushed? As in, did they do it by themselves? Did they have help? We don't have the luxury of replay, unfortunately, but we know that the car was facing the wrong way, and as to the reason why, answers on a postcard, I think. I'm sure we'll find out. So Jamie will find out once David Denyer comes in to find out why that car was facing the wrong way. He's come through Coram again, under brakes, and lap time-wise, looking at them, it was evenly matched in terms of pace between Abby Eaton and Farkini, and in the tow, Will Blackwell Chambers was about 2/10 quicker than the pair of them in front, but of course that's the luxury of a tow. This time by across the line, 27.7 new personal best for Eaton, 27.6 fractionally faster, so pace is even between the top three, so the gap is staying static at 3.2 seconds at the moment. As they come out through Riches again, a little twitch of oversteer for Farkini as he holds P2 with Blackwell Chambers keeping chase. to come back down towards the hairpin. Blackwell Chambers, only his second ever Fun Cup race, if I'm correct in saying so.
Yep.
And already, racing like he's been doing it for quite a while.
Indeed. So, we had another car in the pit lane, by the way, which I hadn't spotted. Axiometrics, Chris Wetherill brought the orange and black number 103 car into the pit lane and have been released back out onto the track. They have a misfire, we believe, in the 103. That's a shame. So they are also now going to have lost some ground. I think they're still on the lead lap, but they've fallen out of touch with the pack ahead. Here comes the battle for second position, meanwhile, and it is going to be a change. Uvio then lose that second position. Through goes Will Blackwell Chambers in the car that he shares with James Riley and Jason Baker, and Will Blackwell Chambers then gets one over on Farkini. I was chatting to Farkini this morning. He was telling me all about the battle at Alton Park that he was having, and he said, you know what? I was battling all of these youngsters and they were knocking lumps out of each other. It was great entertainment to watch, and I just thought, I'm just going to stay out of that. I'm going to let them destroy their cars, and I'm going to try and keep my car in one piece of the flag. I said, well, you know, things are changing in the championship when you're the sensible one, Farkini. And it says certainly not always been his strategy, that, but I wonder whether maybe discretion was the better part of valour there too. He saw Will Blackwell Chambers catching and thought, on you go, I'll tow up behind you and we'll try and go after the race leader.
Usually the words Farkini and discretion don't normally go together.
No, exactly.
The Fun Cup racing. I still remember, you know what someone's going to tell, of course, Farkini, how unseriously they take it being slightly one of the fastest teams in the championship. I'll tell it very quickly. Quite simply, there was an incident, I think, between them and PLR Racing at Donington Park. It was about roughly 4 or 5 years ago, and it was out the final corner. They both tagged each other, and the motor went spinning. Farkini, you'd expect, would probably be, what, upset, angry? No, he was looking at the pit wall, absolutely killing himself laughing, because he found it so hilarious. And so that's how unseriously they take it, but also because they take it unseriously, they're still down quick, having won several championships. So plenty of action going on for the front for them when they get involved. Same as these guys. You've got Viking plus Signature RV and Co battling over positions. That's outside the top 10. So lots more going on, but so far it seems pretty much a bit of a stalemate in the top 3, as you see the 97 car, which is the Renault racing car of Pierre and Andre Renault, with Andre at the wheel towards the back of the field. In 19th place, C-Day's now going on the attack of one of the Rob Boston cars and not quite making that stick either, and Viking battling with Signature. But it's interesting, the top 3 very evenly matched in terms of pace, and Uvio and Robert and Boston are kind of working together, Farkini and Blackwell Chambers. But even then, they're only able to, at the very least, at most, match the pace of Abby, who is in completely clean air and holding a gap of about 3.5 seconds.
Yes, although I'll be interested to see if that continues now that it's Blackwell Chambers in front. No, Blackwell Chambers half a second quicker than Abby Eaton that time, except Farkini opts now to go on the attack and get back ahead of him again. So they were making progress. Whether that continues now that they're swapping positions, I'm not so sure. But yeah, it did look as though maybe that Rob Boston racing car had some good pace in it. New fastest lap, by the way, set by Team GRD. I'm going to get this point out eventually that I've tried to make 3 times now. Very odd, as Farkini dips 2 wheels in the grass, very odd that GRD have started Simon Rudd. Normally they start Chris Devell in that car and they leave their, by Chris's own admission, quicker drivers to come later in the race. But I think they know the importance in this particular race, Scott, of staying in touch with the leaders. It's so easy on a short lap where the slipstream's so powerful to lose touch completely. And if we don't get a safety car, there's a good chance they'll never get that time back. So I think they're quite keen, aren't they, here, GRD, to make progress from the back, get stuck in amongst the leaders, and not lose too much ground early on.
Yeah, they're kind of putting faster drivers in alongside Team Boss Chris. We say that politely because I think Chris admits that out of the 3 doesn't have as much pace as the 2.
He's quicker than us, though.
Definitely, that's for certain. He's got much more experience than we have.
Yeah.
But even so, he recognises that both Simon and Riley, he got them on for a reason, of course, given they are 2 very quick drivers and they've won the championship several times. That's a given. So he's kind of splitting between having either Simon or Riley out there, so you can then, in fact, no, the stack up, and actually, no, in fact, yeah, that he's splitting it as even as he can. In fact, he's actually taking stints 2 and 4, so he's got quicker drivers, Simon and Riley, out there for stints 5 and 6, and he usually does, as you rightly say, stack them, but he's changed the sequence so you can get a bit more pace in the early part of the race to make up some time, because, you're rightly so, he realises that you need to be making as much progress as you can up towards the front, as much as you can, to make that one stick. A bit more split of damage on the Ninky Nonk battling with the 553, and that is that car's was a lap down anyway. Yes. I thought it was in position swapping. There goes Giardi up the inside with Simon Rudd, still chasing the Morpheus car, which has Neo Clark at the wheel of it. And this time by gap has gone back out 3.5 seconds in the leaders, because it was a 28.0 compared to a 27.5 for what was Rob Boston Racing, but of course they've now switched and changed positions, and now this time by it's a new personal best for Abbey East and Clapham North, whereas the 2 cars in second and third have picked up 28.1s, and they are a little bit further back.
Indeed so, and yeah, interesting situation at the front there, isn't it, with that gap chopping and changing a bit. Through go GRD, by the way. They've just moved their way into 7th position. Simon Rudd having a really good showing in this opening portion of the race, but they're already 16 seconds off the lead, and if we don't get a lot of safety cars, then that might be a bit of a challenge for them to eat into as the race goes on. Speaking of safety cars, we had 6 in the 4-hour race at Alton Park a few weeks ago. Not really a huge amount of data to go off here at the Snetterton 200 circuit. We've raced on the 300 circuit quite a lot, but in the years that this championship has existed, we've only actually raced on the 200 circuit 3 times in its current format. Over 17 hours of racing here on the 200 layout. We've only ever had 4 safety car periods, Scott, which tells me that that's another thing that I think that GRD have factored into their driver strategy. They can't bank on there being safety cars later in the day to bunch the field back together in the same way that they could almost guarantee that safety cars were going to happen in abundance at Alton Park, because they always do at Alton Park. It's a completely different circuit though. There's masses of runoff area at most corners here at Snetterton. There aren't really a lot of gravel traps to get stuck in. The barriers are quite a long way away from the edge of the track, and so even if you do go off the road, as we've seen a few times already, it is more than possible to get back on the track without the need for a safety car.
Yeah, you hope it keeps green for as much as possible, so we get there. But some teams will hope for a safety car, but it will rely on either just contact or some kind of issue that means the car can't get restarted. It's in an awkward position as a result of that. So I'm intrigued to see how, as this race plays out, and also as it's quite warm out there today, it's about sort of 19, 20 degrees, which is quite warm for a spring day in that sense. So they've got quite warm temperatures out there already at this part of the year. How much that's going to affect tyre grip, and of course if it changes the way in which the teams can try and manage the tyre pressures and also the tyre temperatures. Of course, if it's warmer, it's going to be a lot more delicate and a lot more fine in terms of how you use the car, smoother compared to how you might be at some points when you stamp the throttle to kind of let the back end sit down, or you kind of go through the corners at a much faster pace. So that'll be quite interesting to see how that all plays out. Top 3 are going at the same sort of pace because they're now lapping pretty much within a tenth of each other, because out of the 3 of them, it's all well and good that Uvio and Rob Boston with Farkini and Blackwell Chambers respectively are lapping at the same pace as Abbey, but because they're lapping at the same pace, we're not really making any inroads. The gap is still 3.3 seconds. We almost go almost 3 wide. That's Viking down side by side with the other of the Rob Boston cars, 169. Also GCI in there as well, who've been a bit quiet in this race, but they tend to be quite quiet in Fun Cup race. They very slowly but surely and methodically move their way up the order. By the time they get to the end of the race, you barely talk about them, but they're up there in the top 5 somewhere, and you think, where have they come from? But they always seem to manage it.
Yeah, they're 13th now. They started 23rd, so they've gained 10 places. It's just that when you've got the likes of GRD coming from 25th to, where are they now, 7th, that seems a bit less impressive. In fact, that might now be 6th for GRD. I think they've just got ahead of the Demon Tweaks car. They have. So Simon Rudd then into 6th spot now on this tear through the field. And actually he is lapping, on the previous lap anyway, slightly quicker than the race leader. So Simon Rudd has got some serious pace in the Team GRD car. And he is going to be hungry for more positions. His next target will be Jack Harding in the Northern Velocity car. He is about 6 seconds or so up the road, so it might be a few more laps before we see Simon doing any overtaking. Big gaggle of cars here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 8 cars I think in this group, including, as you quite rightly said, former champions GCI Racing, who would have been on the grid here at Snetterton the first time we ran on the Snetterton 200 circuit back in the early 2010s, and they are one of the most experienced teams on the grid. They always seem to go well here at Snetterton. In fact, there were a number of years where they would only do the sort of southern-based rounds. So here, Brands Hatch, occasionally they'd make their way up to Silverstone, but they always did go well here. And I'm sure we'll be talking about that car again before the checkered flag comes out. Demon Tweaks there gaining a spot meanwhile as they headed into Rich's corner as well. It's all going on in this midfield battle pack.
It is. Plenty of scrapping going on. There's Sunoco cars in the mix there as well. That's Axel Hildebrand with his father Anders, who I think is the one who runs Sunoco outright. So good to see Anders, who's been a racer himself. I remember there's a couple of times, one of the times he's even raced, I think, argue for me, the best one make sprint series ever that's existed, which is TVR Tuscan Challenge. He did that a couple of times as well, and that's no mean feat. You can handle a Tuscan, you can handle pretty much anything, I think, given how lightweight but how powerful they were from their heydays from 1989 to about 2004 when the ownership changed and it became more of a general TBR series rather than just Tuscans, and it kind of unfortunately ended with a slow but unspectacular death, that championship, which is a shame because for me it's always been one of the best one-make championships for sprint racing that there's ever been. Lead has come across the line, and the gap was 3 seconds, now 2.9. So it's coming down, but it's not coming down substantially because Abby's got the pace in this later part of this first stint to be able to hold the pace. But it looks as though maybe a bit of a temporary truce has been called between Farkini and Blackwell Chambers because they are starting to work together slightly. And I might last that, but again, they're working together. But given the nature of the circuit, and even with how much the tow either does or doesn't seem to have much of that effect as we thought it would do, they're only gaining about a tenth and a half per lap, which not only just shows how much the tow doesn't so much work, or as much as we thought it would, but also as well the fact that Abby's just that quick in clear air on a 27.5. She's been doing 26s in testing, but of course track conditions are different. They're on different fuel loads, different tyre lives in that sense. So it's different circumstances, but still showing clear pace compared to everybody else.
Indeed so. This car isn't showing any pace though, I'm afraid. The Ninky Nonk had that unscheduled pit visit earlier on. They're back in again now. And there's not a huge sense of urgency here, is there? The AB Motorsport prepared car, another Mazda MX-5 Racing Link, is in some strife, isn't it? They are, I think, about to take the rear body shell off the car. And, yeah, cutting the engine. That, I believe, is Tom Mills, just putting on the headset, former champion in Fun Cup with Eco Racing back in the day. I think that's Tom, who I haven't seen for a number of years, admittedly. Eco Racing, one of the 3 teams to have won a race here on the Snetterton 200 layout in Fun Cup Championship history, the other 2 being Honeywell, as they were known back then, Neil Plymouth's team, and Race Logic, who have seen not having the best of luck today either. So, yeah, seemingly if you've had success on the Snetterton 200 circuit in the past, it's not actually bringing much good fortune here this weekend. It is Tom, says Jamie Peters Ennis. Oh, that's good news. I wish I'd have known he was here. I'd have made a point of going to say hello to Tom Mills, who I'm fairly certain was part of the Eco Racing lineup when they won the championship in 2012. I want to say. Yes, it would have been 2012. Again, Jamie, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong. And he's obviously helping to oversee the running of the Ninky Nonk, which is sadly not going to be a factor for the race win. Nothing pleases me more than screaming excitedly, the Ninky Nonk goes up the inside into Rich's corner, but might not be able to say much of that today, which is a shame.
Not quite. Just the other driver in that car alongside Mikey Porter, Shay Brennan, who's been spent last year racing in the relatively new Swift Sport Challenge last year, but now he's stepping up into Fun Cup for the first time, as far as I'm aware, and definitely getting to grips with it. Quite young talent, moving up through the order, so almost a bit of a baptism of fire for him, but still trying to learn, and at least we'll use this as a, politely I'll say, a bit more of a well-publicised test session, being that far back. He's got 3.5 hours to kind of learn the car and the Fun Cup weight before the end of the race. Fingers crossed they have no more mechanical issues. Some prominent cars in the mix here. You've got GCI, followed by Viking, followed by Rob Boston Racing's rare vinyl machine, and then you've got Demon Tweaks in 249. And this is the car that Rob Croydon will hand over to Tom Roach. I'll be intrigued to see what Tom Roach can do given in a Fun Cup car. Of course, me and you both know how good he is in a Mazda MX-5. There was the years when he would dominate that championship. He was always in Mark 1s. He was good in Mark 3s, but in Super Cup, but never quite had the luck to get a title, which I think was always a shame, but he always had the potential to do that. He was always pretty quick in that championship. He always eluded him the Super Cup title, but he's always quick in whatever you put him into. He's, of course, been a GT racer in the past as well, then British GT, and of course, and I think he has even done British GT before, a couple of times before, but years ago, if I'm correct. I'm sure I've seen him a couple of times he's done it.
Yes, he has done Fun Cup before. I'm just desperately trying to scroll back. I'm fairly certain he won the Silverstone International race in 2015. I think he was part of the 125 crew in that race and utterly dominated. Should have won by about a lap. He was racing with Neil Primrose, of course, back in the day in the 125 car, which ran under a few different names. And I'm fairly certain Tom Roach was part of that driver lineup the day that they won Silverstone. That's another one for Jamie to go and research before we get into the first round of pit stops. Spoke to Tom this morning. He was really looking forward to getting out there again and getting back into Fun Cup. He was another driver who, having stepped away from the championship for a while, was waxing lyrical about how far forward the championship's come since then. It was good then, and yeah, it was even more competitive now. Ninky Nonk into the garage, sadly, and I'm sure we'll see the car again later, but yes, their chances of a really good result, sadly, have disappeared.
Yeah, that's a shame. It's not often you get too many mechanical issues with Fun Cup races, but I'm afraid it was a legacy of what happened earlier on, has, I'm afraid, come back to bite them, and they will have to regroup and come back again at the next round a few weeks time. And interesting enough, just look at the timing screen, and the lead gap has come down by 0.4. It's under 3 seconds now, 2.6. And both Uvio and Rob Farkini and Will Blackwell Chambers are lapping in the mid 127s compared to the high 27 for Abita. Still lapping in the 127s, but that pace is kind of fluctuating a tiny bit, whereas Uvio and Rob Boston starting to close a little more in second and third place. And that group for second is still now 7 seconds ahead of Track Focused in fourth, who are battling with Northern Velocity for that position right now within the base of the top 5. So plenty going on. And also lap time wise, I'd watch out for GRD, because Simon Rudder's got the gap down by another 6/10. He's 5.3 seconds back from Jack Harding right now, and lapping 6/10 quicker, 27.8 compared to a 28.4 for the 262 machine. So number one car is charging, but I think you rightly said, not quite charging with as much gusto as we might have anticipated, given how quick that car tends to be. And very quickly, now we've got the leader Abby to come up along to lap traffic of a 99 car. She can negotiate that quite cleanly. She might well keep her lead relatively intact without too much time loss.
Yes, that's the Black Widow's JPR prepared car, which has Rahil Taneja in the car for the opening stint. He's sharing that car with David Scrappy Clark and Christian Rose, who of course these days runs the championship, and they are the JPR drivers for hire. If you want to come and race in Fun Cup and you don't have a bunch of friends or teammates to do so with, JPR will happily provide you with drivers to race with, and seeing Christian and David Clark race extensively in the Fun Cup for as long as I've been covering the championship, which is let's not go there, quite a long time. Yes, they are unfortunately about to go a lap down to Abby Eaton, who's 2.1 seconds now clear of the Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport car and dropped half a second that time. That means they're getting dangerously close now to slipstreaming range. I think Abby Eaton's relatively untroubled opening half an hour of the race is perhaps about to come to an end.
That's unless these two stop tripping over each other. And I wonder also, because Uvia has pulled away ever so slightly from All Blackwood Chambers, he might well start to cruise up a little more to the rear wing, but I wonder if Ube's thought, right, enough for temporary truce, I've dragged you for as long as I want to, now I've got a bit more pace, I've held my pace throughout the first part of this stint to kind of just steady the ship a bit and see what pace I've got, and then we'll try and push forwards to see if we can catch Abby before the end of the stint. Turning through the left of Murray's, Blackwood Chambers closes slightly back in, but now back up through the gears again through Murray's. The gap was 2.1 across the line last time. We'll see visibly if it looks any closer and if it matches the timings when they come through. There goes East for Clapham North, then it goes Farkini for Uvio, Blackwood Chambers for Boston Racing. It's down now to 1.5, another 6/10 taken out, and a new fastest lap of the race. 1:26.7 for Hoffman's Motorsport for Farkini, and Blackwood Chambers was only about a tenth slower, so it's all personal bests as the fuel starts to come down a little bit, but it looks as though that both Uvio and Rob Boston Racing have started to keep a little bit of pace in reserve, and whilst they've been able to match Abby's pace, they can keep with her, because though they've kept something back for the end of the stint to try and close back in before the first round of pit stops begins.
Well, yes, and the closer they get, the more of a slipstream they'll pick up, the quicker they'll go, the quicker that gap will disappear. So I think they're going to be pretty much with Abby within the next lap or so. The Bentley Straight, of course, is where the slipstream really starts to take effect. And are we now going to see a move for second place? In fact, Will Blackwell Chambers, they're feinting to the inside, but deciding against it. Sadly, confirmation from Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane that the Ninky Nonk is no more. They're retiring the car with a terminal engine issue. That is very rare indeed. We don't often get cars retiring, certainly not this early in the race, but the Ninky Nonk squad, unfortunately, are going no further. That's a great shame. I was really looking forward to seeing how they would go. Leaders then down into Murray's corner for the final time. We are nearly half an hour into this second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which means we're about 10 minutes away from our first pit window opening. Those who are new to Fun Cup, we have mandatory pit windows every 40 minutes in a 4-hour race, slightly more regularly in the 3-hour races, every 30 minutes in a 3-hour race, but every 40 minutes today the pit window will open for 10 minutes, and during those 10 minutes every single car must come into the pit lane, it must stop in its pit bay, and a driver must get out of the car and a driver must get into the car. It can be the same driver if you want, but they do have to get out of the car and get back in again. They have the option to refuel. This is one of those circuits where the fuel burn is actually quite high because so much of the lap is spent at full throttle, so we might see a little bit more refueling, more frequent refueling than we used to see. They won't change tyres unless they have punctures or similar issues, because the tyres are perfectly capable of running the 4 hours without really losing any performance. But that is when things can really start to change around, with the driver changes happening, the dynamic shifts across the cars in the leading group, and that's why it's all the more tantalising that it seems like we're heading towards that pit window with the leading 3 cars perhaps absolutely together, because the Uvio car continues now to close in on Abby Eaton out in front, and as they turn through Coram Corner, that's almost down to about a second now, I'd say, the margin between the two of them, which means that Farkini is right within slipstreaming range and might now be able to start thinking about attacking for the lead.
1.5 seconds then, that was the gap last time by. It looks visibly closer than that as they come to the line. Let's see what it's going to be. So Eaton to Farkini is, double time screen, it's 1 second, another new fastest lap of the race, so Eaton's going quicker. Did another 27.2 to match her personal best, but again a 26.7, a 26.8, so new fastest lap of the race again for Farkini. Another new personal best right in the slipstream for Blackwell Chambers. Pushing on here as they come down towards Montreal once again. We are, as you said, within 10 minutes of the first pit window. So in terms of handovers, that will be Abby Eaton handing over to George Grant, Mr. Clapham North himself. It will be Fabulous Randaccio, who will take over from Farkini in the 225. And for Will Blackwell Chambers, he will hand over to James Riley. And then in the third stint, it will be ex-Ferrari racer Jason Baker, who will jump in for his first go at Fun Cup and see if he can translate some of that Ferrari experience into the car when he takes his first stint in a couple of stints' time.
Indeed so. So Farkini at the moment is the Uvio meat in a Mazda MX-5 racing sandwich in a way, isn't he? With Abby Eaton and Will Blackwell Chambers, both Mazda MX-5 champions with the BRSCC. Did Will ever win the Super Cup?
Twice.
Twice, yes, he did, didn't he? So yes, both of them Super Cup champions, of course, with Abby having done it back in 2014, question mark?
2014 champion. I was there at Donington Park when she did it.
Likewise,
so
I was commentating when her engine blew when she was only a handful of laps away from winning the championship on the Saturday. That was a dramatic weekend.
And it got even further dramatic because in that race, the race to the side of the championship, she got hit from behind at Redgate Corner, and she thought that she was out of the race because she set the fast lap of the race.
Yes.
That was enough to save her from getting the championship, and she did. It was a well-earned championship. She did a fantastic job, and since then her career's gone just upwards in terms of where she's been and what she's raced. And of course for Will, if I remember saying so, yeah, last year he became a two-time
yes, that's right.
champion last year. The first time was 2022, I think it was, and then 23-24 was Aidan Hills, and last year was Blackwell Chambers for the second time, and now of course he's moved on to Fun Cup. So two Fun Cup, three Super Cup titles between them, and of course they're sandwiching a team which has won multiple Fun Cup championships.
Yes.
So plenty of pedigree at the top three. And the gap is 0.8 per second, and now we start to the slipstream start to take effect. Now Farkini just edging close to the back end of Abby Eaton's rear wing, getting closer, not close enough to attack, but now that black and gold car looming ever larger in Abby Eaton's mirrors as they come back in towards Brundle Nelson. So now, quite truly, it is now literally 3 for the lead with about 5 minutes to go and change plus before we get to our first pit window.
Indeed so. So the EDF Motorsport prepared Clapham North car leads the way. I keep wanting to say that's a Rob Boston Racing car because, of course, George Grant for a long time had that relationship with Rob Boston Racing running his Mazdas, but he's now going to go toe-to-toe potentially with one of Rob's cars, or at least Abby Eaton is, for the lead of the race. Out of the final turn they go. This is the closest by far that anyone actually has been to Abby Eaton all race long. We are coming up on 34 minutes into the race, and this is the first serious challenge she's had for the race lead. Can Farkini make the move? He's not going to be close enough down into Rich's corner, but a good run through the first few turns should put him in an attacking position heading down the Bentley Straight. Abby, of course, just wants to try and keep those two cars at arm's length, hope that maybe they start battling over second position. We're also approaching some traffic, aren't we? So an opportunity soon to start putting some cars a lap down, which is good for these leaders, but could be the opportunity that Farkini and Will are looking for to make their move.
The only thing that's going to be is how much is Farkini going to be worried about Blackwell Chambers in terms of is he going to be willing to bring him with him past Abby if Will can also get past 2 in the sequence, or how much is he going to start defending from Will unless he's going to start pushing him down the back straight to get closer to Abby to try and attack. So they come down towards Brundle Nelson. I think he got a bit of a push from Blackwell Chambers. He darts out to have a look on the outside, puts himself for the first time properly into Abby's mirrors down towards Nelson so they flick right. And now back towards the bottom hole. It is now 3 for the lead quite firmly because they are pretty evenly spaced. Through the right hand they go. Watch for that compression right at the bottom on the apex as they come out. And they can't drift out wide and they start to just pin the car about middle of the road or so through the long, almost never-ending right-hander of Coram. And now you can see the black and gold right behind the white, red and blue of Clapham North 146. Through Murray's, they flick left. Back up the pit straight again, and I think possibly this might well be, Andy, the first proper chance that Farkini and Uvio might get, not just close in, but maybe start to mount a challenge for the lead before the pit window opens. Yeah, he's even closer now than he was a lap ago. Abby Eaton knows it. Look, hugs the pit wall, hugs the inside line, and only now drifts over to the middle of the road just to try and deter Farkini from making the move into the quick
double apex right-hander. Team GRD, by the way, Scott's just pointing out, up into 4th position now. So GRD going well. They are 13.8 seconds off the lead, so they've been gaining as well. That was 16 seconds at one point. Here comes Farkini then to the outside into the Wilson hairpin. Not really trying to overtake there, but just trying to force Abby Eaton offline so that then Farkini gets the better run off the corner, which he has. He feinted to the inside down at Brundle a lap ago. This time I think we might see a more committed move maybe, and he wants to try and get this move made ideally before they start catching the lap traffic ahead. Eaton moves to the inside to defend. Farkini to the outside. That will become the inside line for Nelson, and I think that will become the race lead. Yes, it will. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport to the lead of the race, and Abby Eaton now has to try and fend off Will Blackwell Chambers for second.
I wonder how much she might want to fend off, because I think that what she's trying to do is hopefully keep the car in a good enough condition and not getting too many fights to allow it to George to take over a car that's pretty much trouble-free without any issues or any drama. So I think she's trying to at least keep in that lead group and take advantage of what she has. Pass it over to George when she hands it over. I'm guessing I would guess maybe towards the end of the pit window, because given that she is arguably the faster of the two drivers pace-wise, I think George would happily admit that. As it comes back at Farkini down the pit straight. She gets the benefit of a tow this time, side by side. Farkini's just got his nose in front by 41 thousandths of a second. And I think Abby will at least try and stick it around the outside if she can. She thinks about it, but then thinks, right, I'll let Farkini have the momentum, see if he slides wide, try and get the undercut if possible. She might get the push in Blackwell Chambers, or not, because here comes Will at the inside to try and take second. He thought about it, but again, Abby's covering that car in the middle of the road, and she's now going to have the benefit of a tow from Farkini, but now Will get the double tow from the two cars in front. This might be a bit interesting down towards Brundle and Nelson.
Tell you what, there's nothing wrong with that Clapham North car in a straight line, is there? It got off the corner well and immediately dragged alongside the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport machine, so Abby Eaton is going to go for the lead. Where does Blackwell Chambers go in all of this? Is he close enough to buy into this as well? Sort of hedging his bets, really, isn't he? Just almost taking a metaphorical step back and saying, you two just sort this out between yourselves and I'll get involved later. Through goes Abby, back to the lead of the race, and that is the slipstreaming racing that we always see from Fun Cup. There's a lot of talk in other forms of motorsport about passing and repassing and how super exciting it is. Well, with no need for any gimmicks or modifiable aero, we have got plenty of that going on in Fun Cup, and we have had that for decades, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Uvio caught the Clapham North car pretty rapidly, actually, over recent laps, but having got ahead, we're not able to stay there for long.
Not causing trouble, are you, McKeown, with your comments?
Never dream of it.
So, moving forwards towards the beginning of the first pit window, and again, keeping a nice tight line again, drifts to the inside line, but thankfully Farkini's not close enough to make a dive. I think even he realises that there's no room to get through. And pace-wise, they're pretty much matching each other now. Last time by, out of three cars, the Clapham North car was the quickest, 1:28.0. Farkini looking to try and get an up and under up at Montreal hairpin, but the better line is to almost hug the apex right tight on the first part of Montreal to set yourself up with that more open exit and run onto the Bentley straight as you flick left. And three cars in front there which are gangling amongst each other, one of which is the recovering V-Box car for Race Logic, which is way down in 22nd position as they go down the back straight.
Sorry, Scott, GRD there having a bit of a complicated moment with somebody. I think that was the Northern Velocity car they're battling with in the background. Just caught a glimpse of that. Speaking of complicated moments, that was another side-by-side exchange between Eaton and Farkini. I really do think that Will Blackwell Chambers is electing not to get involved in this. I think he could well and truly stick his nose in this battle if he wanted to, but he's just keeping that car length or so back from these two. He's been matching Farkini all stint long. He's been quicker than Abby for a portion of it, but isn't really at the moment bothering to take any major risks, which makes perfect sense. We're only 40 minutes in to a 4-hour race. A long way to go still. We are into the opening pit window though. Remember, they have to pass that board. I know it says closed on this side, it says open on the other side that faces the drivers. Have to pass that board once before they can pit, and then they can head into the pit lane. So should they wish to, these three cars would be able to pit at the end of this lap, but I suspect they'll all probably go a little bit deeper into the pit window.
Yeah, given that they are the arguing faster cars. Oh, and that's the AI Racing Tech car that's gone off there. I think it is. And that was the car that's battling with the recovering Race Logic car. They're both battling with Axiometrics. That was for the final place in the top 20, and that was the AI Racing Tech car 263, which had Ian Morris, who's going to hand over to Ryan Harper-Ellam, who's been quite a rapid driver from what I remember in both Formula F1000, but also as well in Radicals in previous years as well. So handy driver, also making his Fun Cup debut this weekend. So good to see he's trying that out for the first time. Another new driver who's jumping into a Fun Cup car. The AI Racing Tech car's lost its front splitter completely, that will certainly won't help handling. It won't help in terms of lap traffic into Brundle and Nelson. That's the worst place you want to catch it, and Abby might get held up here a little bit because Farkini will sense an opportunity. But thankfully, Abby negotiates. It has a look, but that's not going to help. And that's Ian Morris trying to hold the line. This will give Farkini a chance to get through if Abby gives him the room up the inside, which she firmly doesn't. Sticks to the inside line. Ian Morris firmly gets out of the way. It's good driving in the end, but just simply catching him at the wrong place at the wrong time was Abby. It's not real fault. It's just trying to take one line and trying to stay out of the way. But Abby then back under pressure again as they come down the pit straight. And again, I imagine these three cars, as rightfully said, typically Uvio do, they tend to go right to the end of the pit windows before they hand over to get the max amount of stint. The next car they're going to come up to is EDF's, the other EDF car of the race, which is the Race Logic car. I'd imagine, given their teammates, that David Denyer might not make it too difficult for Abby to get through, potentially, question mark.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you, if you're Abby Eaton, but we'll see how aware David is. He'll be frustrated with how his stint's gone. David Denyer, a very rapid driver, but he's had a couple of moments with 2 off-track excursions down at Riches, the first of which damaged the splitter, and the second dropped him well off the tail end of the gaggle, so he's not going to be at his happiest right now, I wouldn't imagine. Down the back straight they go. There are the leading 3 in the background, by the way. There's an almighty battle going on for 4th position between Track Focus, Northern Velocity, GRD and the FNS Morpheus car, and actually GRD have slipped down to 6th position over recent laps, so Track Focus now, the 49 car up into 4th position. That car driven at the moment by Sean Cooper. Here it comes with Jack Harding's Northern Velocity car right behind, and in fact now looking to the inside into Brundle. There's a little bit of an unnecessary squeeze into the braking zone, and Sean Cooper very much hangs on to the place.
He does, but Jack Harding is quite a feisty driver, as we know from Super Cup and Pacific Cup days, so he will give as good as he gets. And of course the one driver he's going to hand over to, I'll be very fascinated to see how he gets on when he hands over that car, is going to be, if I can find him on the interest, where has the velocity got to? Our number 262 is Alan Henderson next. Now, Alan Henderson has been a winner here in Super Cup before. He got a hat-trick back in 2015 on his way to the championship, and I think it was we both having seen him before. Alan is always quick whatever he drives, so if Jack's quick, I can't wait to see how Alan gets on when he jumps into this car in the next few minutes' time.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think he's going to be rapid, is Alan Henderson. Good to have him back out on track with us, isn't it, at a BRSCC event, another blast from the past, so to speak. And lots of names coming out to play this weekend. Here comes a move then from Harding to the inside of Sean Cooper, whose car is carrying a little bit of damage. It might be carrying more by the time Jack Harding's done with it. That's delayed them both, though, and opens the door for Simon Rudd to get to the inside. Simon Rudd then gets up the inside of Northern Velocity, and is he going to bring the FNS Morpheus car with him? Yes, he is, and to the inside goes the 553 of Neo Clark. That's the outside, though, for the Link. The left-hander onto the back straight, and he has to bail out of it.
Damage on the front of North Velocity's car is around the outside into Brundle and Nelson goes around Brundle into Nelson goes Farkini, so he's now taken the lead. And interesting enough, conveniently, the V-Box car is now finding itself in between the EDF car, the other EDF run car, which is Clapham North, and Will Blackwell Chambers. So David Denyer making things a little more difficult. I'm not going to suggest purposely, of course, not at all, but making it a little more difficult than Will Blackwell Chambers was anticipating, getting past him here.
Yeah, we don't really operate a blue flag system in Fun Cup racing. It's up to the faster car to make the overtake, essentially, and so there's nothing saying that David Denyer has to jump out of the way, and he's certainly not jumping out of the way, nor is Farkini, but Abby Eaton does jump out of line here to try and make a move for the lead into Rich's corner. Can she sweep around the outside? They're dead level into the corner, but Farkini's having none of it, stands his ground and keeps the Clapham North machine behind. They really have pulled away, though, from Will Blackwell Chambers, who still can't get past the Race Logic car. He is now a second and a half or more behind the leaders, and only now makes the move into Wilson, and it was a move. He had to outbrake the Race Logic car there to get through.
And David Day is not necessarily slow. We talked about Julian Thomas, but David himself is in his own right. He's a pretty quick driver. Of course, Julian Thomas will attest, being a former multiple-time champion himself for Race Logic. It's great to have Race Logic back in the grid after in the last few years after they took a bit of a break, and Julian does a lot of historic racing. I think races an E-Type and amongst other things a Sierra RS 500, which is the next Andy Rouse car. It's great to see. Side by side again, Abby Eaton trying to get up the inside, flick the curb a little bit through Brundle, trying to get the up and under through Nelson. They're coming up to put a lap on the Renhams, which is the number 97 Renham racing car. That's one of the Fun Cup for hire cars, and the livery looks very much like a certain cigarette brand famous in motorsport, which we can't mention, essentially on camera at least. As coming through the right hand they go, and the Renham car holding up Farkini a little bit. That might be contentious. So, but when before Abby got held up by the AI racing car, the Retro Renham gets straight out of the way. No part of this. So Blackwell Chambers also got tripped up by him himself. thinking these damn back markers trying to get through, and they make it much more difficult than it needs to be. But down the pit straight they go again. And I think at the moment right now, Abby might just be a bit more content just to sit in Farkini's slipstream and get the benefit that Will was getting. And as I say that, she goes up the inside, it completely proves me wrong, or almost, has looked at the inside to show her nose, forces Farkini to go a little bit wide on the corner apex, keeps coming, keeps putting the pressure on. Now she pulls herself alongside on the braking zone towards the Montreal hairpin, and Abby Eaton will retake the lead with about 4.25 minutes left of the pit window. And I suspect these two might end up going to pit lane pretty much nose to tail by the time they come in. Of course, when they hand over, of course, it'll be Fabulous Randaccio taking over Farkini and George Grant handing over from Abby Eaton as they come in. And once more, you can see Abby's just enjoying herself here, or trying to pull something. But look, Will Blackwell Chambers has now cleared the back marker, and he's now fully getting to tow of both of them, locking down towards Brundle and Nelson's. They're side by side again, and Uvio back to the front once more.
Yeah, late on the brakes there for Farkini. Good move made into Brundle. It doesn't really matter which of these cars is in front when we get to the first round of pit stops, but neither driver wants to be in second place, do they? They both want to hand the car over as the race leading car at the end of this opening stint. They've got 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap essentially in which to make the pit stop. You can go a lap beyond the end of the pit window if you want to. My word, Farkini was absolutely on the limit there through Coram Corner. You do have to try and manage the tyres a little bit. The tyres are more than capable of doing the distance, but if you aggravate them too much, it will hurt you. In he comes now, in fact, so he was just putting on a show there on his way into the pit lane, catching our attention and making sure we were aware that he was on his way into the pit lane. He bails from the lead then, and Abby Eaton retakes first place.
And here's a battle we've never seen before, isn't it? Abby Eaton versus Paul Blackwell Chambers, Super Cup champion versus double Super Cup champion. Even though it might be for a lap or so, this should be interesting between the two of them. Blackwell Chambers now gets his chance to have put pressure on as Abby Eaton continues to lead in the 146 Clapham North car, continuing that car's impressive lineage, considering it was previously the in the hands of PLR Racing. Was that ever a title-winning car when it was Honeywell, or was that a different car?
No, it would have been a different car, I think. I'm pretty... I don't know, 146 is one of the older cars, actually. No, it may well have been a championship-winning car. They won the championship quite a long time ago, though. I'm not sure whether it was actually in the diesel class that they won, and whether they did ever, whether they swapped the engines or got a different car after that point. Again, Jamie, I'm sure, will be able to find the information out for us then.
Brundle and Nelson looks like possibly as Blackwell Chambers again just darts and puts himself into his mirrors. Whether there was a small bit of a slide through Brundle, because I heard the commentators get a little bit excited in the circuit comms. Maybe that was just that car getting a little wayward as Abby was pushing on as much as she could. But Blackwell Chambers keeping the pressure on down towards Murray's. So that pit stop, as you'd expect, was pretty quick for Mover. They're already back out on track and through Richie's corner a few moments ago. And is that going to be Abby into the pit lane? No, she carries on, but Blackwell Chambers goes in. So again, taking full advantage of the clear air. And so what you typically see is an Uvio type strategy, or even GRD, to go out into the end of the pit window. It's now being employed by Clapham North at the moment, and they continue on. And the fact they're almost not that far away from even putting a lap, so they probably just made a pit stop, I imagine, for GCI Racing. As Rob Boston Racing, Will Blackwell Chambers' hand jumps out. James Riley will jump in. And of course, Jason Baker, former Ferrari racer, with the third man in that sense.
Yes, fuel went into that car as well. I didn't see how much, but at least part of a churn of fuel went in. And Will Blackwell Chambers then gets out of the car. I'm not sure whether Uvio refueled or not, but I suppose we'll get some indication of that when this car rejoins the circuit, and we'll see where it comes out in relation to the Uvio Hoppers Motorsport car. Off he goes, quite gingerly, as he tried to pick his way around the track-focused car, and back out into the race they will go. As you said, it is James Riley in the car now. Where is the Uvio Motorsport car, though? Is it already through? Oh, yes, it is, by some margin. So a combination, I think, of a slightly slow stop for Rob Boston Racing and maybe a difference in fuel strategy means they've got some work to do now.
But even after the fuel stop, that stop didn't seem all that quick. We've seen quicker stops before when they're simply just changing drivers and putting the belts on, but that seemed like a longer stop than you would normally see for some of the quicker teams. So maybe Rob Boston Racing, who are not inexperienced in endurance racing, of course, and stuff, but of course they're inexperienced in their first year this year in Fun Cup. And usually, as we both know, Rob is someone who he never tends to engineer a slow car. No. So Blackwell Chambers at the wheel of that one, but the pit stops in that sense are going to be pretty tricky. Now, pit windows closed for newcomers to Fun Cup. We should mention you're allowed to pass the same way you have to pass the pit window open board once. You're allowed to pass the pit window closed board once, but only once. At the end, the next time around you come by, you have to pit. Otherwise, you will get a penalty for basically stopping outside the designated pit window. So if the Clapham North car, which is that's at the fast lap of the race through all that sequence, 26.5 in hands of Abby Eaton. That must have been a couple of laps ago when they had the tow. is if they haven't pitted this time by, which I don't think they have, no. So this time by, they will have to go ahead and make a pit stop if they haven't seen the pit window board yet. I'm not quite sure. But either way, they'll have to make a pit stop within the next couple of laps.
Yes, they're not the only ones. Team GRD's Simon Rudd hasn't been in yet, nor have FNS Morpheus Motorsport, Greenheath, Red River Sport and Signature RV all going long on this opening stint. So we're going to have... in fact, Greenheath and Red River Sport have just pitted as I said that. There is the GRD car coming towards us, the blue and black number 1 machine of Simon Rudd. Second position now, 15 seconds off the lead. That's about what the margin has been pretty much all stint, really. It came down to 13 at one point. It was as high as 16 seconds at one stage, but he's about 15 seconds back. The problem now, though, is they're going to hand that car over to Chris Devell. How is his pace then going to compare to the cars ahead of him? I'll have to wait and see, but there's a chance that maybe that gap's going to grow. It really is going to be an uphill struggle, this, for GRD, but I spoke to both Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips this morning, and they both said they felt this was going to be one of the more challenging races they've had to do. There is George Grant getting ready to jump into the 146 car. Out gets Abby Eaton. Great job done there from Abby to come from third on the grid to get the lead early on and manage the race nicely. A pretty drama-free stint. How quick is the pit stop, though? Doesn't look all that rapid, does it?
Well, it's quicker than before, because it looks like George's been working trying to get in much quicker. That's actually one of the quicker pit stops they've had, I think, by the looks of it, compared to Alton. So that was a decent turnaround. That's not going to be, I think, 33 seconds. Now, compared to where Uvio are, and whereabouts they might get through, let's wait and see what their pace is like. About Uvio, I think, are behind Axiometrics, and they come out of the pit lane. He's not that far down, so Uvio has gone through, so they've technically taken the net race lead. Well, they have taken the race lead, effectively, once it all shakes itself out. And we know how quick Fabulous is anyway compared to Farkey. They're both relatively evenly matched in terms of pace, even though you wouldn't class one as being arguably slower than the other. They're both very evenly matched, which is not often you get that in terms of two-driver strategy when you get one driver who's just as quick as the other. One tends to be at least a couple of tenths slower, but pace-wise, it's very hard to tell if one's quicker than the other. They're very much on the same level. It's
why they've had so much success in the championship, because when you do have one quicker driver than the other, you're sort of then reliant on, you know, hoping for safety cars. You have to plan your strategy around the driver's various strengths and weaknesses, whereas if you've got two very evenly matched drivers, it really doesn't matter what happens. You should always be in the conversation, and they always are. I can't remember the last time there was a Fun Cup race where we weren't talking about Uvio Hoffman's Motorsports as potential race winners. So they are a hugely successful team. They won only two races last year. They won the sprint race at Croft, and they won at Donington Park as well. And they're looking now to try and get their first victory of the 2026 campaign. Of course, they were winless in 2025, which was astonishing for Uvio, and they're very keen to get back to winning ways again here this weekend. Perhaps this could be one of their better opportunities to do so. Right, first round of pit stops complete. Whilst the order sort of shuffles out on track, let's head down into the pit lane and get an update from Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Abby Eaton, who's just jumped out of the 146 car. You cleared off at the start. You built up sort of a 3-4 second lead, and you were thinking, where have they all gone? And then Will and Farkini working together slowly caught you, and then you had to get your elbows out, didn't you?
Yeah, I had all kinds of racing then. You know, when you pull a lead like that, you're fighting against yourself, really, making sure you don't make any mistakes. And I was constantly pace checking with the team just to make sure that I didn't need to go any faster or not. And you know, two cars around here are always going to be quicker than one. So it was a matter of time, and then yeah, we all got our elbows out and had a bit of fisticuffs, which was great fun.
And condition-wise, what sort of car have you handed over to George?
Not too bad actually. Yeah, pretty balanced to be fair. Obviously it's tricky anyway with it being hot today, but yeah, it's a pretty balanced car. I tried to look after it as much as I could.
All right, well, I'll let you go and cool down and have some good old Yorkshire water.
Yeah, perfect, sounds good.
Thanks a lot, Abby. Cheers. Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, good to hear there from Abby Eaton. We've spoken a lot about her Mazda MX-5 exploits, but she's had a lot of success in other forms of racing. She's done quite a bit of GT racing. She, of course, had a stint on a fairly well-known motoring TV show, and she is a very, very talented driver indeed. Know that when she gets back in the car later on, she's going to give it her absolute all to try and get that car back to the lead of the race. In the lead right now, though, after having by far the quickest of the pit stops, is the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. They lead by an as yet unknown margin, because second place Team GRD potentially have not actually got across the line yet. No surprise though, again, that the two most experienced teams of the leaders anyway have come out of that opening round of pit stops with the top two positions. 21 seconds though between Uvio and Team GRD. That suggests to me, Scott, that Uvio didn't take fuel. I don't know whether maybe Jamie can confirm or deny this, but the fact that they've managed to take, 6 or 7 seconds out of Team GRD, who are famously the quickest team in the pit stops, generally speaking, that tells me there must have been a difference in fuel there.
You also have to remember, of course, it is at the wheel of that car now.
Christopher.
Yeah. So there'll be a pace difference there on top of that too, but it does suggest they were quicker. Uvio's cut stop was rather quick, so it does suggest they took no fuel and they've got enough to go through the second stint as they go through. Now, one thing I was going to point out also as well is we've had a changeover. It's PLR Racing, who I suspect I know who's with that car. I think right now, given the time, it's 126.543. It might be a certain Ted Bradbury, I think, so that car is in P10, but it might not stay there for much longer because you look at the other cars around him in the stint, who actually, to be fair, they're doing 127s immediately in front of him. But in terms of other cars around, I mean, George Grant, for example, is going to mention in third place. In testing, he was doing 1 minute 28 consistently, so he can lap at a faster pace, but of course he's now got a car that's still got some fuel in it that's kind of burning off to the end, and then the Rob Boston car behind, which is 252, which now has Alan Henderson at the wheel. I know James Riley at the wheel now. He's only out pace-wise about 3/10 quicker, but then again, at the moment, you have to take into account that he's probably getting to grips with the car and the pace level and everything else on top of that. I reckon that pace will start to go up as his confidence gains in his first stint. But it looks as though that everyone else right now who've managed to put some laps in to get themselves used to things, who stopped earlier, have now found their groove a bit quicker compared to anyone else.
Indeed so. GCI Racing have popped into the top 10 now as well. Look, 8th position. So again, after that first round of pit stops, the experienced teams now starting to filter their way towards the front. They have got the track focus car behind them, which means that's been a change for 7th place actually. GCI Racing's Craig Butterworth getting himself ahead of Mike McCollum in the track focus car. Mike and Sean Cooper have raced that car in Fun Cup for, again, over a decade now as well. That battle continues to rage on. We can head, though, back down to the pit lane. Jamie Peters-Ennis is catching up with someone else.
I am, Andy. I've got Farkini and Will Blackwell Chambers, who were both working together at that start to catch Abby Eaton. And Will, what's it like racing with a legend like him?
Legend?
Well, I use the term very loosely.
No, it was really good fun. It was good communication between us. We were trying to push forward. We were gapping the cars behind quite nicely, and I'm fairly new into this championship. We know the pedigree that UVO's got, so to be honest, just to learn and be able to be there was nice. I must admit, I thought I was quicker in a couple places, but we gave it a go. It was good communications between us. Great fun. Cars both come back clean, happy, and good to have another go.
And for you, Fark, I mean, we saw Abby cleared off at the start. She built up sort of a 3.5, 4 second lead. You obviously had to work your way through the pack, got on the back of Will, and you just sat there. You weren't really over battling and just plugging that gap away to catch her back up.
No, we were kind of having a chat down on the back straight, a bit of hand signals, and no, we worked really well together. It was perfect, and we did manage to. She got such a great start, and there was a bit of a mess into turn 2 on the opening lap, and then once that gap was there, it was hard to recover, and she was super clean. So yeah, it took us a while. We just worked together and reeled it back in. It was really great fun.
And for you've been in this for pretty much a decade now. I mean, today we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Fun Cup. What's it like having new drivers like Will and Abby coming into this championship?
Absolutely horrible. No, the championship's never been healthier. It's absolutely brilliant racing. It's interesting. Some people are getting into the Fun Cup cars and getting in terms with them faster than others. These guys are doing brilliantly. Abby has shown the pro that she is as well. So yeah, it's just fantastic. Really great.
Sadly for you though, mate, you can't win any more money now.
No, Alton was a little bit of a disaster. So to be honest, just running in the top 3, being quick, that's a massive achievement for us this weekend. We're very new to this thing, very new to the car. We've had a lot of development. We've had issues. We've had head gaskets blown yesterday. We didn't get any running yesterday afternoon. So to be honest, just to be out there running quickly, absolute result in itself.
All right, well done, boys, and enjoy it later.
Racing driver he is. Did you hear how many excuses there were in that?
Yeah, every time.
Wow.
He's not trained yet. All right, cheers, boys. Cheers. Thanks. Back to the box.
I have to say, we need to train Will Blackwell Chambers on Fun Cup folklore. How dare you not know the legend of Farkini and Fabulous Randaccio? How dare you, Will Blackwell Chambers?
Well, Well, the trouble...
Off you go back to Supercar.
Part of the trouble is, though, Farkini's run under about 7 different names in all the years that he's raced in Fun Cup. It is easy to get confused when it comes to tracking Farkini and Fabulous Randaccion's racing history in the Fun Cup. But yes, they've both been here pretty much since day dot. I don't know whether they were in the very first Fun Cup race 25 years ago, but it wouldn't have been long after that they started racing in the series, as it was back then. It used to run as a series of races for the first 10 years or so of its life before becoming a championship in 2011. And Farkini and Fabulous, they know a thing or two about how to be successful in this ever more competitive championship. GCI Racing, they do as well. They're former champions. They're battling here with the Red River Sport car, though. That 257 car has now got... why can't I see 257 on my... Oh, there we go. Because it's not in the right place on the sheet, that's why. It's now got Johnny Bolam behind the wheel. No great surprise then that sports car racing legend Johnny Bolam is starting to gain places.
I think you'd be surprised if he wasn't.
I would.
It was good to see. On board with Johnny now, so producer Kieran's clearly listening for once.
Makes a change.
for once to us. Right, in fact, that's 257.
Oh.
That's your fault, commentators, Kaz, because stop go penalty for guess who? 257 for pit lane speed. So that was either coming into pit lane Gareth Williams or going out Johnny Molan. Who it was exactly, we can't tell, we don't have that info. What we do know he's going to have to come in, and all the work which has got up to 7th place is now going to go right back down to where it was before 7th place.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? They are going to lose quite a bit of ground. They perhaps were about to anyway, though, because look who's now joining in the fun. Ted Bradbury in the PLR racing car is right with this pair now, so he's about to gain 1 freebie, courtesy of the penalty for Red River Sport, but he's quite likely, the pace he's going, to pass them on track anyway. He's in behind the GCI car. The trouble is for PLR, they're nearly a minute off the race lead at the moment. Bradbury's pace is strong. He just did a 28.0. In fact, that was 9/10 slower than the leader, possibly traffic affected, I suppose. But they really could do with a safety car, couldn't they, to get right back into contention. They just need to try and stay on the lead lap and hope that they do get that safety car interruption. Here comes Bradbury to the outside already. Johnny Bolam is going wheel to wheel with the GCI car. In fact, GCI go through, as do PLR. Ted Bradbury, never want to back out of a potential overtake. He is able to sail around the outside and will set off now after GCI Racing.
Doing that basically ever since he first stepped into a Mazda age 16 years old. And I remember that first weekend he did Mazda on the Grand Prix circuit in the damp conditions. I think if she's listening or watching it from Alton Park, where there are Mazda X5 racing, of course, and BRSCC, if AB Racing are watching, I remember Nicky told me, Nicky Bray, other half of last year's dominant champion Ali Bray in that same championship, won all of them. As we see the exterior replay, and this is what happened. There's GCI. Oh, and there's Ted Bradbury around the outside at Brundle. So just Ted Bradbury doing Ted Bradbury things. Around the outside he goes into position. But yes, I remember the story that she only told me it's either 2 weeks or 2 months since he learned how to use a manual gearbox.
Yeah.
First race in Mazda MX-5 at 16 years old. What does he do? Sticks it on pole. So, and he won his first race. I think it was here in the Mazdas.
Yes, it was.
Later on in sort of the damp or wet conditions. So he's been a candy peddler ever since he started racing. About roughly 5 years ago, I think, if I'm correct.
Yes. 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I can't remember exactly when that was, but incredible talent, fresh out of karting, as you said, stuck it straight on pole position. Hadn't quite figured out how to use the clutch by that stage, admittedly. Didn't get the best of starts, but it worked on that as the season went on, and he was a force to be reckoned with, wasn't he, in the Mazda MX-5s, but has found a nice home for himself now in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Like I said, not racing with his regular team today, but great to still have him out there. He's far too good a driver to not have on the grid, and he's sort of become the new benchmark now, hasn't he, as the sort of unofficial fastest driver in the championship. There are quite a few drivers who would claim to hold that title, but of late, when you look up who set the fastest lap in most races, it's almost always Ted Bradbury, and he is a really, really quick young talent. To be perfectly honest with you, deserves to be racing at even higher levels in motorsport, and I hope we'll one day get there. And the more we see of him in the Fun Cup, hopefully the more eyes he can get on him, and the more chance there is that happens.
I do agree. He should be somewhat of a GT star. He's got all the premise of being a GT racing star of the future.
Yeah.
Talent and speed-wise, I think he was certainly somebody who has been impressing in this category of racing ever since he started, even coming out of Masters into Fun Cup. And ever since he turned his first wheel in the championship, he's certainly been just setting it alight. So no wonder that he's not only jumped to the PLR car for this weekend and not his regular car that he would have run this weekend, but he's also setting it alight, set the timing screens alight, getting fastest laps and moving forwards down the back straight. See the 146 car now with George Grant at the wheel. It has dropped back a couple of places, but it's still moving at a decent pace. Still running at the moment in 5th place overall. And actually now, George has taken a few laps to kind of get himself up to speed, but now he's lapping in the 128s. He was lapping in the 130s, but now that car's found a bit more pace. He's now got a bit more comfortable. Got a tow from a couple of cars in there. So that's Pierre Renon just thumping the curb on the inside at Nelson, which on the track walk I did on Thursday night, I looked at that and thought no one should be smashing that, otherwise that's just tearing off the front splitter every single time. It's a nice view of the grass there, if one of our cameramen. But now through the long right-hander at Coram. See that George is just keeping with it. He's very wayward on the exit of that corner. He's certainly not driving it with any less gusto than Abbey was in that sense. He turns him out of Murray's, puts his foot to the floor, and then get a nice little tow from the Renault Racing machine, pulls himself level, we'll get the side draft, and we'll pick up at least put a lap on them. There goes the Rob Boston car, which now has that has James Riley at the wheel. And then we've got the Morpheus car, which has now got Greg Evans at the wheel, and now looking to the outside line. George Grant sweeps across and puts the lap on the Renault Racing machine number 97 and maintains a solid 5th position. Now we should also mention as well, in terms of positions, now there is the Masters category which involves as well for drivers. I think is it over the age of 50 plus? I think it is
45 or 50.
45 or 50, one of the two. And the rule in Fun Cup is that if a Masters team finishes on the podium in the top 3, they are invisible from the Masters results because, of course, they're quite quick. So that means at the moment, technically, if things were to stay as they were, the leaders, in fact, or the winners of that would be FNS, Morpheus, Motorsport, and then the Clapham North car would currently be in 2nd place. He's getting a bit of a tow from the Renault Racing car to help him down the back straight. As they turn into again through Brundle Nelson, gets himself in front and continues forwards. In fact, the PLR Racing car might be in contention for that too, because of course it has certain Ted Bradbury at the wheel, and that car is now holding station in 7th place. But of course, again, if that car gets into the overall top 3 positions, it then nullifies that from the top 3 in Masters too. So that could be interesting. I think that given the pace that Clapham North have got, and I genuinely say this in genuine pace so far with both how George is going and Abbey, not only could they have a good chance of keeping trouble free in the top 10, but I think even a Masters podium is genuinely possible.
Yes, definitely so. They are 3rd in the class at the moment, and I don't expect them to, as long as they don't have any issues, I don't expect them to drop out of contention massively. And yeah, they are showing impressive pace. They are now, though, 50 seconds off the lead. How quickly things can change. That really quick pit stop for Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport and a rapid pace being set by Fabulous Randaccio means that they are streaking ahead. Now, we do suspect they'll have to give some of that time back at the next round of pit stops. We think they're going to need quite a bit of fuel probably in the car next time by, or next time in the pit lane. But for now, they're enjoying a very, very healthy lead, and there are quite a few teams behind them, hoping against hope that we do get a safety car, and that we get a safety car soon, because bear in mind they're lapping in the 1 minute sort of 26, 27s or so, the quick drivers. The top sort of 15 cars or so, I think now, are within about a minute of each other, so there are quite a few cars towards the back end of the top 20 that are really in danger now of falling off the lead lap altogether. Down through Brundle and Nelson goes Ted Bradbury, and he's picked up another position, has he not? Yes, he's ahead of Northern Velocity now, so Ted Bradbury into 6th position. And how are his lap times compared to the leaders? Well, he's just set a new fastest lap of the race last time by 1:26.2, 7 tenths quicker than the leader, but he needs more than that if he's going to start closing in to the tune of, 50 seconds or so that they were behind the leaders. And they're definitely one of those teams, aren't they, who would like to see the safety car. 3 times in Fun Cup Championship history we've had a safety car free race here at Snetterton. All of those races were on the 300 circuit, not the 200, but 3 times is as many as any track has had safety car free races. Anglesey and Donington have also had 3 races without safety cars, but they were shorter races. So as far as the endurance races, Snetterton is one of the least likely to get that safety car interruption.
Position change, that is another position gain for Ted Bradbury past George Grant. He might lose another one if he's not careful, because Alan Henderson's just sniffing around to try and pick up another place too. That car, again, not a Masters driver, because none of the drivers are at least under 45 or under 50, so they should be safe for that one. But the next Masters car in the sequence behind Clapham North at the moment is now Track Focus, and they're back currently 9th place, and they're lapping roughly at the same pace. In terms of also pace as well, talk about Ted Bradbury motoring. He's broken under 126 at 25.9 for Ted Bradbury. That would have been with the help of a toe, some more certain, as both GCI and also North Velocity also squeezed past George Grant. So he's now dropped behind 3 cars in one spot, down to 8th. So again, still holding station in 4th place in Masters now, but down to 8th place overall at this point in time, with around about, I would say, another 10 minutes to go, until the next pit window opens. Of course, I imagine that as soon as that opens, he might be one of the first ones in to hand back over to Abby, who can then put back in that rather rapid pace. But of course, that next stop might well be a slower one, given it's going to have to be fueled when George gets out and Abby gets back in.
Indeed so. And there is the Clapham North car heading down across the timing line again. And the battle's continuing on. I'm just desperately looking back through a result from 2011, Scott. It's the kind of thing I do when I've got a few spare minutes on my hands, because I'm just double checking. I suspect it was a new lap record by Bradbury. 27.54 was the lap record. Yes, that is quite comfortably a new lap record for Fun Cup around the Snetterton 200 circuit by quite some margin. The cars have come on since then. They're on different tyres. There have been other tweaks made to the cars since that point. But that existing lap record set by Nigel Greensall has very much been beaten now by Ted Bradbury, as he continues to charge up the order. He's now into the top 5, but as I said, quite some way off the race leader. The leader has just gone across the line to start another lap, and fabulous Randaccio, we haven't seen anything of him. He'll be feeling a bit jealous of Farchini. I think Farchini got a lot of screen time in his stint. Fabulous, we haven't really seen since he left the pit lane.
Shouldn't be as quick as Farchini then, should he?
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing himself a disservice being as fast as him, which, although I'd never say about a race leader, but there you go. So, just under 10 minutes, under 9 minutes to go until the next pit window opens, and then we will see a next round of pit stops coming through. And that means that Farchini will get back behind the wheel. So we should also mention that Clapham North are our associate sponsor of the championship this year as well for Fun Cup. So every single car has Clapham North stickers adorned on the front and rear, front bumper splitter and rear. Sorry, bumper section. It's sort of bottom end of the rear bodywork, shall we say, where the bumper would be if there was one. And so again, thank you to them for support of the championship. Of course, not only that, we're running a fully liveried car on the championship as well on top of that too. So it's good to see they're having full involvement. 48 seconds, as you say, is the lead between Uvio and GRD, the perennial rivals of this championship, going back and forth. In terms of lap time, at the moment, GRD, because given it is Chris Devell at the wheel, has been losing about roughly, 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap at this point in time. There is that Chris Devell, who is trying to line up a pass to Anders Hildebrand here. That's, or at least a lap, putting a lap on him. An on-track pass, not for position, because that car's still holding firm in second place. And FNS Morpheus are not that far away, because now you can see it go up the inside with Rob Boston Racing. That was James Riley getting past Morpheus. That was Greg Evans moving through, and also right behind them, sailing up to the back of them, is now Ted Bradbury on 127.1 his last lap. He's now charging forwards. So if he keeps up this pace, he might well get to possibly as best as third position, maybe even second, as he tries to force his way up the inside. But it looks like Greg Evans was thinking about letting him have the spot, then thought, no, I'll stay where I am, thanks. And of course, he's also having the battle, of course, as well, the damage on the front left splitter, which even with that is setting new lap records under 1 minute 26, which just shows again the calibre of driver that Ted Bradbury really is. You can't argue it.
No, absolutely not. And that left corner in particular is what does a lot of the work aerodynamically here on a track that features essentially only 2 left-handers on the 200 loop. You've got the quick right-handers at Riches, Coram, where you really do lean on the left front corner, so the fact that that's missing a chunk of the splitter is going to be quite noticeable, I think. Here he comes then to the inside. Oh, it's all getting very busy actually as we head towards the Wilson hairpin. He slices underneath the 252 car. That is third position for Ted Bradbury, and brings with him the FNS Morpheus car and nearly GCI Racing. 5 cars here absolutely together fighting over third position. Bradbury goes to third, but there are plenty more positions to be sorted out here, I think, on the run down the Bentley Straight and in towards the braking zone at Brundle and Nelson. So third, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th places, nose to tail, as we head down towards the braking zone again, and we inch ever closer towards that second round of pit stops.
Yeah, Morpheus there side by side with, that would have been Rob Boston Racing for position. No, at GCI, in fact. GCI swept round the outside of Rob Boston Racing. Now they're under threat from the charging Alan Henderson, which has also got damage to the right front. Through the inside he goes, and Henderson then keeping that car in the top 6. You have to say, that car is very much the North Velocity car. It's still in contention for a good result. I mean, whether it's going to be the race win, they'd need some kind of good fortune, but I think at the very least, the top 5 is not out of the question, particularly we've got Jack and Alan Henderson. Of course, now, this is, like with Jack, his first time racing this car, but he has raced pretty much rear-wheel drive his whole career. He's done MXR Super Cup, he was doing other endurance-based club racing, I think in a Ginetta mostly for a lot of the time. So he's well versed in long-distance races in rear-wheel drive cars and quick around circuits like Snetterton. So but I think I'm pretty certain that one of the years he was quite quick in this championship was in fact when the Super Cup ran the 200 circuit. I think it was 2015. I think it was 2015, 2016.
Right.
I think it was. So I need to look back at the stats I got for that championship and see exactly what he did. But there goes Ted Bradbury putting a lap on the Sunoco car, and now he's already on the back of Chris Devell. And I have to say, it's a matter of quite literally in a few moments' time when rather than if he makes the move and gets past into second place.
Well, normally at this stage, if you're Bradbury, you've carved your way through the pack, you've caught the GRD car, you're about to overtake it, you'd be thinking, right, job done, I'm in the lead now. He's 50 seconds off the lead of the race. This is a remarkable performance for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and through he does go now past Chris Devell for what is only second position. But yeah, Farchini was sort of playing down their chances this morning, which I thought was a little out of character when I spoke to him earlier on today, and sort of suggesting that, you know, some of the young new talent in the championship were going to be tough to beat. Well, I know we're still relatively early days, but to have this sort of a margin at this stage is very, very impressive indeed, and we'll get a look in a moment or two at what exactly that lead is over Ted Bradbury, but it is sizable. The Uvio car came across the line quite some time ago, and only now does Ted Bradbury lead this big pack of cars across the line. Through he goes. He's already gapped Devell by several seconds. 54.6 seconds the lead.
Imagine if he had a moustache, Farchini's twiddling his sleeve thinking, I fooled them all, I've got a great big lead now. But of course we haven't seen Riley Phillips get to the lead, and of course we've still got pit stops with fuel to come. Of course that will add time to them as well. So they've got the lead because I think arguably, of course, they've got two quick drivers, but they haven't actually fueled yet. And of course they had a good position to start with, when usually either Uvio have won a race and they start from the back of the grid anyway, but then it takes them, 10-15 minutes literally to get through the field regardless of the circuit. Well, they start mid-pack and pick their way through to a good spot and end up battling with GRD anyway, because I think it's a different sequence. So I'd imagine that at this point it would be Chris Devell who would have got his first stint out of the way, then you'd had Simon Rudd, then you have Riley Phillips normally. They've switched it around for this one, so GRD might be playing a long game here. Of course, yes, Chris is in the car right now, but now when you get Riley in the mix and arguably get the two stints for Chris out done before you then stack up Simon and Riley for the end of the stint, that might be where GRD start to bring this back, and this accordion effect we get in Fun Cup, where they all stretch out and come back together again at the end. It happens more often than you think. Yeah. I think that possibly GRD, and this is another masterstroke from Chris Devell, maybe just playing a bit of a long game here to let the faster drivers play out and close back towards them. Depends if a safety car happens, though. That's another factor to think about, and how that affects things.
Yeah, that's going to be quite vital, I think. We've had a fairly low attrition rate so far. One car out of the race. We know there's someone on the grass, actually, as I say that, at Marie's. Who was that? That was the Sunoco car pelting down the grass. Thankfully, I think they managed to get back on the road without too much drama. I take your point. However, that lead for Uvio is 54.5 seconds. It was 30 seconds when they came out of the pit lane. So even if they do need more fuel than the rest of them at the next stop, they've bought themselves 25 extra seconds to play with. This is one of the best stints I've seen from anyone in all of the years I've been covering the Fun Cup, and it doesn't really look as though anyone's going to eat significantly into that margin before the next round of pit stops. We're only a couple of minutes away, aren't we? So very, very impressive stuff.
I take that point, but I counter with two words simply. Riley Phillips.
Well, yes, true.
And of course, bear in mind, Uvio will probably extend their stint to the end of the pit window. As soon as it opens, GRD will be in. So they're going to maximise the stint with Riley. They'll put him in, give him an extra 10 minutes. He will try and start to get that time back. Plus, there might be more fueling on top of it. So, again, I still think there's a bit of punch and counter punch here between the two of them. I agree, it's a fantastic stint, and they've taken advantage of that. I just want to see how GRD play this with the strategy they're currently running. Now their drivers are a bit more out of sequence than they would normally have with Chris at the front. And then you have Simon, then you have Riley. They play it a little bit differently. Whether it backfires or not, or if it is backfiring, we'll find out, I'm certain, as the next couple of pit windows go on. Interesting stuff, isn't it? Meanwhile, Northern Velocity there have got themselves ahead of Rob Boston Racing for 4th position now, and the FNS Morpheus car has also got itself ahead of GRD, so Chris Devell, right towards the end of his stint, is now starting to lose some positions as Ted Bradbury goes through. Ted Bradbury then in clean air now was 1.1 seconds quicker that time than Fabulous Randaccio out in front.
and extending his margin quite considerably over GCI Racing. It's fascinating to me that all of this talk of the new teams, the new drivers, here we are an hour and 20 minutes into the race, and the top 3 teams are UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, PLR Racing and GCI Racing. The 3 most experienced teams on the grid are in the top 3 positions as we tick towards the end of the second stint of the race. Admittedly, PLR Racing not with its most experienced member of its driving team in the car right now, but they are still going to be absolutely thrilled to be up there in podium contention. Down the back straight we go. Rob Boston Racing thinking now about coming back against Northern Velocity. Here comes the challenge then from James Riley to the inside. He is going to go through, and so again, pass and repass. A lap ago it was the Northern Velocity car making progress, but it's so hard to get away from another group of cars. It's what makes actually what Ted Bradbury's doing so impressive, because he's just picking them up and putting them down, isn't he? As soon as he passes someone, boom, he's got 2 seconds and has broken the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And closing in his last lap time when he came across the line, which he hasn't done just yet, but of course the gap was, his last lap he was, well, this time by he would have been 4 tenths quicker than Fabulous. Let's see what his time this time by is, because last lap was 127.4 for PLR 127.2. He's taking another 4 tenths out of it, but again he's chipping away, but of course he has to hand that car over again, as that's an ailing Race Logic car 210. Very slowly on the approach through Montreal. So that is Julian Thomas at the wheel, and unfortunately that car not motoring at the same pace we've seen it in the past in years gone by. That car possibly struggling from what happened before with whatever happened at Ritchie's Corner. Maybe if Jamie's listening, maybe it might be worth, if it's possible, to have a chat with Daniel or Julian Thomas, one of the two, and just find out why that car went off at Ritchie's Corner, because we saw it facing backwards, but we never got to the solution of why it did, whether or not it had help, whether David did it by himself. One of the two. Either way, whatever happened is an issue. We've also got black and white flags for 22 and 257, so that's Sunoco Racing Team and for Red River Sport. And they've already had a drive-through as well for pit speed as well.
Yellow flags at the top of the straight, so I don't think that Race Logic car is going any further. I think it's stopped at the side of the road. It has pulled over, we're hearing the news. We all know what that could mean. Meanwhile, Rob Boston Racing continuing to scrap away here with Northern Velocity. This could be a game-changing moment, though. If that Race Logic car needs recovering, where is it in relation to the track? I think it's found an access road, hasn't it? It's pulled well out of the way, but we know that our race director, Julian Floyd, doesn't like leaving cars stricken at the side of the road. He'd rather get it back to the team so that they can work on fixing it and returning to the race. I would say 99% of the time in the past when we have a situation like this, we do go safety car. The trouble is we're in a pit window, and one thing he doesn't like doing is throwing safety cars in the middle of pit windows, so we might have to wait 10 minutes or so, but I do think a safety car is coming.
We'll see. See if that plays out the way it is, and of course some drivers are possibly going to go right to the end of it to try and extend as much time as they've got. For teams that I think will want to get their, well, perceptively quicker driver in the mix. So I'm looking at the teams like possibly GRD.
Well, they're in.
In fact, they're in. Yes, they're in. And Sarah Clapham North, which you anticipate they would have done, given they want to hand the car over to Riley Phillips, GRD, and get Abby back in to hand over from George to maximise their stint. So they're playing very much what I would typically call the UVO strategy, or the GRD strategy, which is pit at the end of the window with your faster driver, pit them at the beginning of the window for your perceptively less quicker driver. I'm trying to be polite when I say that, and then put the fast driver back in to give as much time as they can, as Alan Henderson's not bothered about pitting right now. He's more focused on battling away with the Rob Boston machine to James Riley, who's got to, of course, hand that car over to Jason Baker, former Ferrari racer, who will get his first chance behind the wheel of Fun Cup in this race. As for going out, I imagine that there will be fuel stops going on for both GCI and GRD already going out, and Clapham North are also, I think, fueling, for quite a long time. In fact, they're going out now. So Abby Eaton back at the wheel, and she will head back out. There's a huge wiggle there from James Riley putting the power on. It's still being chased by Alan Henderson. Neither of them pitting just yet, so they're going to carry on, as is GCI. So we'll see how this pit window plays out, and see if there are still yellow flags down at Montreal Hairpin. So the kind of order before we get to it, we'll wait and see. So UVO still lead, PLR in second place, then GCI Racing third, followed by Rob Boston Racing Northern Velocity. They're one's fighting right now on screen for fourth position. Morpheus to sixth. There are still yellow flags down at Montreal, so no overtaking into this complex. Flick left back onto the back straight. And there's again confirmation on the top of the screen. The pit window is definitely open. We've had our first few pit callers already. In have come Morpheus, in have come Trap Focus, in have come Greenheath. Demon Tweaks have also made a pit stop in 249. That's the red, probably red Demon Tweaks cars coming. We know that GRD have, and so Clapham North. So the first few cars already making their stops at the beginning of the window. Possibly, again, I'd imagine most of them trying to anticipate this safety car and get the stops in for the sequence. Because again, these cars that are staying out, they're kind of risking whether or not a safety car comes out, whether it's in the middle of the pit window or not. Whether Gene likes it or not, he might have to have his hand force and give that safety car in. We'll have to wait and see.
If there was a car on the track in a dangerous position, then yes, he would have no choice. But I think in this sort of situation, he should be able to just sort of wait till the end of the pit window. Again, those with experience will know that this is generally how these things play out. But yeah, even so, better safe than sorry, I suppose, to some extent. Lots of cars being warned about track limits, by the way, but not yet having any penalties handed out to them. As we are about halfway through now the pit stop window. Rob Boston Racing are in, the 252 car. And so that is James Riley's opening stint done. Jason Baker, as we said, getting into that car next. It's going to be fascinating to see what some of these leading teams do with fuel, particularly Uvio, when they come into the pit lane. What are they going to do with regards to refuelling? I suspect, well, we'll find out now because they're in. So Uvio are in. You can see Farkini there with his hand raised, the white helmet, the black and yellow overalls. In comes the Uvio car. And yes, they are refueling. So one churn of fuel. We don't know for certain what they did first time round, but definitely now, Scott, they are putting fuel in, and it's going to be a full churn of fuel. This is quite a long pit stop because the car must have been running pretty much on fumes if that's the first refuel they've done.
Seems like it, doesn't it? And also saw that Rob Boston Racing just going to make their pit stop as well. That is Will Blackman James James Riley handed to Jason Baker. That was that car finishing the stop, and I think that's obviously just exiting the pit stop as getting technically the lap back that it lost from being in the pit lane that long. So they're going to go forwards, and GRD have gone through.
Yep.
So they've gone for that, and of course that's both made a pit stop. So that means now that Uvio's gone through, so that 50-second lead, the version that they had, has now disappeared. Of course, but again, I'm going to remind you, 2 words: Riley Phillips. And we know how good a driver he is, but you're looking incredibly perplexed probably because of where that 50-second lead has gone.
Yes, let's wait and see at the end of the lap, because I don't think that might not have been for position. That might be because they were nearly a lap behind, weren't they? They were nearly a lap behind Uvio. So I suspect either that or there's been a complete disaster somewhere. But we saw the pit stop. It was clean. It was lengthy because of the amount of fuel that had to go in, but it didn't look too long. So I suspect maybe that's nearly a lap between them. But now we'll see whether Riley Phillips can start eating into that. And of course, if we do get a safety car, it might not matter anyway. Ted Bradbury is in, by the way, to hand the PLR racing car over to Timmy Two Laps, Tim Wheeldon, who will take over car 403. Red River Sports 257 is in as well. And so a couple more of the top 10 runners, in fact, in PLR's case, a podium runner, into the pit lane. Out goes Tim Wheeldon, in fact, and back out into the fray. So he's heading down towards Rich's corner, whilst Uvio, Farkini will be after me if I mess that name up. He always does pull me up on that. Uvio are leading the way, net race leaders. They're heading towards the timing line now. Through does go the GRD car, and yes, they're a minute and 23 seconds back. They're being registered now. Uvio go through. They are still your race leaders, despite the fact that quite a few cars actually haven't even made that second pit stop of the race.
I stand corrected. I think it was the illusion of having GRD going past, which I think is almost sometimes easy to do when you're in the middle of it. Northern Velocity making their pit stop, so that'll be Alan Henderson handing over to Daniel Irving, and he'll get his first taste of Fun Cup from pitting from third. And it's quite extraordinary the fact that, again, I take my hat off to them in fact in many cases. I agree with you. It's a good stint from Uvio, and the fact they've come out and still 10 seconds ahead of the GCI, who
haven't stopped
yet either. So that's incredible stuff on that side. And it's, I guess, to stretch your memory even further, Mr. McKeown, I guess, when was the last time you saw a performance, at least this early in the race, that was this good from Uvio? Of course, because they put on some good performances where they've come through from the back of the field to the front in 10-15 minutes or so, that quickly. But to be that far out in front, it almost seems very, dare I say it, very unfun cup-esque in terms of being that far in front already at this point in the race. Yeah, I mean, just to see any team actually have that sort of margin at this stage of the race is almost unheard of. It was just a perfect storm. They had a really good grid position, which they don't often get because of the random grid draw. They just more often than not seem to be sort of halfway down the grid or further back. They started near the front. They got to the front quite early. They ran cleanly, no safety cars to bunch everyone together. They obviously had that really quick first stop where we suspect
maybe they didn't refuel and others did, and it's just been a perfect storm for Uvio. Still trying to figure out what the actual gap is. I think PLR Racing are the highest placed of those to have made 2 stops apart from Uvio, so we'll find out in a while what the gap actually is, but it's by far the biggest lead I can recall seeing any team have, an hour and a half or so into the race. And it is just all going quite well at the moment for Uvio. There goes Abby Eaton back into the Clapham North car, sticking to the inside there of the Demon Tweaks machine. And that was for 10th position, wasn't it? Although Demon Tweaks haven't stopped yet. Abby has. She will probably come out of all of this back inside the top 5 or so, I reckon, once all is said and done. And we know from her opening stint that she's got the pace to perhaps move further forward than that.
Definitely so. Her last lap was a 1:27.6, so she's there with current leader pace at the moment. She's looking strong. Pit window has now closed, but remember, you're allowed to pass the pit window closed board once and once only, because at the end of that lap that you have passed the pit window, you have to make your pit stop, otherwise you will be penalised for pitting out of the designated window. And I think because they're quite regimented, it's incredibly rare that happens, isn't it?
It is.
That's it. You're looking perplexed again for some reason.
Well, PLR Racing, who I think are next second once all this is done, were 50 seconds behind Uvio going into that last round of pit stops. They're 1 minute and 13 seconds back now. And we know Uvio took fuel. The only thing I can think is that PLR double fueled, maybe, but that's... I don't really understand. It's not great for a commentator to admit this, I realise, but I don't really understand how Uvio are continuing every time they pit to gain 15 or 20 seconds minimum on their nearest competitors. It is baffling. We don't have minimum pit stop times in Fun Cup, so it's not like they're breaking any pit stop rules. They can come in and out of the pit lane as quickly as they physically can, within, of course, the speed limit rules. And they are doing that quite considerably quicker than any other team right now.
I think you can answer it simply in just 4 words. They're just that good.
Yeah, I
they're
suppose
just
so.
that good because they're multiple champions for a reason, and a dynamic duo are Farkini and Fabulous, and they tend to. Just when we thought that we couldn't surprise us any further, they're surprising you with just how good they are in this race. Whether it's the circuit layout is conducive to their driving style, or how the car feels, or just the way they race, or the strategies working out particularly the circuit for them and how they do things. It seems to be that this race so far, it's all just clicking in Uvio's way. Just it seems to be quicker and more prominently than they do in other races and other circuits.
Yeah, yes, I agree. I just don't know how they're doing it, and I'm sure there are 20 odd other teams out there who wish they knew how they were doing it, because it's clearly an advantage that they've got. PLR Racing now, of course, losing time as well to Uvio now that Ted Bradbury's out of the car, so they're 1 minute and 16 seconds back, but they are the second placed car that has made a second pit stop. GCI Racing are in now. Northern Velocity will have to pit this time too, as will FNS Morpheus, and that should promote PLR Racing up into second position. Rob Boston Racing will be third. The damage look on the front of the track focus car there. Jamie, meanwhile, is down in the pit lane, hopefully now able to shed some light onto what on earth is going on strategy-wise. Jamie, who have you got?
I wish I could. I think it's all a bit confusing down here, but we'll certainly do some investigating while I am roaming down the pit lane. I bumped into your old mate Jack Harding, who's making his debut in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship alongside Alan Henderson and Dan Irving. Welcome. How are you finding it?
It's good. People race hard, really hard. I've realised even it's not a sprint race, it feels like it sometimes. So now we made a good start and made up a lot of places, but the car just don't feel as quick as yesterday, and I thought it might just be me. But Alan's just confirmed that we're struggling in a straight line. Something from yesterday, I don't know what it is, but we'll figure it out. So we're okay when we're in a tow, but when we're on our own, we're very vulnerable. But we'll give it a good go. Anyway, we're still in top 5-ish, I think.
Yeah, you're still there, and you've been hovering around sort of the top 5 all day. Of course, for those that don't know, the Northern Velocity guys, if they win, will win £10,000. I know it's probably not on your mind at the minute, but it'll be a nice thing to have, won't it?
Oh yeah, of course it would. I think we'd have a lot of things need to go right though for us to do that. Like I said, if we had the pace we had yesterday, it was really, really good. But then then you got to put pit stops and stuff in that as well. So we had a slow pit stop. So we'll just give it a good go. We're enjoying it, and anything can happen. Obviously, safety car near the end or anything like that. You should never know, do you?
And you've done a lot of one-mate racing in either rear and front-wheel drive. I mean, what attracted you to this? I might have been badgering you a little bit to come and do this, but it's a great little championship to be part of. As you say, the racing's hard. The guys out there have been doing it for 10, 15, 20 years. You learn a lot, but you also have to learn very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've always got on so well. I've been with the lads at AK and Alan and Dan. I've known them for over 10 years, and it was just like, right, okay, what can we do together? And we'd kept an eye on the Fun Cup for the last couple of years, and we thought, let's give it a try. We've done a lot of sprint racing, proved ourselves in that, and we said, let's just go do something together, and we'll win together and we'll lose together. And we're just having a bit of fun. It's like I said, it's tough, but we're enjoying it. So,
all right, excellent stuff. Cheers, mate. Thanks. Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, good to hear there from Jack Harding. Spoke to him this morning, and he was saying much the same thing, really enjoying his time in the Fun Cup. Felt that they'd lost pace since yesterday. When they were testing yesterday, he said he felt among the quickest cars out there, and then they put new tyres on the car for qualifying this morning, and it seemed to lose pace. They were hoping that as the tyres wore out, the balance of the car would fall back into their favour, but perhaps that hasn't quite happened. Right, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport lead the way, and we're just waiting for the timing screen to shuffle itself back into some sort of order. We think actually Rob Boston Racing are now potentially, in fact no, Team GRD I think might be third. PLR Racing are losing some ground on this particular stint. Tim Wheeldon losing a few positions since he jumped into the car, and in fact he is nearly a lap down, would you believe, on Uvio. I think the next car ahead of the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car now is the PLR Racing car. They've just lapped 7th place GCI Racing. We're not even halfway through the race, and this is, if you like, the problem. I hesitate to use that word, but it is the problem when we race on shorter tracks. If we don't get safety cars, and if one team does dominate the first half of the race, you all of a sudden end up in a situation where quite a lot of cars fall one lap down, and I think we're well on our way towards that situation, aren't we? He's not even that far away from lapping the likes of Team GRD, which is unthinkable, really, isn't it? Although Riley Phillips, what's Riley's pace like? He just did a 31.0, which was quite a slow lap for Riley. Again, traffic, I'm sure, had something to do with that, but yeah, there's a real danger here that some of our favourites to win the race, perhaps, could end up falling off the lead lap.
It's a distinct possibility, isn't it? It's not something that any of us considered at the start of the race, given that, as you say, only an hour and 40 into it, and bearing on half distance, which I guess just shows just how much more impressive this race simply has been. And the fact that you can't remember exactly just how the last time that Uvio were this dominant in a race just says it all. And again, I have to bow to your superior experience in watching Uvio having raced several times. I thought, for example, that having Riley in the mix, getting into that car and switching the stint like they did, is it one of those rare occasions where, I don't want to tempt fate, has it potentially backfired for them? Is it that plus the fact there's no safety cars? Possibly it hasn't quite worked out. Maybe the default strategy was the best possibility, because it seems that all that work was done mostly in the second stint, as we go almost all 3 wide between Red River Sport there and GCI and one of the other cars, which is further back in the order. GCI are the ones that are, this is for position of course in fact, between the two of them. And Red River Sport make the move. That's up at the 7th place. Johnny Molan getting past the 111, which means that is now Craig Butt, Ian Wood relinquishing the place again, and stuck behind the lapped car for good measure as well. Yeah, this seems to be a race where Uvio in particular just getting on with it, and for a team that doesn't take it all that seriously, they're taking this. they are seriously dominating this race.
Yeah, well, outwardly they might not take it that seriously, but I think they have realised that they had to sort of step up a little bit over the last year or so. They've not had things their own way for the last few seasons, but yeah, they clearly have been concentrating quite hard on making sure that they are the ultimate package for this weekend, and they have been flawless. They haven't put a foot wrong yet, touch wood, and they've got a minute and 11 second lead. The biggest winning margin in Fun Cup Championship history, I hear you ask, Scott, is 96.1 seconds. It was a race at Donington Park in 2021. It was a race that was won by Uvio. So they have history with this. In fact, 3 of the top 6 biggest winning margins in Fun Cup Championship history were races won by the Uvio squad across their various different driver lineups, but Fabulous and Farkini were part of most of them. So 96 seconds, the biggest winning margin. Well, they are 71 seconds clear, give or take now, and we're not even halfway through the race, so who knows, we could be breaking a record if the race goes safety car free, certainly, for the rest of the afternoon. It's FNS Morpheus who are second, actually, so I've sort of overlooked them slightly. They've crept nicely up into second place with a really quick pit stop. The 553 car now back in the hands of Neo Clark, going really well. Northern Velocity are third, so they've been in and around podium places pretty much all race long. That car, as we've said, is now being driven by Daniel Irving for the first time, and Daniel's pace is perfectly fine. He's last lap was in the 29s in traffic, but I think he's capable of going quicker than that. Although, as I say that, he loses third position to Riley Phillips. So Riley Phillips for Team GRD, he is now the one to watch, isn't he? He's a minute and 19 seconds off the lead, and in fact on the previous lap was 2/10 slower than Farkini, but he is making decent progress now.
He is. I'd also give a shout out as well outside the top 5. Fastest car on the track right now, Gillish set a new personal best. So that car, Abby Eaton at 146 again. Abby Eaton with a 126.5 personal best for that car as well, and it is right on the tail of that. It was, as I look back to it, out of Richie's corner, up another place. That's now up into 8th position. Next target is PLR, who are only 2.5 seconds up the road, and their last lap was a 129.3, which currently has Tim Wilden at the wheel, but they're just in front of them right there now. So I think you're right in terms of saying Abby's very steadily but slowly bringing that car, well, I say slowly, steadily bringing that car back up the order. So by the time it comes back in, I think you're right, it could be hovering around the top 5, particularly as you've got quite a group of those cars battling for 4th, 5th and 6th, are in the kind of gaggle together, not too far away from each other.
Yes, now, really useful update here from Jamie. He might not be on camera all the time, but don't worry, he's not skiving. He's not found himself a nice comfy seat and a pile of biscuits to work his way through. He has been chatting to teams and getting some fuel information for us. PLR and GRD both double fueled, so they took 2 full churns of fuel. That's why they had significantly slower pit stops than Uvio, who we saw only took 1 churn of fuel. So it does almost double the length of the pit stop, because you can't do anything else to the car. No one else can touch the car whilst the fuel is going in, so you can't do the driver change. One driver gets out, then you do all of the refueling, and then you plug your new driver in. So an extra churn adds quite a chunk of time onto a pit stop, and that goes at least some way towards explaining why they lost so much time. So actually, an even more important stint this now for Riley Phillips. If he can start eating into the advantage that Uvio have, they might just have a chance of getting themselves back into contention, or at least staying on the lead lap, which is really their minimum that they need to do over this middle portion of the race. So GRD and PLR, that's the reason for their slow pit stops. So thank you, Jamie. Really useful information.
Agreed. Good stuff, Jamie. The position change for 5th position might be imminent, because you can see from the onboard shot here for Johnny Molam. If we get a chance to see onboard with Johnny Molam in a Fun Cup car, we're getting it here for this one of our 2 live cameras in this broadcast. And chasing after the Rob Boston racing car, which does currently have Jason Baker at the wheel now in its 3rd stint. It's Jason's first run in the Fun Cup car, because he's given as good as he can, given that he is a former Ferrari challenge racer, so he's doing a fine job at the moment on his Fun Cup day. If you look at lap time wise, his last lap was a 128.3 compared to a 126.9 for Johnny, so it's not too bad, but it looks to that he's hit a bit of a wall in terms of getting past him at the moment, because even in the tow he wasn't able to fully get past at the pace he'd like to. There goes Riley Phillips. Yes, there goes Northern Velocity in 4th position. Here comes P5, and in the background you can see as well that there has been a change, so up another place past PLR, and PLR also lost out to GCI Racing, but were they a little slow down the pit straight there?
I don't think they had a great run off the last corner from what I saw. I don't think it was anything to worry about, but Tim Wheeldon is struggling a little bit for pace at this stage, and there goes Johnny Molan past now the Rob Boston racing car, as we suspected would be the case. So 257 gaining a position. Quick note, by the way, I know we were bigging up the possibility of a safety car before that last round of pit stops, but I have had it confirmed the Race Logic car was collected because it was so far off the road. They were able to collect it with a recovery vehicle and recover it to the pit lane without the need for a safety car. So we do not have the chance, imminently anyway, of safety car interruption. Only 2 hours and 17 minutes to go. Will we go safety car free for the 4th time in championship history here at Snetterton? And the first time on the Snetterton 200 circuit, I wonder. It got that kind of feel about it at the moment, but you just never know. As attrition inevitably starts to spike in the second half of the race, there's always a chance that the complexion of the race could change. Through corner goes the Red River Sport car, now setting its sights on Northern Velocity several seconds further up the road.
Yep, and just behind them is now a fight that's going to go on for sixth position now between Rob Boston Racing and Clapham North. And Abby has been steadily putting in personal effort. Her last up was 126.1, so this second, she's coming alive in the second stint now. And she is genuinely the fastest car on track at the moment. The next fastest car, ironically, is Uvio on a 126.931, a 126.1 at this point in the mid-stint. It's pretty rapid progress, but there she goes up the inside past the Rob Boston car, past Jason Baker. And pace-wise, her next target is going to be Johnny Moe. This will be for P4, and I don't want to tempt fate, but of course, if you look at how things currently are at the moment, because first and second in the Masters category, in the top 3 spots overall, so technically, if the race was to end right now, this would be effectively for the Masters victory, given that we ignore Masters drivers that finish on the overall podium when it comes to that result. So, as it stands right now, in terms of where everyone else is respectively in the field, this is for the net Masters lead. Although she did thump the curb quite a bit there going through there, but you can tell she's pushing and matching, even bettering the pace that she was setting in clear at the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And if she can keep on matching or going quicker than the leader, she might be able to get back on the lead lap, because look, there is the Uvio car, only a couple of cars ahead. So for her and Johnny Molam, actually, worthwhile maybe working together here to try and get onto terms with the leader ahead, get back on the lead lap and keep themselves in the game. That's the key in endurance racing. Stay on the lead lap and you've always got a chance. If you fall off the lead lap, there's really very little you can do then to get back into contention. Across the line they go then. Uvio about to put a lap on Northern Velocity now, I believe. That's the 4th placed car then about to fall off the lead lap as they head into Rich's corner. And I reckon the next time we see that group, the Uvio car will be ahead of the Northern Velocity machine as they continue their dominant run. And yes, indeed they are. And here now come Molam and Eaton. Molam's back ahead of Abby. Was he already ahead of Abby? I think he was. No, yes, that has changed, hasn't it? And they both now nip up the inside, heading down onto the Bentley Straight.
And Abby had to hang tough around the outside, the exit of Montreal onto the Bentley Straight, but she managed to make it work. And she was initially so busy trying to battle with Johnny Molam to try and get past, but he threw the block down towards Montreal. And then as they were both battling each other nose to tail, Irving moved down to didn't move out of the way. He was put to the outside anyway, given that the GCI car had Uvio got through anyway. So because of that, it then changed around. All it changed around again, and now you can see Uvio just ahead of Red River Sport, and they're going to get the tow benefit from Uvio. But of course, Abby's going to get the double tow from both of them, and now get the chance to ironically try and unlap herself if she can, to get themselves in another good position. So another good steady progress up the order from where they were when they pitted.
Oh, Farkini completely sideways, really dancing the car around through Coram. But yeah, you're right, these two have gained quite a chunk on the Uvio car over the last half a lap or so, and I think they will have a chance now perhaps to get back ahead of it. And this will be a genuine battle. They need to try and get ahead of Uvio if they can, to keep their hopes alive really in this race. Here comes Abby then to the outside of the Johnny Molam driven Red River Sport car. There's no way through into Rich's, but they're both now all over Uvio, who, as I said, would not be a pass for position, but this would be a really significant overtake if they can make it happen.
Looking to the outside, he's forcing Molam to go defensive on the run towards Montreal Hare, but he's not comfortable on the racing line. Looking for that up and under, can't quite get the outside line, but now Molam will get the reprieve with a bit of a tow from Farkini in front, but of course Abby's going to get the double tow from the two cars in front here. Back down the Bentley Straight, looking a little cooler now in this afternoon part of the race. We're looking at what's the time right now. It is around about
10 to 4.
Yeah, 10 to 4. Thanks for the time. The speaking clock. I've
got my uses.
Yes. Now this is interesting. Abby's going to try and Red River Sport's trying to get an unlap himself from Uvio, and they do. And now Abby's forced a bit of an awkward position. Looks around the outside and thinks, I don't care if you're the leader. I'm going back around the outside and unlapping myself anyway. So through she goes, and still hasn't got past Red River Sport. But Johnny's not an experienced ex-Le Mans racer and a GT racer and seen it and done it all in sports cars and GTs for nothing. And certainly both of them have gone through. And that's quite interesting in terms of pace, given that is that Farkini struggling on a heavier fuel load, or is that just possibly the tyres going off a little more, or the cooler temperatures may be benefiting some of the cars that run with better pressures? What do you think's happening here?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he has definitely lost some pace over the last few laps, and that psychologically will have been an interesting moment for Farkini, because he will have known that when he got into the car, they were give or take 50 seconds up the road from anyone else. to now be overtaken by two cars that he knows are potential race winners, that might just unsettle him ever so slightly. Speaking of, Abby Eaton here trying to go to the outside of Johnny Molan through the first corner. Is Farkini going to buy into this? Of course he is. Thinks about going to the inside of both of them. That door was closed firmly in his face by Johnny Molan, but he does at least get back to the inside of the Clapham North car. That's the outside for the left-hander though, and Abby Eaton will just about keep the race leader behind her. But this is starting to become a bit perilous now, isn't it, for Uvio? They don't really need to be getting too involved in this battle, but it's Farkini, and he knows the significance of keeping these two cars off the lead lap.
Definitely, particularly when they're fighting for 4th position, but of course anything can happen, and it certainly could change in the blink of an eye. Now, Kusi going to go around the outside and go for the lead at 4th position. Yes, she is. Good move to hold the line. Gets it stopped for Nelson. Does she with enough pace? Job done, up to 4th position. And we know how good she is in clear air, particularly with this part of the race, it seems. And the longer, of course, Uvio stays behind Red River Sport, the bigger advantage that's going to give not just the Clapham North, but of course it will give the advantage to GRD and FNS that will try and claw some time back. And of course, looking at time-wise, the only other car that seems to be matching the pace of these cars in this battle pack appears to be Riley Phillips. He's in clear air by 3.5 seconds behind Morpheus and taking advantage of that. So it's pretty important that he's taking full advantage of that. Uvio, meanwhile, what does Farkini do? Does he just sit here and get a tow from River Sport? Does he get a tow from Johnny Molan? Does he just let Abby get away or try and chase after her? It's a bit of an interesting decision here for Uvio to try and make here with about still, 10 minutes left until the next pit window and reaching half distance.
The sensible thing to do is to just sit there. He doesn't need to overtake them. He doesn't need to take the risk, but there is genuine merit in putting them a lap down, isn't there? He will know that, because if we get a safety car and they're trapped a lap down, that's it. They're trapped. They're not going to be able to challenge realistically, but if they stay on the lead lap, even if they're nearly a full lap behind, they should get a wave around and they regain basically a full lap if we do get a safety car. It's looked unlikely so far, but you never do know. It could still happen. So yeah, there is merit in putting these two cars a lap down, but he did have them a lap down. They caught him and they overtook him. So is it really worth the risk? I would say maybe not. Meanwhile, Johnny Molan wants to try and reclaim that 4th position if possible. Goes to the inside of Abby Eaton into Brundle. That's the outside for Nelson. And I think the Clapham North car will stay ahead for now. Does that open the door for Farkini? Yes, it does. And he backed out of it. That was a very definite backing out of the move from Farkini. So I think that tells us everything we need to know about his mindset.
Even with that, there was a very stern behave Farkini from Fabio Oco on the radio saying, don't get involved too much. It might be Johnny Molan, but don't get involved too much. And so he might just sitting back because he knows he's in a good position to try and hold on to this. He's still 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead in the lead, of course, and second and third have only just gone across the line to start the lap that Uvio is just about to end. He's got the tow now from Johnny Molan, who himself is trying to get a tow from Abby Eaton as they hug the pit wall to get a bit of a side draft. Look at lap time wise this time by across the line. It is a 28.1 for Eaton, 28.0 for Red River Sport, 27.4 for GCI Racing. Well, the lap time for Uvio there was 28.0, that's what I was looking for, as it's back to the outside line. And this, ironically, this is exactly what Abby, not ironically, it's exactly what Abby wants. She wants Johnny to be so busy fussing around with Farkini behind her, she can start to try and pull a little bit of a gap. But of course, those two are quick enough anyway, so if she tries to get away with the tow, you can see here, immediately, Johnny's immediately locked on, trying to get another slipstream down towards Brundle Nelson they go, under the bridge. And again, thinks about going defensive, but Abby's got confidence on the outside to try and hold on, and for the third time in as many laps, takes the outside line, flicks right through Nelson, and continues on with Uvio and Farkini still keeping a watching brief behind him, still in the lead, but in terms of lap time, you compare it to Riley's pace, 126.7 at the moment, only 1.4 seconds off Morpheus in clear air, compared to Farkini getting stuck / playing with both Johnny Molan and Abby Eaton on the track and losing about a second and a bit per lap at this point.
Yeah, it's indeed so. GCI Racing, I think, catching this group, so there's a chance more people could get themselves back onto the lead lap here as they head towards the end of the first half of the race. We're 7 and a bit minutes away from that. Let's head back down to the pit lane, though, see who Jamie's catching up with now.
Well, I'm actually not in the pit lane. I've come paddock side for a change, and I've bumped into Paul and Christian Rose because today is the Fun Cup Endurance Championship's 25th birthday. 25 years ago, these wonderful cars appeared in the UK there's only a handful of cars at the start. They're only available in red and white, but now look at it, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we had 12 cars here for the first race, and it was a 6-hour race, fantastic. And I was driving myself. I did the last stint myself, well. And I'm looking at all the instruments in the car thinking, I've flogged the living daylights out of this car for 6 hours and the oil temp's good, oil pressure's good, water temp's good. It was a great event actually. Although we only had 12 cars, it was still really good.
Do you secretly miss driving?
Yes. It's no secret.
Yeah. And Chris, you've been out there today, you've been getting stuck in as you usually do. Obviously you don't drive as much as you normally do, but it is still nice for your dad to give you a day off and go out and play.
It sure is. You know, the team we're in, it's with Scrappy and Raheel. Scrappy, as you know, is a few seconds off the pace. It's Raheel's first ever race in Fun Cup, so it's just a really fun, relaxed team, and they're both doing a great job, to be fair. I think I'm the only one that's gone a bit too sideways. But the racing is so good out there. There's a fight for everyone. You know, we're towards the back of the grid at the moment, but we've got a really good fight on with Gary Summers, or the G-Force team, and that's playing out, I think, currently in our hands. So, yeah, may continue.
And this year, Paul, it's our strongest year ever. We've got more new teams coming in, lots more younger drivers coming in, but 17 of the 24 cars or 25 cars that are out there have a driver over the age of 55. It just shows you that Fun Cup is the place to be, and it's available for everybody.
Yeah, it is, although I must admit I'm a bit worried about car 262. They're the new team.
They're a bit quick, aren't they?
They're too quick, I think. I did go down and have a word with them to see if they could slow down a bit, because they're up for the prize, as you know, 10,000 for first, you know. So anyway, they've agreed to slow down a bit.
That's lovely, but did you have to pile them with alcohol at the end of the race?
Yes.
Yeah, thought you would. Right, go and have some fun. Go and watch telly. Good luck later on, Chris. That's Christian and Paul Rose having their annual interview down here in the paddock, and it's back to Scott Woodwis and Andy McEwen.
Oh, it was great to hear from them, especially on Fun Cup's 25th birthday, which was not something I was aware of actually coming into the weekend. But yeah, fantastic to think how far the championship's come from a 12-car grid 25 years ago to now. Here we are with 25 cars that started this race. We've been known to have nearly 30 cars on the grid in recent times, and it's all through the hard work of those two men there, Paul and Christian Rose. Christian taking on a lot of the day-to-day running of the championship now, but Paul's still very much involved in the company and attends every race, and he's a huge part of the paddock, and Paul in particular a huge part of my commentary journey as well. It was the Fun Cup that gave me my first break again a number of years ago, and I have to thank him and the championship for that. Wouldn't be where I am now without them. So great to see the championship continuing to stride forward and be as competitive, if not more competitive, than it's ever been before.
Yeah, agreed. And my journey with it, of course, I started with BRSCC back in 2015. Of course, it was a Fun Cup. It's been a Fun Cup championship, I think, pretty much ever since it first came to UK shores, if I'm correct. I'm sure that either Paul or Christian will, or even Jamie will correct me very vehemently if that was the case. But nonetheless, it's a championship which I think, given your enthusiasm for it, I've kind of inherited that. So I jokingly say I blame you for how much I drive Fun Cup these days now. But I can see why, because of course when you get to actually properly watch a race, and there are, I think, some people who wrongly say, oh, it's a 4-hour race, not much happens. If we look at a typical Fun Cup race, a lot happens in 4 hours. There tends to be what I call the accordion effect, where everyone kind of comes together, is close at the start, it's close battling. Then you get the first pit window, things spread out a little bit, you get some battles, but typically by the time you get to the end of the race, at least for the lead battle or for a podium place, you do tend to find that the gaps start to close back in again. You start to get those gaps that come back together right towards the end until they get to the checkered flag. And we've had, in recent years, as the championships have become more and more competitive, more and more close finishes where after 4, 6, even 8 hours race, 3 hours, even an hour sprint or so, races are still decided by, in some cases, less than a second at the flag between 2 or even 3 cars. So it's quite phenomenal that this championship has continued to go for 25 years, first a series, then a championship, from strength to strength, and where it is now, where you've got top talent and top drivers in here, like, for example, Abby Eaton and Johnny Merlin are 2 drivers to watch out for. We've had even drivers like JK in this championship before, as in from Jamiroquai fame, and others have come through this and given it a go and shown what they've done. And so many good drivers. I think Jake Hill's been in it before, British touring car champion. Tom Ingram as well on top of it. That's in terms of, and they'll come away from it thinking how waxing lyrical about how great it is. So to have lots of positive encouragement and actually advocation by drivers of that calibre just shows how good it is, and why more and more keep coming into it and keep hearing, not just by word of mouth, but the fact every race is now live streamed. It's a really good, simple way to put it together. All the cars are come from one spot. We've got a car that's gone around at Murray's.
Yes, didn't see who it was, unfortunately. The camera panned across too quickly, but there is a car pointing the wrong way. Hopefully it can continue on. Sorry to jump across you there, Scott, whilst you were waxing lyrical about the championship. Quite rightly so, it deserves it, but well, is that going to... Oh no, I think the car has continued. It was the 158, I reckon, which had the rotation. That was G-force, and Gary Summers perhaps experiencing a bit too much G-force there as his car went backwards through the final corner.
They won't thank for saying it's not the first time that car's had a spin today. It had a spin in qualifying, which initially I remember being down. I was down in the Clapham North pits when it happened, and there was a shout of, "Oh no, Abby's spun!" And then looked at it again. It's not that, and it almost caught George off guard before he was about to get into the car to practice pit stop and change. So that was a bit of unneeded nerves before he got back in, but thankfully it was all good. But the car did look arguably very similar when you look at it from a distance, so it's all to be forgiven in that sense. GRD continuing on. Riley Phillips hasn't got away from Neo Clark all that much in this stint. He still kept the 553 Morpheus Motorsport car in tow as they come through the bomb hole towards the end of this pit window. And lap time wise, everything just settling down a little bit. Again, Uvio's car, I think they're benefiting now from the tow they're getting from Clapham North, because their last lap was their personal best of the race, 126.5. Everyone else behind them is doing 127s in the top 5, the quickest of which is the Clapham North car of Abby Eaton, 127.0. So this is good stuff from them so far, behind Morpheus and GRD and River Sports to holding on to 5th. And we should also, we need to remember, of course, talk about Masters, of course, because as we said before, Masters it applies, the only exception you'll find is you've got Masters drivers, it's any cars on the time screen you see with the pink number backgrounds. It's drivers aged 45 or 50, or it's either 45 or 50 years old plus. But there's a rule in Fun Cup where if a team with a Masters in the Masters class finishes in the top 3, they are essentially nullified from the Masters podium, because of course it means it's a quick car anyway. It means then that not getting 2 sets of awards, so it means they're second and third, they're getting a trophy anyway because they're overall second and third, which means that if there is one in there, they get kind of ignored from the Masters podium, which means they get 4th, 5th and 6th. So 4th, 5th at the moment, and 9th would be the podium, which at the moment would be, if things stay as they were, with the next, as we've gone literally into the second half of the race with 2 hours completed, 2 hours to go, the current Masters top 3 pretty much, when you look at it taking GRD and FNS Morpheus Motorsport out of the equation, is currently Team Clapham North leading on 146 in the Masters category. If you take second and third out, then Red River Sport in second place, and then third is the car back in 9th, which is the PLR car, which has Ted Bradby plus also Neil Plimmer and Tim Wilden, so there's plenty going on. Speaking of plenty going on, there's plenty of jostling going on onto the Bentley straight between this little bunch.
Yes, this is for 11th position. Axiometrics with 11th position at the moment, the 103 car. See data there were a bit wide coming out of the Wilson hairpin, so Greenheath got ahead of them for 12th spot. We've got the Team Viking car in this group as well. That car's not on the same lap as the cars around it, the yellow and blue car, but yeah, good dicing for position here. Signature RV as well, I think. Yes, they are battling for position with these cars too, the orange and blue car at the back of the group. So a lot are going on in the midfield, just outside the top 10 this, and Axiometrics were at the front of the group. It's now Team Greenheath. Haven't really mentioned Greenheath much today. They've been regular front runners over the last year or so. They've really taken a big step forward, but Paul Turner and Gary Bate having a slightly under the radar run today. They are knocking on the door of the top 10. They're in 11th position, and they are now how far behind the top 10? 2.7 seconds behind PLR Racing. Tim Wheeldon now down into 10th position. Tim Wheeldon took the car over in a podium spot, and he's now in danger of falling out of the top 10 altogether, as we now do head into the next round of pit stops. Yellow flags at the Wilson hairpin, so something's happened around the next corner. I wonder who or what that is. Can we see a car anywhere that it shouldn't be? Not from that camera angle, but the yellow flags must be out for a reason, Scott.
If not, maybe debris on the side. We didn't see anything obvious at the apex of Montreal hairpin, so it's obviously a car. If it has gone somewhere, then it has gone firmly off the road somewhere, but it's a spot we can't see. Safety car
in a pit window as well. Now this is very, very rare indeed. This is going to completely change things around, and the really switched on teams need to get themselves in now and get their next pit stop, the third pit stop of the race complete. So this has come absolutely out of nowhere. I'm not sure what the reason for the safety... it's the Race Logic car again. The Race Logic car again, and it's stopped this time in a much more dangerous position, right on the edge of the road, and Julian Floyd had no choice but to throw the safety car, and this turns the race potentially on its head.
Tell you what, though, I think Uvio just made their stop literally as the safety car was coming out. So I think they've just exited the pit lane, whilst the likes of... Well, I think they have anyway.
No, still on 2 pit stops. Yeah.
Illusion of pace of my eyesight. So both Clapham North and Uvio have gone through.
Yes.
So too has Red River Sport. The safety car has picked up the Northern Velocity car, which is currently sat in 6th position. You can see GCI are in, Rob Boston are in, Demon Tweaks 249 are in, PLR are in as well. So is the Ninky Knob, but they've been in the pit lane for the last 71 laps or so anyway, so that's not really going to work out. Northern Velocity, actually, the ones that are possibly going to lose out the most on this, because look, they're stuck behind the safety car, forced to go at safety car speed. So therefore, because of that, this could be a massive loss for Northern Velocity. Of course, Daniel Irvin's got no choice but to go at the safety car pace, whilst everyone else is going to be speeding around back to the pit lane. You can see Viking also finished their stop. GCI have also finished their pit stop at half the field are in to make those mandatory stops. And again, it's a no-brainer. Why wouldn't you go out unless you do that? So some of these will come through. GRD are in as well. So, of course, is Morpheus. That's still GCI in there as well. And naturally, Morpheus, we're going to get obviously Uvio will do that because they are on track behind Clapham North, so I'm sure they will do so too.
GRD are in now as well, and Morpheus, as you said, so that's going to be a significant pair of pit stops could do with. In fact, there is the GRD car. I think they were taking fuel on. We cut away just as we panned around to it. Uvio now in as well. They, of course, were nearly a lap ahead of those cars, so everyone is going to make a pit stop now, and we'll wait and see exactly what the gaps are. It's an absolute nightmare situation, this, though, for Julian Floyd up in race control to try and make sure that when all is said and done, we end up with the right car behind the safety car at the right time, and we don't end up having to do really complicated wave rounds because the leader was so far ahead of everyone else and they've now pitted. It could be quite easy to get this wrong. There's the fuel going into the Uvio car. We expected a lot of fuel. It's a perfect opportunity now, isn't it, to just dump 2 full churns in the car. They know they're not going to lose the lead. They know that they've got free time to play with here, so stick all of the fuel in that you can, and that potentially means only one more refueling stop required between now and the end of the race. Back out they will go, and just like that, they are going to be picked up by the safety car. That's good news. They should be the first car in line behind the safety car, but we'll have to wait and see how this all sorts itself out as to who ends up on the lead lap and who ends up off the lead lap. Greenheath were coming through in the background, so they're going to be unfortunately tracked a lap down. But that might mean, Scott, that we have somewhere in the region of 8 or 9 cars back on the lead lap, and they'll all come right around to the back of the queue. We've got a race on our hands again.
Definitely so. And also notice the car immediately behind, because they were the car that Uvio followed in, was the Team Clapham North car, so George Grant's that car now. I'm certain at this point in time, if you're in this safety car, like you said, because you're going to lose less time, it makes sense in a way to go ahead and put much fuel in as much as you can, if you can afford to. Most teams, I think, can do that, because you're going to lose less time. And I think this will certainly benefit, at least given the fact that Clapham North is going to be, well, track position wise, they'll benefit from the fact they're right behind the races. They're second in the queue, so it'll be less time for drivers having to pick their way through and pass through the order.
Look who is right behind the Uvio car. That's the Clapham North machine. Now, is that a lap down? I think it will be, won't it? It'll just have been trapped a lap down, Scott. That's a shame, but we know they potentially have the pace to get that lap back, don't they?
They do, once Abby gets back in, of course. So I think that they're fortunate they said that stop has happened behind the safety car. But as long as the safety car goes on, it means it'll start to, technically it'll eat into George's stint. Therefore, effectively, ironically, I think teams like Clapham North and others want the safety car to go on, ironically, longer, because it means then that, for example, George can, the longer it goes on, he can sit behind the leader and just simply sit there, and it's less time for the cars behind to try and put pressure on him, and therefore, when he does hand that back over to Abby, it will be in a better position where he'll have spent less time going forward, and he might even be a little bit fresher for his final stint when he comes in after he hands the car back from Abby for the final stint of the race after their final pit stop.
Indeed so. So I'm slightly overestimated how many cars we'd have on the lead lap, because Greenheath had actually gained a load of places in that pit stop, so they were further up than I thought. We'll have 3 cars on the lead lap. Uvio, of course, the leaders. FNS Morpheus quietly going about their business this afternoon, but they are now going to be second position and on the lead lap. That car now being driven by Greg Evans again for the second time. And then Team GRD, how do they do it? Here they are, back on the lead lap. This is Chris Devell's second and final stint as well, so similar situation to that of George Grant. They're eating in to his driver time. They've got Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips respectively to take the car home, and they're right back in the game now because they're going to be, okay, they'll be right at the back of the safety car queue. They're not going to be on the tail of Uvio, but it's a heck of a lot closer than a minute and 20 seconds or so, which was the deficit before the safety car. So this is a big, big win for those two teams.
Currently at the moment under the safety car, yes, it's elementary, but for the record, the gap is 23 seconds under the safety car for FNS Morpheus, 31 seconds for GRD. Yes, they're behind the safety car.
Well, it'll be less than that at racing speed, won't it?
Of course it will. So that essentially, the biggest loser out of all of it technically is Uvio, because that massive lead they have over a minute has, because of a safety car, just been completely wiped out because of the pace that, well, yes, we've got Chris Devell with the GRD car, yes, and in terms of Morpheus Motorsport, they've now put Greg Evans in there, so we know how quick Fabulous is, so he will try and extend that gap as much as he can, but it just depends on how well of a gap, how much damage limitation Morpheus and GRD, and technically also, well, Clapham will let lap down anyway, but how much damage limitation in the form of how much pace they can afford to, or they can get away with losing in second and third, to be able to give that car back to their respective faster drivers when they go to the second part of the race.
Indeed. So now, caveat all of this with when we do go racing, of course, FNS Morpheus and Team GRD, they're going to have a lot of traffic between themselves and Uvio, so there is a chance that gap will grow initially, but hey, they will take even just a shred of hope here that they can get back into it. I've had confirmation from Jamie, by the way, GRD double fueled again. Waiting for confirmation on what Uvio did. I suspect they double fueled, but I can't be 100% sure of that. And so I think, we'll try and get Jamie to confirm that maybe with the team. They're often quite tight-lipped, the teams, understandably, on what they did strategy-wise. If we didn't see it happen, they're not always that generous with their information, which I totally understand, but hopefully Jamie can work his magic and get a bit of info out of Uvio as to what they did. But we know GRD double fueled, so they certainly won't have to spend a huge amount of time in the pit lane for either of their final two pit stops. They'll have another one, of course, with an hour and 20 minutes of the race to go, and then their final pit stop coming with 40 minutes of the race remaining. Red River Sport here slowing behind the safety car, Scott, and I think limping into the pit lane. So what's this all about? This car then, which has been again a factor inside the top half dozen all afternoon long, is crawling into the pit lane.
And that would have been one of the cars which would be in contention had it done well, because it was back in, where did it drop back down to? It gone down to
16th place, actually. They lost another lap somewhere, so they had a very slow pit stop.
So issues for them, and they were obviously, with Johnny in the mix, they were in contention for what would have been the Masters podium or Masters victory. So now it's kind of at the moment in the mix now, I'd say, at this point, between genuinely, I think, at the moment, between Clapham North, Greenheath and PLR, at least for the podium. Well, not Demon Tweaks can do anything on top of that also, but Red River Sport in. Looking at something on... Looks like it's, well,
they're taking the clamshell off, I think, aren't they? So it's engine related, they must think.
And Johnny Bones come out in the sunglasses to have a look to see what's going on as well. Concern.
Yeah, this is...
Just listening to it. Either that's just the bodywork vibrating or something sounds off.
Yeah, that's... possibly misfiring, isn't it then? But the team will have a look. I'm surprised they haven't already taken the clamshell off, actually, to investigate. They might choose to put the car in the garage. They've switched it off now, I think, haven't they? They've killed the engine, so that car going nowhere for the time being. I think they're going to give the instruction to get out of the car to Gareth Williams, and that's a great shame. Another team that were in contention for a really good result, sadly, falling by the wayside. So, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport then, with 87 laps completed, are your race leaders, and the next, well, quite a lot of cars lined up behind them are all at least one lap down, and it is FNS Morpheus Motorsport who are now second. Uvio single fueled, Jamie tells us. So what does that mean? It means they will have to take on more fuel at least one of their final two pit stops than GRD will have to. GRD are far from out of this right now. If they can just stay within touching distance of Uvio over the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, they're right back at the races, and I think there's a genuine chance still that GRD could continue their winning form. Remember, they won the first race of the championship at Alton Park a few weeks ago. They won the last race of the championship at Alton Park last year, one of 5 wins that they claimed in 2025. Team GRD, 5 of the 11 races in 2025 were won by that squad. It's an unchanged car, an unchanged lineup, and they came into 2026 very much as the firm favourites. They have not dominated this race, far from it, but they could still be on the top step of the podium in an hour and 3/4 time. The safety car is coming in this time then, and well, plenty of battles for position to watch out for. They might not be lead lap cars, but you've got the likes of Clapham North and Greenheath, 2nd and 3rd in the queue, who are very much battling for position. There is the Race Logic car on its way back to the pit lane. PLR Racing, they've popped back up into 6th position as well, and that car has Neil Plimmer back at the wheel again, and he will be keen. In fact, he's right behind Greenheath, look, and in fact then so are Rob Boston Racing. So we've got 4 cars there, nose to tail, in a battle for positions just off the lead lap. The green flags wave, we're back underway and racing again here at Snetterton, and it is that group of cars immediately behind the race leader, Scott, that I think we need to focus on.
Yeah, so 4th position backwards. This is now Team Clapham North with George Grant. Well, he tried to stick as close as he could to Fabulous through the safety car period to try and get a good restart. He might now possibly come under threat from Greenheath, which now currently has Gary Bate at the wheel, but George defends nicely and holds on to the place. He might well be under threat as they come onto the Bentley straight here. Also not far behind is Neil Plimmer, and also the that's the Rob Boston car behind, which now has in 252 in stint number 4. We are back to James Riley, so he's now... Yeah, they're kind of almost done... Yeah, so Riley's gone back into that car. They're putting Will Blackwood Chambers in at the end to keep him fresh enough as possible. Here comes Gary Bate to have a challenge on George Grant. Greenheath on Clapham North, and through they go. So based on current positions in terms of, as I say, ignoring the 2nd and 3rd place cars that are top 2 in Masters, that was a change for essentially the Masters lead. And then you have, just behind them, Riley, followed by the Viking car as well. And that's Viking back in 18th position. They've been up a couple of spots, given that Red River Sport have been in the pits. So that's currently 170, which has Harry Mailer at the wheel. So of course he's pretty rapid at this point. So Harry, we know from previous times, at one point he was co-driver with Neil Plimmer, wasn't he? I think, am I correct?
Yes, he was. Correct.
PLR. Amongst other teams he's been quite a well part of. So Harry's been almost one of those Fun Cup hired guns in terms of any team you stick him into. He's always pretty rapid and has been any car you put him in, any team in fact. So side by side, also we see James Riley again put him in the pass on George Grant, and he holds on, he gets a bit of a push from Viking through the corner, and Viking is attacking Rob Boston Racing. GCI get through as well, but that was Viking literally pushing Clapham North through the corner to help them maintain the place, and then he's passed him in terms of track position. GCI passing them now 4 positions, so Viking have had something happen down the race because they've obviously a couple more laps down. They've got a lap back off Clapham North, but that's now given GCI the place to get past him to put them down to 7th position. And then PLR still in the contention, as are Demon Tweaks. So on the restart, not too bad in terms of holding on for Clapham North, but let's get to the point now, once you get up to speed, that the other cars are unfortunately starting to do so also.
Yes, and GCI Racing, I think, are now into the top 5 as a result of all of that. They've cleared Clapham North and Rob Boston, and George Grant there under attack now from the Rob Boston Racing car as they head through the Brundle and Nelson sequence of corners. Early on in the race, of course, these 2 cars were fighting for the lead, weren't they? And now here they are a lap down, trying to stay within the top half dozen or so. Round the right-hander at Coram Corner they will go, and GCI Racing now setting off after Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, although that's not, as we've said, for actual position. The next car they're chasing for actual position is Greenheath for what would essentially be the Masters win, if, again, we were to throw the checkered flag now, which we're not going to, but the highest placed Masters team outside of the top 3 overall would get the win in that class. At the moment it's Greenheath, but GCI Racing are not far behind them.
George Grant coming back at James Riley here down the inside. He's not quite finished. Here comes now David Tweaks to make it 3 abreast, but they thought better of it. And George again trying to stick his nose down the inside, but James had the outside grip to hold on to the place and take it. And of course now he's got pressure from behind again for position from Demon Tweaks and also from Axiometrics. C Data aren't far away either, so George is going to be careful to start hemorrhaging places here, otherwise he's going to start tumbling down towards the bottom of the top 10. I know he wants to try and make sure he's got at least amount of work for Abbey to try and get back through the order if they can. Of course, they could probably do another safety car at some point to help things out, but just going to hold on now, I think, for at least, another 23 minutes until the next pit window, if he can. He's keeping in the tone, of course, of Demon Tweaks. Axiometrics are motoring along as well. That's currently got Chris Bridle at the wheel, and currently for Demon Tweaks, that is Jason Minshaw, who's slash, and he's back through on the inside. So that's past Jason Minshaw. It's not bad from Clapham and George. He's getting better at this.
Yes, not bad. He'll learn with every mile that he puts in the car, of course. Here comes the Axiometrics car of Chris Bridle. Great to have Chris back in the championship, and he nips up the inside as well of the Demon Tweets car. That is for position, 8th position potentially, because I think they've both got themselves ahead of PLR now, haven't they? Yes, they have. So PLR down into 10th position at the moment as they come round towards the end of another lap. At the front of the field, by the way, Uvio 16.2 seconds clear now of FNS Morpheus, with GRD about a second and a half or so behind them. Of course, they're buried in all of this traffic. They've got to work their way past all of these cars before they even consider going after the race leader. But they are at least keeping themselves in the conversation for race victory this afternoon. Down towards Riches goes the pack. And where is the Morpheus and GRD? Here they come, in fact. GRD, look, Christabel got a car between himself and Morpheus, but the white car at the front of that group is the second place car, and there, Team GRD is your third place runner within 20 seconds of the lead. But if they can hand that GRD car over in particular at the end of this stint within, 25 seconds of the race lead, they're in the battle, aren't they?
Particularly with both Simon and then Riley back-to-back, so that will certainly help them no end. So who knows, maybe that opposite strategy is going to work out.
Yes.
Particularly, the safety car had to help them out, yes, but in terms of that, safety cars are either wonderful things or disasters, depending on which team you look at it and where you are in the pack. So and Chris is not doing himself a disservice either. He's keeping in the tow, even though that's the track focus car that's several places back in 14th position. He's still showing quite well. He's got the Renault car racing car in the mix as well. He thought about trying to get track position back from 49, which was Mike McCollum, but doesn't quite stick there. In fact, Mike's now more focused on trying to unlap himself again from 553, which is Greg Evans.
I think that move, to go back to what you just said about the alternative strategy for GRD, that move to put Simon Rudd in at the first stint, if they do end up winning this race, or even having a chance of winning this race, it's because of that stint. The track position that he gained in that opening 40 minutes or so, that for me was the difference between them hanging on to the lead lap and just falling off it, because Christabel, with all due respect, probably wouldn't have gained quite as much track position as Simon Rudd did, and that can cost you 20-25 seconds or so. So I think that's really the only reason that GRD are even in the conversation at this point. Yes, they're 20 seconds off the lead, but I actually think they'd have been off the lead lap had Simon Rudd not done that opening stint.
So there you go. Maybe there was method to Christabel's madness in the end after all, but we'll wait and see how true that plays to be. There's still 20 minutes or so until we have that next pit window. We're now getting into that second half of the race. Remember, the number one car is not trying to pass for position. That is the track focus car with Mike McCullum at the wheel, which is currently back at the moment in 14th position, just inside the top 15, and they are 29 seconds exactly ahead of the car behind them that are chasing them, which is the Signature RV557, which currently has Steve Ruston at the wheel. He'll hand that over to John Whitehouse, then Marcus Clutton to finish off the weekend as well. I have to say, whether it's just their opening stints, how the race has played out, Marcus Clutton's Signature RV have been very quiet this race, haven't they? They started a bit further back, they'd like to have done quite deep in the field, but even so, usually Signature RV at some point pop up and make themselves positively a bit of a nuisance with the front runners and get themselves into the top 10 or so. But back in 15th at the moment, there are currently a lap off the lead. It's not really a race in which we've seen too much of them, to be honest.
No, it's not really. We didn't see a huge amount of them at Alton Park either. Marcus, of course, was caught out by the change of conditions slightly and ended up off the road in the closing stages of the race. He would have loved an opportunity to bounce back from that today, but yeah, like so many teams, I think they'll look back to that opening hour of the race where they lost so much time to the leaders, and they'll think that that's maybe where their chance for a good result slipped away, perhaps. But yeah, he is still always an exciting driver to watch, is Marcus, and I'm sure that when he gets in for his obligatory final stint of the race, he'll be getting stuck in regardless, really, of which cars he finds himself around. There goes the Team GRD car. We are 19 minutes away from our final round of pit stops, and they are now more than 20 seconds off the lead, but we know that they should, of course, have a shorter pit stop as well than Uvio coming up soon. Right, back down to the pit lane now that things have calmed down ever so slightly out on circuit. Let's have another catch up with Jamie.
With Tom Greensaw, who you should have been out there, Tom, but we know at Alton Park you're recovering from a dislocated shoulder. The car doesn't have power steering, and sadly it took its toll, and you've aggravated it a bit more, haven't you?
Yeah, it was actually worse than before at Alton, so I got an MRI and I'm going to be getting surgery most likely, so probably my racing done for the year, but The good thing about Fun Cup is the paddock is so fun and there's so much to be involved in that you can still come and have a good time. It's not as fun as being in the car, but it's still a good weekend.
So, as you just said there, that's going to be you done for the season now, or are you going to hopefully try and get back for later in the year?
There's a small chance to be able to do maybe the next Ultra race, but it's very unlikely. So, aiming for the start of next season now and give it another go then.
And today, obviously you're on the cans. You're acting as team manager for the day. Bit of an unscheduled pit stop earlier on in the race, obviously with the query of misfire, but you're now back up into the top 6. And you've also borrowed a bridle as well, which we've got to remember 8 years ago, Chris came in as one of the Fun Cup Academy drivers as a ride pole 16-year-old. So it is great for the championship that all these young guns are coming in and they're progressing well, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you need a sub driver, you can't get much better than Chris. And he's double stinting at the moment. We're back in the top 6 after, like you said, we had that unscheduled pit stop, just about kept on the lead lap as long as we could, and some really good pit stops, some great driving from both Will and Chris, and we're now back in the fight for top 4.
All right, mate. Well, hopefully we'll see you back out very soon.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Cheers, Tom. Thanks. Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. So, to hear from him there. Shame he's not out on the track, but hopefully that will change for some of the rounds in the near future. So things just starting now to settle down after that unexpected safety car, really. Sort of came out of nowhere, caught everyone off guard. The Race Logic car, which has been troubled all day, stopping for the second time up at exactly the same part of the circuit, but just not quite a safer location this time, which led to the safety car being scrambled. And Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport now working on trying to build up the lead that they had before the safety car came out, and the battles behind them still very much raging on. It's a shame in a way, isn't it, that Uvio are so far ahead, because actually everybody else really back to about 15th place is pretty much bumper to bumper, and they were even before the safety car came out. Just look at how much ground certain cars are either gaining or losing in this stint. I mean, the Clapham North car's out of the top 10 now. It shows just how many cars there were that were sort of on their tail. There is the Clapham North car coming towards us, under pressure again now, I believe, from one of the Demon Tweaks cars as they head down towards Brundle and Nelson. And as they do so, George Grant just tries to limit the damage here, really. Stay in the tow, don't over-defend, and hopefully you can hand that car over to Abby Eaton in a position where maybe she can still go and challenge for a top 5 finish.
Thankfully, the car behind him is not for position. That's the other Demon Tweaks car back in 19th place. That's the 207, which currently has at the moment Steve Roberts at the wheel. So if it is Steve Roberts, of course, these two would have raced each other at some point in MXI Super Cup. Steve had a stint for at least a season. He had it in Super Cup.
I think he did a few, and they were teammates as well at Rob Boston Racing, weren't they?
Yes, so these two know each other intimately well on track, at least, as they turn in. Just two teammates that have raced each other before, just in a different environment. Now onto the back straight. Of course, Steve has done a lot. He was before multiple-time BMW Compact Cup champ, and he's done Porsche Sprint Challenge GB at some points. He does a Formula 4 as well.
Yes, I think so.
And then he's done some. Did you British GT as well at some point too? I think once or twice.
Yes, I think you're right. Well remembered. I forget what car he was in, but yeah, I think he did appear on that grid.
After a quick in my ADHD brain makes me have to go to Driver DB to figure out exactly what he's done. So you might have to carry on for a couple of minutes.
Okay, Scott.
Which shouldn't be a problem though.
Well, I'll do my best. Yes, Scott will research that, and it's fascinating when you start digging into some of the things that drivers have done through their careers. Even international grade factory GT drivers have been popped up in all sorts of strange places. Only when you start doing some real deep digging that you start to figure out just how varied their careers may have been. Here comes the the Team GRD car. I knew I'd do that at some point. Simon will have me. The Team GRD car, number 1, heading down towards Brundle and Nelson. And they are, to be fair, Christabel doing a good job here of at least sticking with the FNS Morpheus machine. That gap's only been a second and a half, really, throughout the entirety of the stint. Greg Evans, another very experienced Fun Cupper, has not exactly dropped the GRD car. And as he rounds corner, he's got track focused. Is that behind? Yes, it is the 49 car. They've ripped off that bit of splitter that was dragging on the ground earlier on. Around about the time that the Race Logic car stopped for the first time, we spotted a lot of smoke coming from the track focused car. That was a bit of Splitter dragging on the ground. They're not the only ones to be missing chunks of Splitter. See Data, meanwhile, doing battle here. Is this for position? Yes, it is. This is for 8th position. So the blue and white See Data car 214, being driven at this stage by Matt Hogg, getting ahead there of car 249 for 8th position.
And Clapham North coming back at PLR as well. That's going to put them back in the top 10 if they can. That's George Grant getting there, but of course he now has not the Demon Tweaks car. He now has Northern Velocity right behind him, which currently has, that is Jack Harding back with that car. Yes, it is. So Jack Harding back in there. And of course, George is trying to keep the tow from that he's getting at the moment from the car in front, which is PLR, which currently has Neil Plymouth at the wheel. Yes, that is. Well, because we have to remember he's got Ted Bradbury there. Is that See Data up the inside of Demon Tweaks, and now it looks like PLR might have a look as well. I'm guessing that. Okay, yes, I was wondering where Clapham North was for a second there, but it's only because Northern Velocity got through, and they're now the next couple of cars behind are putting the pressure on, which is Rob Boston and another one of the white cars that I can't quite make up a number on. So it's 207. That's the other Demon Tweaks car that's further back anyway.
It is indeed, and the 169 car, which, as you said, was the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car. That is Tom Roach in that car for this particular stint. Tom Roach, legend of Mazda MX-5 racing, Mr. Mazda MX-5 really, was the nickname that he was given during his very, very successful stints in the One Make series. Oh no! And there's contact, and around goes the Clapham North car. George Grant heading to the gravel trap, thankfully avoids the gravel, but has he stalled the car? And if he has, can he get it going again? No, there's no power. He can't get the engine switch back on. This is disaster for George Grant, who had not really put a foot wrong. Neither he or Abby had put a foot wrong really in the race so far. Here's the replay. And it was contact at Rich's corner. Tom Roach was coming back up the inside, and I don't think George knew he was there. And he just tried to turn into the corner. The 169 car was occupying the gap, and George Grant ends up facing the wrong way. Now, has he since got the car back underway? That's the big question. No, he hasn't. The car will not fire back up. It's a hot day. It's been running for a good number of hours now, 2.5 hours or so. Oh, and 553. That is FNS Morpheus, the second place car pulling off at the side of the road. It's all going on here. The second place car pulling off down the back straight, and if one or perhaps both of these cars are stranded, that will be our second safety car period of the race.
I know that George is going to be kicking himself in that 146 car, trying to get it restarted if he can. But as you say, race engine. Yes, he's got it going again.
Good.
There it is. He's gingerly got it going. It might have been a bit of a refire to do it. Oh, has it conked out again? He's trying to find a gear somewhere. That he did spin when it was in a higher gear. He just to get it going. He has got it most to get it going. They'll have dropped down to what? 15th place, I think, because that's the last car that was on the same lap as he was. And he'll get going. Yes, it'll be down to 15th. There'll be an extra bit of task for Abby to get going. I think he should be good. Hopefully he'll be okay for the rest of the stint. Now, yeah, it looks like it's driving straight, at least anyway. It appears to be, at least. It's gingerly getting going. It's out. So 553, that's it. Morpheus is out.
Wow.
So up to second place goes GRD, and I think you're right, this might all be safety car number 2.
What a shame, though, for FNS Morpheus. I said that they were having they were sort of quietly, understatedly going about their business, putting themselves in a position to get a podium finish, and now they're potentially out of the race, and that leaves now just 2 cars. No, it doesn't leave 2 cars on the lead lap, because GCI are ahead of Uvio. So GCI have got themselves back onto the lead lap, perhaps just in the nick of time here. GCI racing at one of their absolute favourite and most successful racetracks are back into the lead lap. Greenheath, of course, they're also only 1 lap down. They're battling GCI for position. Now would be a very good time for Gary Bate to find a way past that black and gold car ahead, because if we do go safety car, that puts 2 more quick cars potentially into the battle for the victory. So GCI Racing then, the 111 car being driven by Craig Butterworth at the moment, that is a pivotal move potentially if we do get another interruption to the race. We haven't yet had confirmation of that, but I would suspect, given what happened when the Race Logic car stopped on the Bentley Straight, that may well be what happens.
GCI all arms and elbows at the apex as he got Viking right on their tail, and there's Uvio getting involved in the tussle. They don't really need to do, but again, it's Fabulous Randaccio. Of course, there'll be yellow flags down the back straight, so there's no passing there either. So all the Fabulous can do, he's not battling anyone for position at all, so he's got to just try and sit there and hold on to the place like he can. You are right. GCI, of course, up to 3rd place now, which is quite crucial for them. As for Clapham North, I was right. They come through in 15th place, and George has carried on. So that's at least some repentance for them. Of course, when Abby gets involved, she'll have a heck of a task to push forwards up the order with all the time lost.
Oh,
we'll say, that's off the road. That is the other camera car we've got. That's
158.
158. That's G-Force, and that's has a spin up at Murray's.
A second spin up at Murray's. And
Yes,
we do now go safety car. Yes, safety car out. So what on earth went on there? We've had a really quite quiet race, let's be honest, by Fun Cup terms up until now. In the last 5 minutes, everything's gone absolutely berserk. But we do go safety car. A second safety car period of the race. We waited 83 laps for the first one. And we've had two now within 17 laps of one another. The safety car comes out. It will pick up the race leader, Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. And GCI Racing have just put themselves firmly back into contention for a race win. I'm not sure what fuel strategy they're on. I'm not sure where they're at as far as what fuel they put in last time. But if they can have a couple of quick pit stops between now and the checkered flag, they are right back in it.
Definitely so. What's the one thing we love in motorsport? Unpredictability. And it's all played out in the last couple of minutes, which is quite extraordinary. Now, you also have to wonder as well, it's only 7.5 minutes until the next pit window. So I wonder if, depending on how long this recovery might take, considering that car's not necessarily in a position where it's going to be recovered back to the pit lanes quickly, this might more possibly start eating into a point where we get to the pit window opening whilst we're under the safety car.
Exactly so, and for that reason mainly, it's quite inconvenient that the safety car's picked up GCI Racing. It's picked up the wrong black car, and they really would have wanted to have this wave around done before they came into the pit stop, because there's a danger now, if they have a slower stop than Uvio, that they could end up slipping back off the lead lap again, when really they shouldn't even be in that position. But they won't do the wave around until they're absolutely sure that they've got everyone in the queue. So they hopefully they will do a wave round at least, and they will release GCI around because they deserve to be rewarded for unlapping themselves. And the Uvio car should then be pulled up behind the safety car. Of course, the other thing this does is massively benefits Team GRD, who were the best part of 30 seconds off the race lead before the safety car came out. There is Chris Devell. This will basically take him to the end of his stint now. For the last hour and 20 minutes, it will be down to Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, respectively, to go after the Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport car, and they're going to be an awful lot closer to that Uvio car now than they were not really that long ago.
Saw Greg Evans there directing being directed where to go, so unfortunately that car's day is done for the afternoon as the shadows start to get a little bit lengthier. Put his crash helmet back on, try and see if we can move that car. We're now at 25 to 5 in the afternoon. I think it looks like we're on course to possibly finish at this point in time around about roughly 6 o'clock or so in terms of the end of the race, which is ahead of schedule from what it would have been, about 25 minutes. So good effort from BRSCC to keep us ahead of time. We've had basically no dramas in the first 3 races, and it's just everything's run to time in terms of as soon as one race is done, straight to the next one. So credit where credit's due to our race directors and Clark at the course and everyone else involved in putting this race weekend together as usual. And of course our marshals do a fantastic job as always, so well done to them. On board shot with Record of Sport, who had their own problem in the pit lane. Of course, they're back out after they had that issue that brought them to the pit lane when they were struggling. So,
which was, Jamie told me a while ago, and I didn't get a chance to get it out, an alternator issue.
So quick fix for them and get it out. 1 minute 25, 1 hour 25 minute left. Not quite that far yet. Left to go. I was also going to say, template, that another the situation car that also benefits as well is possibly Team Clapham North, given that they are back into a safety car and back on the lead lap, which means if this does go to the pit window, which we suspect it probably will do, given they haven't even recovered the Morpheus Motorsport car. There is a recovery vehicle there, you can see just in front of it, but it will take a few minutes to do so. I imagine that's one of the cars that will literally be straight in first off as soon as that pit window opens, and away it goes. The recovery vehicle has now at least latched onto the front end of the Morpheus Motorsport machine. That will then get pulled to at least a place of safety. Or what they are going to try and do, of course, is try and get it back to the pit lane, which means they're going to have to cross the track or put it off somewhere and then go from there.
There's an access road, I think, on the right-hand side down at the end of the Bentley Straight, I think, which they can pull it onto the infield via, so it shouldn't actually take too long. I think we should go racing again before the pit stop window opens. Unfortunately for Team Clapham North, I think George Grant lost another lap in that spin. He's showing us 2 laps down. Just had the wave around, by the way. That's good news. So GCI and Team Viking with Ursus Capital have been waved past the safety car, so that is GCI well and truly back at the races. But yeah, Clapham North I think might have fallen 2 laps down. So we now have what do we have? 10 cars within a lap of each other. 4th back to 13th are all within a lap of each other, 1 lap down. But that black and red number 111 GCI racing car, they are back on the lead lap. That was such a timely overtake against the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, and it could well put them in contention for the win. You never do know. I think after quite a quiet first half of the race, it does really feel now, doesn't it, like it's all bubbling up towards one of those typical Fun Cup crescendos, a proper nail-biting finish here, I think, because Uvio will still have an advantage over GRD here. Yes, they will, but we know that GRD car should now have the pace at least to match Uvio, probably to catch it over the final couple of stints, but there's no way Uvio are going to just hand this win over, are they? So I think there's a battle in our future here, isn't there, to be enjoyed?
You do remember how much stronger rivals these two teams are?
Oh, yes.
The times before the battle for the championship and for the lead, and they came together in the final lap more than once. So these two, whilst they might like each other off track, they certainly don't show that on track when it comes to battling with each other, even though it's all technically good-natured in the end. They kind of leave it all, literally, they leave it all on the circuit and then come back and have a beer about it afterwards, which is typically the Fun Cup and the Uvio and GRD way, I suppose.
Yes, they were even winding each other up in the paddock earlier on this morning. Simon Rudd was doing an interview for the highlight show that still goes out after every Fun Cup round, as well as the live stream coverage. They still have a highlight show which you can watch. I'm actually not sure where that's broadcast these days, television or online, I'm not sure. But anyway, they were filming an interview with Simon Rudd, and as he was mid-conversation, Fabulous Randaccio crept up behind him with a glass of water and poured it down the back of his overalls, which I suspect led to that particular version of the interview no longer being broadcastable. But yes, they were very much, they are long-time rivals, but they do get on very well, those two teams. It will be fascinating to see them do battle for a race victory. Safety car in this time then, an hour and 21 minutes or so we'll have left. So yep, we're going to get this race back underway before the pit window opens. That's good news. We're a minute and a half away from that, plus a lap, of course, before the first pit stop's going to happen, and you can be fairly certain that Team GRD car is going to be among the first to come in, so that the aforementioned Simon Rudd can jump in for his second and final stint of the afternoon. So the Uvio Hoffmann Motorsport car leads the way there in the background, the black, white and blue number 1 GRD car, and then the black and red 111 GCI car right at the back of the queue. Second car from the back of the queue there, your 3 lead lap cars with an hour and 20 minutes still to go. Safety car in, green flags wave, we're back underway again here in round number 2 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport's Fabulous Randaccio gets us back underway, and that car, which has performed immaculately all race long, is perhaps now going to face, over the next hour and 20 minutes, Scott, its biggest challenge of the day.
Probably so. As the pack goes pouring through, there goes GRD in front of Red River Sport, and GCR are right on their tail. Oh, something's happened, someone's gone off. And that is 22, that's the Sunoco car, and that's off the road. Now, I think it can restart itself, but what's the phrase?
Safety cars breed safety cars.
That's absolutely right. But thankfully, he has got it restarted, so we don't need that this time. Rotating, that will have been, I'm guessing that will be Anders Hildebrand. Yes, it will. So,
what are you trying to say?
Only because it's stint number 4.
I see.
Behave.
I saw the bus and I threw you under it, Scott, and I make no apologies.
Thank you.
Yes, the Sunoco car continues on its way, and you owe Anders a drink, I think, tonight. That car, thankfully, does not bring about the safety car. We can continue racing again here at Snetterton. And we are now into our penultimate pit window, I should say, but they haven't yet seen the board. So this time by, they'll see the board. Next time by, they're allowed to pit. And as I said, I wouldn't be surprised, Scott, to see that GRD car coming in pretty much straight away after that.
I'd say so. Given history teaches us that Christopher comes in usually straight away as soon as he's able to hand it over to the 2 drivers that he openly recognises are quicker than him, in which is Simon Rudd, of course, and then Riley Phillips. So Simon will get in first, try and repeat his antics from the first stint. Down towards Rich as they come again. See Data having a play with Demon Tweaks. This will be for position
7th place.
7th place, in fact. PLR Racing are in there as well, and also Rob Boston. This is now 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th for position. And there goes C Data up the inside. That will have been 214 with Matt Hogg making the move on Jason Minshaw. It's all the Minshaws in that red machine. You've got Jason handing over back to Guy, then Jack Minshaw will finish off the stint. So Guy handing over next time by. Going wheel to wheel again. And this will also now be the stint in which, the next time, I will get Ted Bradbury in for the second stint. He'll try and make some progress if he can, and that's going to be Neil Plummer being brave, looking up the inside. He gets past the data as well, so Matt Hogg didn't want to really, he tried thinking about going past Demon Tweaks again, but then as a result of that, was far enough out of the way just to let, effectively, Neil Plummer waltz past him into Brundle and secure the place at Nelson. And now Neil Plummer, I don't know exactly when he's going to pit, but he's looking pretty fired up before he has to hand that car over to Ted Bradbury, thinking, maybe proving a point, thinking, I am as quick as Ted, and trying to at least prove he can. A little wayward there from Jason Minshaw, a little white sideways as he went through the middle of Coram. He's wayward again on the exit, and off the road he goes, locked at the inside front. I thought it was looking a bit static, but even so, looks like Plymouth's backed off. Didn't quite get the run he was expecting through there. And also now in there too, is going to be a couple more axiometrics. Some of our first pit callers from the group. They were, 6th at one point, now we're down to 10th immediately. And also who else is in, as I expected, also Trap Fergus and Clapham North are also in as well from 14th. So they're going to be in to see if Abbey can try at least gather a lap back to put themselves on the same group if they can. They're hopefully going to need at least another safety car to put themselves in the mix.
There was fuel going into the GRD car there, I spotted, but whether they did 1 or 2 churns, I don't know. They double fueled last time, so it should only need 1, and that should now get them to the end of the race, I would imagine, without needing to refuel at the final stop. That's ideally what you want. You want that final stop to be as short as possible. A dry stop is what we refer to it as, where they don't need fuel. A full tank of fuel in these cars can get you through 2 full stints, in theory. So if they have brimmed it, that might be it for refueling. Sometimes teams tactically short fuel just to save a bit of time, keep the track position, but I see no reason why they wouldn't choose to absolutely brim the car at this point. So Simon Rudd gets into the car, and he now needs to really get his head down. Of course, he's in clean air as well. It's the other benefit of pitting early, Scott, straight after a safety car period. It was so congested with everyone, of course, bunched together behind the safety car. That early pit stop buys Simon Rudd a couple of laps with no cars around him.
And of course, come that final pit stop, it will be one of the quickest pit stops of the race, because it will be literally straight in, Simon out, Wiley in, away it goes, no fuel, which means that should be, if Simon can do what we think he'll be able to do in that clear air, because that'll be a massive advantage, as you've rightfully said, that will mean that car will be absolutely motoring, quite literally, touch wood barring any safety cars for the next hour and 16 minutes, motoring away along to try and reduce that gap. Of course, GCI, of course, up to second as a result of that pit stop, but they'll have to make their stop, as will Uvio. We didn't quite see exactly fuel-wise what GCI took on at the last pit stop.
No.
I don't know what their fuel strategy is. Maybe Jamie can find out if he's down there to have a quick word with them if they can, but we shall wait and see how this plays out as this pit window ticks on with 6 minutes left of it.
Whoops, that's the 158 car off the road again. They've got a few stories to tell, haven't they, about their Fun Cup racing this afternoon. That was, who's in that car?
Graham Winstone.
Graham Winstone, isn't it? Yes. With Gary Summers, who of course has raced in the Fun Cup extensively, but Graham's name I don't recognise, so I suspect this might be his first appearance in the championship, carrying our onboard camera, and losing a bit of track position there now in the back straight, but thankfully keeping the car this time pointing in the right direction. You can see there those big curbs that have been installed down at Nelson and at the final turn at Murray's as well. Really need to give them a wide berth if you've got mechanical sympathy on your mind. It's a long race, and if you are really abusing those curbs, you can quite easily do some damage, which could take you out of the race at this late stage. But Graham thankfully avoids the curb, avoids the, I think it was one of the Demon Tweaks cars there sliding through on the inside line, and will try and get himself back into the rhythm now after that little grassy excursion.
Tries to do so. He's going to go for another lap. He's not pitting just yet to hand back to Gary, so you see a couple of cars over the top of the barrier. Green for one of them there in, as is also PLR Racing and Northwester gone through. Demon Tweaks 2 in from 17th, Redham Racing in from 19th, Black Widows in from 21st. As we go almost 3 abreast, that's AI Racing, GCI going past both of them, and Viking in there too. Now Viking, I think, they've been pushing GCI the last couple of laps, because I saw them down the pit straight last time, but not this one, one before this one. And Viking was right on the back of GCI, pushing them along to try and give them a bit more of a speed boost. So it looks as though they're trying to play the game here, and that is, as we said, PLR Racing with their pit stop, and that will be Ted Bradbury getting in, so expect that car to be rapid from the get-go from that stint.
Yep, GCI now to the inside of the G-Force car to put another lap on them. 16.1 seconds off the lead, GCI, so to be fair, they're, in fact, on the previous lap were 1.1 seconds quicker than the leaders, so obviously Uvio have had a bit of traffic, at least I hope that's all it was, for Fabulous Randaccio on the previous lap, because GCI weren't exactly in clean air, and they've managed to take quite a chunk of time out of the race leaders. So So it's all just getting a little bit closer now at the front of the field, isn't it? Simon Rudd's first flying lap was a 27.6, but I'm fairly certain he'll go quicker than that over the next lap or so. It was still a couple of tenths quicker than the leader though, so he's already starting to do exactly what his job is in this stint, to try and bridge that gap to the leader.
He actually matched the leader because his lap time last time by compared to, well no, the lap that Uvio has just done is exactly the same lap time to the thousandth of a second than GRD had done to go on to lap 109 that Uvio has just finished. If that makes sense at all.
Sort of, yes.
They've both done exactly the same lap time.
Within a lap of each other.
Yeah, if you look on the actual team now, that's Northern Velocity, still with carrying damage on the right front. That'll be Alan Henderson getting into to go from Jack Carling. The Sunoco car comes back out just behind another oil-sponsored car, being Gulf. So that is going to be the fifth. That's John Whitehouse that will have that car now, whereas the Axel Hildebrand has taken over from Father Anders once again for his final stint. No, in fact, I think Anders is double stinting. In fact, so it's Anders has stayed in. It's not often you get double stints in Fun Cup. They usually get just alternating drivers, but they chose to. But at least they've changed. Unless they changed the system and they've changed the sequence, I think Anders has stayed in for a second stint. That will save them time on the pit stop, and they'll obviously at least done some fueling. And then Axel will get in for the final stint when we have the next pit window, roughly around about half an hour's time.
Indeed so. Remember, if you do double stint, you still have to get out of the car to simulate a driver change, but it's inevitably going to be a little bit less clunky than trying to get a second driver in there, maybe changing the seat insert if the two drivers are of different heights, and that all adds just a second here or there to the pit stops, which can make all the difference. Leaders are in. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport Ring could do with seeing this pit stop. Oh, my wish is apparently the director's command, because in comes the fuel, and it is going to be at least one tank of fuel, and we've got Farkini coming over to have a chat. In we'll get... no, it's Farkini getting in now, isn't it? Sorry. Fabulous having just got out. Fueling done, and it was one churn of fuel then that went in to the Uvio car, and that was pretty slick. Yeah, they held up a tiny bit for a second by Signature RV coming in, but no stress for them at all, so they head back out. Of course, GCI yet to pit, but they've now taken over the lead. That's the first thing we've had. Somebody isn't Uvio leading since, well, the end of the first stint, because that was, of course, Clapham North came in with Abbey in the lead, and when they came back out again, it was Uvio who took over. Yes, that was 75 laps in the lead for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, or 148.8 miles to be precise. Yeah, so the first lead change in quite some time. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lead changes. So actually a decent amount, to be honest, considering one car's led for getting on for a third of the race. But yeah, first time in a while it hasn't been car 225 at the top of the tower. Of course, 5 of those 7 lead changes have occurred in the first stint. Yes, yes, they did, very much so. Basically. Yeah. So lots going on. Indeed so. 22 seconds then the gap between GCI and Uvio. What we really need to know is the gap between Uvio and GRD, isn't it? Here is GCI turning through the final corner. Rob Boston Racing are in now from 4th position as well. Are GCI pitting? No, they're going to continue on. So Craig Butterworth hanging on for at least another lap. He can do actually one more after this if he wanted to. He's not going to see the pit lane window close board. In fact, they changed just as he went through, but he had passed the line before that board swapped over. So pit window closes, and we will have few moments time the last wave of cars coming in. Right, there is Team GRD. What we need to know is where the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car is in relation to this car. Simon Rudd's been out there for a couple of laps. He's been more or less matching the leaders. The Uvio just went through. There at Uvio, and look in the background there, the blue car just coming to the line now. That is the Team GRD car. The gap is 11 seconds, let's call that. So it came down fractionally, not as much as I expected, to be fair, although they both took fuel, didn't they, at that stop. It's perhaps the next pit stop where we might see a bigger difference, but GRD are 11 seconds back. Can Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips between them take 11 seconds out of Uvio in just over an hour of racing? That's the question. Yes, I think they can. You heard it here first. Simon and Riley, I apologise on Scott's behalf because he's almost certainly just put the curse on you. But yeah, I mean, if anyone can, it's GRD, right? I think so, yeah, and I'd do it again. Anyway, so there is GCI. Of course, they will carry on. Yes, they're going to go right to the end of this pit stint, as they should do. So they'll pass the pit-in board, closed board. So again, remind you, they can do that once, but they have to pit in next time by, or it will be a penalty. There is Simon Rudd enjoying some clear air in front of him as he heads through the bomb hole. This is on lap,
112 that he's on, but GCI are on. Well, he's on lap 112. GCI is 113 because they're not a lap ahead. They're not quite there yet. So we'll go through. So GCI. So Uvio come through. Yeah, 25. I was getting confused between GCI and Uvio. It's a GRD that right behind.
I've been doing that all day.
So I thought they were in front and think, hold on a minute, they're in front, they're behind. No, they're fine. So the gap is now 10.5, and the gap has come down by about a couple of tenths of a second last time. 127.3 for Uvio, 127.1 for Team GRD. So that's second and third between them. Rest of the field, C Data up to fourth place. Good effort from them so far, C Data. They've now got, that will be Mike.
They owe us the pit stop, actually. They haven't yet stopped for the fourth time.
That's right, you're correct on that one.
But they are still in there. I mean, anyone really from 4th down to about 12th, they're all pretty much together, and they have been for much of the race, haven't they? So they may all be a lap down, but they're all very close together, and that's why we're seeing so many changes of position in that group, pretty much stint by stint. Right, GCI coming in, and this is key. We don't really know where they're at on their fuel strategy. We're about to find out, though. Craig Butterworth will hand over to Ian Wood, and do they have fuel waiting? I suspect they will. The question is how much of it. Yeah, one churn. There's, well, a bit of a delay getting it in, but of course they couldn't actually attach it until the driver was out of the car anyway. Is it a full churn of fuel? It looks like it's going to be, isn't it? They're going to stick as much fuel in as possible. I think that's basically what GRD and Uvio have done, though, so no time lost there. This is the key now, getting Ian Wood strapped in as quickly as possible. Uvio have just gone through, which means GRD are only about 10 seconds away from going through as well. The door closes, off goes the GCI car, through goes Uvio, so they will still be third, and they're going to be, if anything, a bit further back from that GRD car than they were before the pit stops, I'd say.
And on the last lap, GRD managed to gain, what was it, 1.4 seconds, 26.8 compared to a 28.2. It's on, isn't it? And there's still one more stint to go.
That's remarkable, isn't it? I mean, Uvio must be thinking, what on earth do we have to do to beat this pesky GRD car? They had them nearly a lap down partway through the race, and now all of a sudden there's 9 seconds between them. A bit of news from Jamie in the pit lane, by the way. The 553 car, the FNS car, drive shaft snapped, easy for me to say, going onto the back straight. Also a change of driver lineup for the 262 car. Jack Harding will now be doing the final stint in the Northern Velocity team. So I'm just going to swap that over there. There we go. So he is going to have a third stint in the car, is Jack, to try and get that team the best result possible, because of course they're still, I think, in contention, are they not? Well, maybe not for a podium finish, because there are 3 cars now on the lead lap, but if any of those lead lap cars drop out of contention, all of those cars 1 lap down are in contention perhaps for a podium finish.
Forgive me for sounding rather dumb, as I tend to do so on occasion.
No comment.
Before you were going to say it. That's a third stint. Is that... I know you can have a third stint, of course, because you have 2 drivers, so I was getting confused by having a third stint or not. I was getting confused they had 3 drivers with it, so you only have 2, but ignore me.
Were you querying driver limits and things? Yes, because there was a conversation about that going on in the Front Cup Hospitality this morning. You can't do, I think I'm remembering what was explained to me correctly, as GRD have a close moment in some traffic there.
That was the G-Force car
It
again.
was the G-Force car, yes, which just about got out of the way. You can't do more than double the amount of driving time of any of your teammates, basically. Right. So if your teammate does 1 hour, you can't do more than 2 hours in the car, which is why you can't just, if you've got 3 drivers, you can't have 1 driver do 1 stint and then the other 2. You could split it evenly between the other 2 drivers. A 2-driver team, though, couldn't just do 1 stint for perhaps their slower driver and then stick the other driver in for the whole race. So,
Ben, how does that work with both Alan and David? Because ultimately, only 1 driver is doing 1 stint.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. I suppose if they extend, I think they did extend, didn't they, the stint for Daniel Irving. So if he does more, you could do 50 minutes in a stint. In fact, you could do more than that, because you could do the 10 minutes either side, couldn't you? So you could do 50 minutes, give or take, as a stint, which means if you then shorten Jack's final stint, you buy that 10 minutes back and it's not quite over the limit, is roughly how it was explained. There was a lot of maths involved, and I did check out mentally as soon as they brought the abacus out. Right, Jamie's got some news down in the pit lane. Jamie, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Craig Butterworth, whose team GCI propelled themselves up into top 3. But Craig, first of all, we're celebrating Fun Cup's 25th birthday today. Your car was in that very first race, and you've said it'd be quite fitting if the other two would slow down a little bit and let you win.
I think it's only appropriate, really, don't you? Yeah, look, it doesn't seem possible. It was 25 years ago, and it was my dad that brought the championship to the UK. And I remember one day, like, him coming home and saying, "I've had this really good idea, and it's these they look like Beetles." And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "No, but they're not Beetles underneath. They're like space frame chassis, blah blah blah." And from the first time I sort of came to the race, right, it was really exciting. And so to think we're here 25 years later, fighting in the top 3, having won a championship with my dad and with one of my best mates from uni, right? It's been a pretty special 25 years, I think.
And you've had a busy day so far today, haven't you? The first stint was, half the field were all battling together from 8th down to 17th. Middle stint, a little bit quieter, but now it's all to play for again, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. It feels like it's been a long race already. I mean, we started, 3rd from last, and we fought our way up. And, that stint there when I came out, I was like, we're just behind Uvio. We're down a lead lap. We've got to try and get in front of him. And I'll be honest, I thought I was going to give it my best, but I didn't really think there was much hope of being able to do it. And then I realised we had the pace, and it just came together. And then it was a safety car. It was magic. So the gods are shining on us. Let's hope they continue to shine on us for the next however long's left, hour and a bit or so.
And how have you found racing on the 200? It's a bit different. We've not done it in 12 years. It's a new challenge for everyone, isn't it?
Well, the politically correct answer is, to be fair, the racing has been really good. I'm a bit sad because, to be fair, I love the 300. It's one of my favourite tracks. I like the technical section in the middle, so I'd rather be on the 300. But in a weird way as well, given it's 25 years and this is a bit like old Snetterton, and maybe it's appropriate this time.
And are we going to see you at Anglesey?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
You're going to do the whole year, aren't you?
Maybe.
Because what happened last time?
We won the championship.
I think you need to go and get some water, Craig, and have a lie down.
I think that sounds very appropriate.
Right. Thank you, mate.
Nice speech.
Cheers. Back to the box.
Well, there's no getting out of it now, is there? And you've said that live on air. We look forward to having them back for the remainder of the season. And it's fitting, isn't it, in the 25th anniversary season of Fun Cup that one of only a handful of teams that have been doing this pretty much since the start should have a starring role in it. And there are other drivers on the grid, the Uvio pairing, for example, who are hugely experienced, but GCI Racing have been there since the start, and it's brilliant that they still have this love for the championship. Once you get bitten and you get the Fun Cup bug, it's very, very hard to shake it off.
I'll answer that in a second. Axiometrics are in from what was 13th.
Yeah, that's out of sync, isn't it? So they seem to recall some sort of drama in the first stint of the race, didn't they? So I don't know whether they're still fighting that. They're back out again. Yes, they had an unscheduled stop earlier on, didn't they? So that is their 6th pit stop of the race. They've had 2 more stops than they should have had.
On par with also Signature RV and Red River Sport have also had 6 in total from unexpected ones. Also Red and Racing had an unexpected one too, because they've got 5 on the board. Everyone else just about has 4 stops because they've all stopped on schedule. Yes, pretty much. Well, FNS Morpheus never got to their 4th stop because they were out of the race, and then same with Race Logic and Linky not because they've had problems too. So everyone else is still going aside from those 3 teams. 4 teams have all pretty much stopped on sequence from what they should have had. New personal best. This is actually a battle going on for 9th place, you're seeing here, between the white and yellow of Greenheath and Track Focus. You can tell they're pushing. They've just both done personal bests in their scrap for the final top 10 spots. Also, a position change that's imminent as well, I can see, is coming up on screen here, because this is now Team Clapham North recovering after the contact between Tom Roach and George Grant at Richie's corner. Now Abby Eaton's back at the wheel, and she's now doing, again, one of the fastest cars in the field, 126.6 at the moment, lapping compared to Viking, who are just in front. Viking are about to lose track position to the car that's trying to power past. Is that it's a Rob Boston car?
It is.
That's the other Rob Boston car that's not in the top 5. And Abby's not waiting around either, is she? He's kind of thinking, right. He's also on the tail of the car, do I awkwardly say that's the car they made contact with?
It was, yes, it was the 169, wasn't it?
Interesting meeting back on track again, I think, but I think Abby's just time possibly going to say, right, this is how it's done, and try and make the move wherever she can. And ironically, a bike will come at Richie's corner, of all places. So, a bit of synchronicity going on. You spotted something?
The Sunoco car is slowing and stopping at the end of the pit lane. Just caught that out of the window. Sorry, Scott. I just caught a glimpse of a car going slower than it should have been. That car is it's pulled up. We're not on camera yet, but it's pulled up just on the pit lane exit. Now, it could potentially be pushed back into the pit lane, but to do that, you'd have to send marshals out to what I would say is a fairly dodgy position to move it. There it is, look, on the left-hand side of shot. Yellow flags, no overtaking allowed.
Oh well, There was a green flag panel, so
just
you should be all right, I
afterwards.
think.
Okay, well, wait and see. That's thankfully not our call to make. But is this going to require another stoppage? If it does, it's really bad news for Uvio, isn't it? Because they're only 8 seconds ahead of Team GRD, and they need every one of those seconds, I think, in order to be able to hang on to the flag. So brilliant news, actually. I can see out of the window they have pushed the car behind the barrier without the need for a safety car. It's funny, isn't it? We spent most of the first half of the race, let's be honest, secretly wishing for a safety car. Now we kind of don't need one anymore because we've got a fascinating final hour in prospect regardless.
I think also looking at the move that was going on between Clapham... No, they're ahead anyway, but I was talking about the on-track stuff between Clapham North and Rob Boston Racing. That's the 252 car, which is 11th place, 4 positions back, but it's unlapping itself from that car to try and get through if it can, which it has. There goes Track Focused, who are now, they've got past Greenheath, they're now chasing after Viking, and this won't be for position, this is to try and put a lap on them. Ooh, and that's the G-Force car going wayward again. It's had some antics today, hasn't the G-Force car? It started in qualifying with that spin, and it's kind of carried on from there. But credit where credit's due, they haven't given up. They've just kept on ploughing away, and spins and mishaps and all. They're just getting to the end of their first race, at least for that car this weekend. And the first time, I don't think it was at Alton Park, was it? That car.
No, I don't think it was. No.
First race for them in that sense. It's quite a distinct car. It's almost, for a distance, you can either confuse it with a Rob Boston Racing car or the Clapham North car, because it's got the purple kind of blends with the blue and the red, so it's interesting to see that one. Lap time wise for cars further down, the Axiometrics have got back, not only back on track, but their last lap was on 26.8. So whatever the issue was, they're back on pace again, which is intriguing. Northern Velocity have also just set their personal best of the race as well last time by 1 minute 26.9. And in terms of pace wise ahead, stalemate at the moment between Uvio and GRD. They're both at a 127.1, and Simon Rudd was fractions quicker, as now we see here. That's Viking trying to get past. Viking trying to get past on the road at least. That's Rob Boston Racing, but trying to unlap themselves. In fact, GRD got themselves in front anyway. So it's the Track Focus car got back itself in front of them anyway again.
Yes, and the Track Focus car is chasing down the Rob Boston car for 8th position. So the Team Viking car is not in this battle for position, but the Track Focus car very much is, as indeed is the Greenheath car, not far behind them. So again, this everything that's not on the lead lap is extremely close, isn't it? All of that whole group of cars from 4th on back are all pretty much together. That's going to be a fascinating battle as well to follow over the final now 56 minutes and change of the race. Across the line they will go. Track Focus well and truly now within striking range. In fact, the move might come at Rich's corner. To the outside goes the Track Focus car in the hands now of Sean Cooper. Sweeps around the outside of the 169, and that was a very good move.
It was. Nice and clean, though. Looks like you're trying to go back, and Viking aren't finished either. Looking to the inside line, but the block is thrown. Rob Boston's racing, thinking, right, I'm not quite keen with that one. And back goes in the 252. Back through goes Jason Baker. So they're kind of going in reverse of their stints, because Jason Baker did stint 3 and then he stayed in to do a double. No, James Riley got back in. Then they got back to Jason Baker, and now Gorse is back there too. And that is Sunoco that's back in the paddock being looked at, and it's front and rear clamshell, that front bodywork section off.
It's a snapped throttle cable, it's been reported to me. So relatively quick fix, and very fortunate really where it broke coming across the timing line, because it meant that they've got it back into the paddock pretty quickly, haven't they?
Indeed so. This 5-car scrap here has the potential of getting, I think, pretty messy, because there's cars all over the place here with this battle. And 4 of these 5 cars all battling 4 positions. The only odd one out is Viking, who is several seconds back and a lap back on these cars, back in 15th position.
Yes, although I thought that was the 262 car at the back of the queue, but it's one of those many red, white and blue cars, which I keep getting confused with one another, so I'll wait till I get a clearer view of it. Just behind the Greenheath car, the number 14, is another car. Is it the Rob Boston Racing car that's in 11th position? I think it might well be. Yes, 252, that would make sense. You're absolutely right, Scott. So that is 4 of those 5 cars fighting for position. There's the Demon Tweets car. They're having a solid run, aren't they? Up there in 7th position. See Data having got past them a little while ago. They're disappearing up the road. PLR Racing likewise going well in 5th position. That should be Ted Bradbury in that car. And yeah, looking at the lap times, I'd say that figures. So he is, of course, trying to chase after Northern Velocity. In fact, there are only 5.9 seconds between Northern Velocity and PLR Racing, although the gap went out by 3/10 on the previous lap.
I was going to say, that was 27.2 compared to 26.9. Northern Velocity keeping 4 positions. So, and again, they're the highest car that is not on the lead lap. They're a lap behind, so doing quite well, of course. And if touch wood, if there's a safety car, then they're the first ones that would benefit, I guess, from a wave round. So for those who might not know, including just in case for a check from me, how does the workaround work? Is it every car that's a lap behind the leader goes back through? Is it select cars like NASCAR gets a wave around, you're a lucky dog?
It's only if you... So a wave around only actually happens if the safety car picks up the wrong car, in reality. In theory, it should just pick up the leader, and anyone in front of the leader cycles round and effectively does a wave round. It doesn't require a wave, but they do come around behind the back of the pack. If, as happened before, the safety car picks up the wrong car, they will wave by all of the cars between the safety car and the race leader, which often are cars that are on the lead lap, but nearly a full lap back. So no, you have to be in front of the leader on the road, which is why I'd be interested to know actually where that Northern Velocity car is in relation to Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport, because their pace is comparable. There's maybe a chance that they could dig themselves back into contention for a podium finish here if they could get themselves back on the lead lap. Scott's got the tracker up, which you can follow on the TSL timing website. A bit late in the day now, I suppose. We're less than an hour to go, but www.tsl-timing.com. You can see the live timing, the lap times, the positions, and the live tracker as well. And you can try and identify where your favourite car is. It's always a handy website to go to if you're ever at a Fun Cup race. Certainly if you're watching trackside, it's a very valuable tool for following what on earth is going on in what can often be fairly complicated races.
They're actually not that far away. According to the tracker, they're only about a corner away from each other. Uvio is on the pit straight, heading towards the pit start-finish line now, which should be in a second. If I'm correct, yes, right on time. And they're not far away from them. Maybe there's axiometrics on. We've got to watch on the screen here, a couple of cars battling amongst each other, which is both the Rob Boston cars, I think, in fact, amongst having play with each other. And yeah, North Boston have just gone through. So track position-wise, interestingly enough, they are not that far away from them, and in terms of actual lap time, how they're going at the moment, Northern Velocity was quicker by, no, it's only slower by just under a tenth.
They're matching each other, aren't they? They've got front-running pace. If ever they could get on the lead lap, they'd be contenders, but it's going to be tricky to do so, I suspect. This battle continues to rage on, though, out of the final corner. The Rob Boston Racing car, in fact, we've got two Rob Boston Racing cars in this group, haven't we? We've got the 9th place car, in fact, now 10th place car, the 169, battling with the 252, which is in 11th position, and that's going to be a change of position. Round the outside goes the 252, that car driven at the moment by Jason Baker, finding a way ahead of Rob Croydon in the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car, which has just been losing a few positions on this particular stint. Greenheath got past them on the previous lap as well, so Greenheath go 9th, and the 252 car moves up inside the top 10.
Yes, indeed. Just over 10 minutes to go until we get our final pit window of the race. And checking with our leaders, GRD takes another half a second on that last lap out of Uvio, so the gap is now 6.2 seconds between Farkini and Simon Rudd. And then lap time wise again behind, it is GCI lost a second and a half to Farkini. Oh, screen, he got very sideways on the exit of Nelson, but caught it sweetly and then put their foot back down to the floor. That's one thing I learned, is that if the car gets a little bit oversteering, because of where the engine position is that you kind of put the throttle down if it's starting to slide, just to help the back end sit down, so it actually helps you give you more grip. And it's, of course, these cars being, are they technically rear? Are they mid-engine?
They're mid-engine.
They're mid-engine. So I was about to say rear engine, like an actual car that they look like visibly. Yes. Which I'm always convinced if you actually say it out loud, then Paul Rose will come
yes.
on. So I will say it looks like a certain German car, but it's not rear engine but mid-engine, because of course this is technically in a way like a single-seater chassis in a way, with a space frame roll cage and silhouette bodywork over the top of it, because it sits a central driving position with a flappy paddle sequential shift gearbox. Absolutely
so, centrally seated as well, just like a single-seater for perfect weight distribution. It is a proper bit of kit, which is deliberately designed to not look like a proper bit of kit. The whole reason they went for the VW Beetle shape was to make the cars, well, first of all, eye-catching. Who doesn't love a Beetle? And it is one of the most instantly recognisable shapes in all of motoring, but also to make the cars deliberately unaerodynamic, to create close racing, to make that slipstream really, really powerful, and it's worked. It's a winning formula, and as you can see, it's hugely, hugely popular. And it was seen as a bit of a gimmick at first, I think, and many people questioned the decision to go for this particular body shape, but there was a reason for it, and that's the reason that we get consistently such brilliant racing.
There's a reason why every year at the Spa 25 hours.
Yes.
That's not. I didn't misspeak. It is 25 hours. They did that just because they wanted to and add an extra hour to make it unique. There's a reason why over 100 Fun Cup cars turn up every single year to race on the famous Belgian circuit, because it's such a popular format. And there's even been a couple of times it's stretched as far as, and I think you'll validate for this, it's even stretched as far as Abu Dhabi at one point. They did a couple of races in Abu Dhabi of which teams like Race Logic, for example, went over and raced and took part in it because they are veterans of the championship and former champions. So it's crazy how far Fun Cup has reached. It's not just Europe, it's gone further than you think.
Well, the Daytona Motor Speedway has also, or Daytona International Speedway has also hosted a Fun Cup race just this year not on the oval, using the oval, but the road course as well, the 24-hour circuit. So yeah, it is a global phenomenon, is Fun Cup racing. And yeah, that Spa 25 hours, a fantastic event. In fact, our very own Ted Bradbury is going to be racing, I think, for the first time in that race this year. He was out there doing one of the shorter race. I think it was still a 6-hour race the other week. Unfortunately, had quite a nasty accident. He was fine, but it wasn't the ideal preparation for that race. But we wish him and anyone else who's on the grid this weekend the very best of luck in that event when it comes up during the summer. And yeah, interested to see how he gets on that, because it's part of the European calendar. It doesn't run to exactly the same regulations as the UK. In fact, we're, I think, the only Fun Cup Championship that still uses the petrol engines. Most of them are still diesel powered over in Europe. We used to have a class for both diesel and petrol powered cars in the UK until about 2013, and the mix of classes all descend upon the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. What is an absolutely incredible event. 5.1 seconds are all that separate Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport from Team GRD at the front of the field. On the previous lap, nearly 4 tenths actually were gained by Simon Rudd. It's all going to come down to the pit stop, isn't it, Scott? Who has the quickest pit stop? You normally wouldn't bet against Team GRD, but I think this might come down to who needs the most fuel. And if Uvio can come out with the lead, can they hang on to it?
Well, considering that we think that GRD have basically fueled to the end, and Uvio haven't, it means ultimately, on the fuel battle, ultimately GRD wins it. It's a case of how quickly they can actually turn around that pit stop. And I've seen Uvio practice pit stops before, but it's a rare occasion that they do, because obviously they try to do it because they need to brush up, just because they want to keep themselves race ready. But I have seen them practice them before when they've taken it a little more serious than they tend to sometimes have taken it in the past, on the surface at least, when compared to GRD, multiple time champions, still defending champions, and they know exactly how to make it work and get it done when they need to. So they kind of put themselves in the ultimate position where it's going to be a faster pit stop by default anyway. It's how quickly they can get Simon Rudd in, Riley Phillips out, belts on, doors closed, engine back on, away it goes. How quick it's going to be, both teams are going to have to be really on it, particularly if we want to get this refuel done and done. Now, I'm also seeing as well, whether it's just repeating itself with a glitch on the timing screen, 103 Axiometrics has been warned, at least it's come up 3 times on the timing screen, on TSL on the screen there, for track limits. So not just they've had 3 track limits warnings, but it's come up 3 times. It might well be a glitch or something along those lines, but they're being warned about it. They've got to be careful.
Yes, I suspect it is a bit of a glitch. I don't think they've picked up that many. I will have a look. Oh, no, they are 3. No, they are 3 separate warnings. One was on lap 120, which was followed then by a general track limits warning, and then another one on lap 123. So no, you were right. 3 separate warnings for track limits as they're track focused. Get up the inside of Demon Tweaks. That is for 7th position, and the Team Viking car, which seems ever present, doesn't it? How many battles has that car been involved in that weren't actually for position? But it seems to be in and around most of the action, getting themselves plenty of screen time despite not being in contention. They're a couple of laps down, but clearly have good pace in that car despite their earlier dramas. Shame they had those dramas, because they quite likely would have been up there fighting for a podium without them. And, they will now tag along with the track focused car and try and gain more ground. Good stint this for track focus. They've gained quite a number of positions. I'm not convinced they were in the top 10 at the start of this stint, but they certainly are now up into 7th place, and with the potential maybe to gain even more ground before the flag.
And they're currently lapping as well, for what it's worth, quicker than seed data, because their last lap was 4 tenths quicker than the car in 6th position. So they're doing quite well. Yes, there's only just under 5 minutes left until the pit window opens where they can come in, but maybe it could be extending that stint a little longer so they can try and get this pace that they've got at the moment. And it's even with a damaged front splitter. They've got damage to both a little bit, it's more to the right-hand side, driver's right than driver's left, but there's still a little bit of a nick that's taken on the front. There goes GCI in front of them. They are still 32 seconds off the lead. The gap has stabilised at the front. It's now 5.3 seconds. And yes, Simon Rudd was quicker again than Hoppers, but by 0.04 of a second, so not that much. So on even pace at the moment. give or take. And at the moment, GCI don't seem to be able to match it. They're about 8 or 9 tenths off. So 128.0 was the last lap. This is Greenheath now going for position on Demon Tweaks. They've just lost 7th. Now they're about to lose 8th. They could lose even 9th if they're not careful, because Rob Boston Racing 252, which currently has, as we said, Jason Baker at the wheel, might be about to devote them another place to the bottom of the top 10.
Indeed so, and that Greenheath car moving forward quite nicely in this stint as well. And the Bentley straight they head, 4 minutes away from the final round of pit stops. When will those leading contenders bail for the pit lane? I'm sure GRD will want to plug Riley Phillips in as quickly as possible. Uvio, they've been going sort of part way through the pit window for the most part. And Fabulous Randaccio, I'm sure, is chomping at the bit to get out there and get properly stuck into a battle for the win. Didn't quite get the opportunity to do so at Alton Park. They were one of the many teams that just seemed to struggle a little bit when the rain came in the final hour. But no threat of that today, it would seem. Glorious conditions. Quite a stiff breeze, though. It's a tailwind down the main straight, which means it's a headwind going down the Bentley straight, which possibly explains why that slipstream has been even more powerful than usual down that part of the circuit. And other than that, pretty perfect conditions for racing. Uvio then 5.2 seconds ahead. I've got to say, this has been, and I do hope that I'm not going to regret saying this, this has been, I think, the best performance for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in quite some time. No matter who's been in that car, the pace has been absolutely metronomic, hasn't it? They've not made any mistakes, they've not had any dramas, and they're keeping Simon Rudd at arm's length. He took some time out of them initially, but it's almost as if Farkini's now responded to that. He's matching Simon's pace, he's matching the Team GRD car, and not many people can do that.
Yeah, 27.2 to a 27.1. Again, they are one of the master teams out of the, in terms of just how experienced they are and how many titles they've won. So it's no surprise that Farkini's sort of waking up a little bit. But you are right, at the same time, you have to give credit where credit's due, particularly against the likes of Simon Rudd, who's done quite a lot in his career, of course, and Riley, of course, has been incredibly well versed, and pretty much all he really knows is Fun Cup and what he's done. But then again, so do Farkini and Fabulous. They've been incredibly quick, and of course, Farkini's been doing it in the days when he shared with Graham Roberts for a few seasons and won a couple of times with him, of course, in those days. So it's been an awful long time, and you get some of these new younger drivers in there, but they are one of the teams that certainly proves the phrase experience counts for a lot, and it's certainly coming through, not only just experience, but even with the years he's been in the championship, the pace hasn't fallen off. I'd argue in many cases he's kept on getting technically quicker and quicker with how much more pace and consistency he has got when they're absolutely on it. This has been one of those days, I agree, where they've just been on it. And yeah, Simon's pushing as hard as he can. He's taken another 10th or so out of them. Again, it's only tenths. It's not a tenth or at most 2 tenths. It's not a massive amount of time being taken out of them by chunks. It's, yeah, right now before the end of the pit window, that Farkini's matching Simon, at least keeping him as much as he can at bay.
Absolutely so, and Demon Tweaks here hoping they can keep the Rob Boston Racing car at bay. There was a big slide for the Demon Tweaks car there coming out of Riches. This for 9th position at the moment, and most of the cars in that queue ahead of them are all on the same lap, so there are more positions to be gained here for Rob Boston Racing if they can make the move soon. And they head down into the braking zone at Brundle and Nelson. See Data there are also making some progress through the pack. That's not for position, but that's the 6th placed car, so 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, all in this queue of cars, amongst some other cars that are laps down, and in fact the 3rd place car of GCI Racing, who are now fading slightly from the leaders. Good lap there for Simon Rudd, took a chunk out of Farkini on that lap, a 26.8, so that was 7 tenths gained. Possibility that there was some traffic maybe for Farkini. But just as we were saying, that he's putting in one of the stints of his life. He drops a fair chunk of time there to his pursuer, and you can't be affording to do that. Pit window is open, so for the final time today, the pit window is open, and we're now down to crunch time. Who needs to do what with regards to fuel, and who can get their driver changes done the most efficiently? That, I think, is what's going to decide this race.
Yeah, 4.4 seconds being the gap. This is going to be quite critical. If we're led to believe what the plan is at the moment, the GRD don't need to fuel again, Uvio we think potentially do, so that's going to be quite crucial how that works out. Obviously the laps down, further back down, Demon Tweaks moves out of the way of the group of cars, which is being led by C Data, then GCI is in the group, being pushed along by Track Focused and Viking and also Greenheath. Then the first of the, that'll be the Demon Tweaks car that's right behind in car 207, and then behind them on track, we couldn't quite see exactly who it was.
No, indeed not. This is very busy, isn't it, in this group of cars? GCI Racing doing their best to try and escape from it if they can. So Uvio and GRD 5.7 seconds, so there must have been traffic. There's traffic that delayed Uvio a lap ago, and then a lap later Simon Rudd have come across it. Also Farchini responded anyway, didn't he? So a 26.1 is that car's best lap of the race. That's only a couple of tenths off the new lap record that was set by Ted Bradbury earlier on. So okay, my first thought there was, it must be something that slowed the GRD car down. No, it was just Farchini going even faster.
Does it also possibly not affirm that car's quite light at the moment, hence it'll need fuel at the final stint?
Possibly.
And of course, remember, it'll be Fabulous Randaccio versus Riley Phillips. Yes, this is Farchini versus Simon Rudd, but now you're putting Riley Phillips in the car. See how he stacks up against Fabulous, and that's not usually, not saying it's not equal, but typically Fabulous, we know, is incredibly quick. At the same time, Riley Phillips is Riley Phillips, and you never doubt Riley Phillips.
You don't. Not many people are quicker than Riley Phillips, are they? That's going to be the problem. What I will say, though, is because of the nature of the track that we're at, provided Uvio can come out of the pit lane ahead, even if Riley then overtakes them on track, can Riley Phillips really pull away with the power of the slipstream? I'm not sure he will be able to. I spoke to Riley this morning. He didn't think he'd be able to. He did not think that if he got in front of a Uvio or a GCI Racing or, someone like Ted Bradbury, he didn't expect to be able to get away from them. So I think even if they can catch and pass Uvio, they've got a fight on their hands, and we're about to get the first piece of the jigsaw puzzle in place because GRD have pitted. So Team GRD have pitted from second position. Out they get. There is no fuel going into that car. It's a dry stop. It should be a quick stop. Close the doors, off they go. That was about as slick as it gets.
Yeah, and that was wasn't even 10 seconds, that was a single digit stop, and that's again well versed, the reason why they're champions. Out they go, minimal time lost, and as they go back out, they did so manage to do so ahead of Signature. They do so also crucially ahead of the Gagala cars headed by C-Data. That's really critical, so that's ahead of the battle that was going on for 6th position. So they're going to stay second, of course, anyway, because of course these cars are a lap down. But that, I think, is a really, really big benefit. Not just a really quick pit stop, but they did so ahead of this lot, who are going to start kicking off anyway, which they are about to, by the looks of it. C-Data under threat from, that is Track Focus and Viking and Green Heath. Now, that'll be C-Data, Track Focus and Green Heath all battling for 6th, 7th and 8th. I think GCI have pitted. Yes, they have. They're in from 3rd position. They are the only car left on the lead lap apart from GRD and Uvio. You suspected looked out the window.
Because GCI have already left the pit lane. That was very quick, so I suspect that was a dry stop as well. It's the ideal strategy. You don't really want to refuel at the final stop because obviously you don't have as much time then to regain any lost track position. So, double wave yellows there at Brundle and Nelson. Who's gone off? It is... That's PLR, isn't it? I think that's the PLR car that's gone off.
Is it Northern Velocity?
It is.
No, it's PLR.
It is PLR, yep. That is, unfortunately, Neil Plimmer, who I don't think had got out of that car yet. No, he hadn't. And again, he stalled it. That's often the way when you spin one of these cars. But can he now get it refired? That's definitely a dangerous position to be stuck.
It's a similar situation what happened to Clapham North earlier on. They stalled it, and then he's got it. And it's the tempting thing because a hot race engine is not an easy thing to restart. Of course, they're quite sort of temperamental. It's not easy to do that. So the fact you can get it refired, you're kind of in the hands of the racing gods in terms of when you fire it. Does it go, or does you let it cool for a few seconds, wait, and then go forwards again? That was the other Demon Tweaks car coming out the pit lane, 207, but that car's way down the order anyway. That is currently at the moment in 16th place and 2 laps behind the next car in front, which is Viking that just put another lap on them anyway. So that's going to change. Oh, and that's 158 G-Force again. More antics for the white and purple.
Now that's a dangerous and difficult place to rejoin from the driver's perspective. We can see the traffic that's coming, but the driver on board would not have been able to. I think it is still Graham Winstone in the car. Thankfully gets going again, and we cut to the onboard camera from his perspective, thankfully about 30 seconds too late to see what happened. Sure, he'd rather keep that a secret. Another rotation, odd place to end up that on the inside of the Wilson hairpin, but luckily didn't beach himself on the curb and was able to get the car going again.
I think it's actually Gary Summers, because I had Gary as being 5th on the stint list, so that'll be Gary had the spin, but they both had their own adventures today, respectively, where they've been in that car. And that's the AI racing car that we saw earlier on had some problems in sit back, but that car's now once again trying to claw its way back up where it can. That car's 20th at the moment. It's 2 laps off the next car, which I think it's actually just got a lap back on G-Force because they were 2 laps behind, so they've got a lap back on that car after it spun, which is not for position, but at least will benefit them at no end. Black Widows are in from 17th, the 99 car.
Riley Phillips, by the way, first flying lap, a 1:27.3, only a tenth quicker than Farkini. Now, okay, that's his first lap. He might have had traffic, but there's no immediate damage being done. As far as GRD are concerned, it's all going to come down to the pit stop, isn't it? Do Uvio need fuel? And if they don't, can they perform a dry stop quick enough to keep that lead? They had, what, 5.5 seconds or so to play with? So they can't afford to drop a huge amount of time in the pit lane, regardless of whether they take fuel or not.
What may be a help or a hindrance to Riley Phillips also, they've got signature RP behind. And who's the wheel of that car right now? Marcus Clutton, who is no slouch whatsoever, as we know, in Fun Cup circles, so he will certainly be, well, whether he'll be helpful, he's pushing or trying to be a nuisance, either way, just running his own race, we'll have to wait and see. But that car is not going to be a slow one with Marcus at the wheel, because it never is when he's at the wheel of a Fun Cup car or anything, to be fair. He's always a handy driver. There goes Uvio side by side with Axiometrics, and that lap is a 1:27.416.
So consistent, though. I mean, the last 3 laps I've looked, he's done a 27.4. Just so absolutely metronomic in his pace, Farkini. This has been a seriously impressive stint.
And in 1:03 at the moment, Axiometrics, that currently has Will Smith at the wheel of it as well. So, and I think, if I'm correct, I recognised that name before. Will Smith is quite a quick driver as well. I forget exactly where he's coming from, but Will Smith is a very fast driver.
Well, I think he just overtook Farkini, if I'm honest, so I think that should tell you all you need to know. Absolutely nose to tail down the back straight. Northern Velocity are in, by the way, for what should be their final pit stop. Meanwhile, through go GRD, 4 tenths slower than Farkini that time.
But he's now behind Marcus Clutton, interestingly enough.
There's smoke coming from one of these cars. Is it the Axiometrics car?
It's 1:03, I think. Either that or it was lens flare from the sun, possibly. One of the two.
Possibly. It looked a bit smoky to me, but you might be right. Anyway, I don't think it's coming from the Uvio car, which was my main concern. Farkini then actually now lapping quicker than Riley Phillips is at the moment. This is good news. When will he pit? It looks at this point like they might go right to the end of the stint.
But Riley's now dropped behind Marcus Clutton, so he might get a tow from Marcus because he knows how quick he is.
Yeah, true.
So, and ironically at the moment also, I wonder possibly if either Uvio have sussed it or they've coincidentally done the same tactic. We'll tow behind the car for as long as we can before we then make a pit stop or come in. He's not coming in just yet. I thought for a split second, he thought, well, I'll come in. No, and carries on. Pit window overboard is still open.
I think if you've waited this long, you might as well go to the end of the window, mightn't you? So I think that's probably going to be the strategy. That was a slower lap, a 28.0 with the overtake that happened, and maybe just got delayed slightly by the Axiometrics car, but only a couple of tenths slower than what Riley Phillips did a lap ago, so nothing too much to worry about. We'll know in a couple of minutes' time, I think, exactly how this one's going to pan out. All that Uvio can hope for here is that they come out of the pit lane either ahead or within touching distance of the Team GRD car. If they can do that and they can stay in the slipstream, they've got a chance of battling. I do worry that if, for their sake anyway, if Riley Phillips comes out of this cycle of pit stops with a decent lead, it might be difficult to catch him. He took 1.1 seconds out of Farkini on that lap. It was a poor lap for Uvio, it was a good lap for GRD, and the pendulum starts to swing back the other way.
And of course, as well, again, Phillips benefited from the tow that Marcus Clutton was giving him right in front of him. Yes, that car might be way down in 14th place, but again, Marcus Clutton's Marcus Clutton, so he's giving him the tow that he needs and the pace that he might need for the end of that. This is interesting. Now, 5th, 6th and 7th battling over the top 5 positions are all in together. This is track focus, and both Rob Boston cars. I'd be busy down for Rob down in pit lane with both of them in there making stops themselves.
Yes, I'm not sure I'd have done that if I was Rob. Maybe he's got plenty of people on hand to help with the pit stops, but yeah, you'd think you'd want to keep them separated. In come the leaders, so this is the key. In comes Farkini, and the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car will pull into its pit bay. Does it need fuel? That's the first question. They have to get Farkini out first. I don't see any fuel. It looks like a dry stop to me. Oh, there's a delay getting Farkini out. That's Fabulous getting in. Sorry, there was a slight stumble. Lifts his arms up to let the belts be tightened. It doesn't look quite as slick as the GRD stop. It's not terrible. Almost stalled the car as he left the pit lane. Now, where is Team GRD's Riley Phillips? Has he come out of the final corner yet? He has. He's on the right-hand side, but I think Uvio will come out with a narrow lead here. The GRD car is at the back of this queue of cars, and Fabulous Randaccio gets out just in front of GRD. Game on. Half an hour to go. Uvio retain the lead, and that's got to be, what, a couple of seconds, if that. Riley Phillips is absolutely on it. He is, I think, going to catch Fabulous Randaccio. Can Fabulous keep him behind for half an hour?
With a 26.5 that Riley Phillips just put in, I'm not sure. And I think coming out of Richie's corner, I think Fabulous got a little bit sideways. He was trying to push on, probably looked in his mirror and thought, oh, cripes, there's Riley. I've got to have to put my foot down now. He's now getting a side draft from the Demon Tweaks car down the back straight. But he's now thinking, I've got to keep this up for half an hour, and Riley's right behind me. So this is the biggest challenge of the race. And again, they'll be thinking, at some point, we were like, what? Over a minute ahead, like a lap ahead of this car. How is it now? We're literally nose to tail with a half an hour to go, and Riley's like, George, you don't want to look in the back because he's now just thought he's set to get out of the water, out of the pit lane. It is number 1 cars right back on their tail once again. You're absolutely right. I repeat your phrase. This is game on for the victory, and it's half an hour to go.
If there's one thing we can promise you, it's that Fabulous Randaccio is not going to roll over and let this one slip through his fingers. They've utterly dominated this race, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. They nearly lapped the GRD car halfway through the race. A couple of safety cars have brought GRD back into it. They're absolutely nose to tail now as they come towards the timing line. This is the end of the 139th lap of the race, and it's absolutely nothing separating the top 2 cars. 0.2 of a second, says the stopwatch. That's irrelevant because it can be measured in feet and inches now rather than seconds. GRD have caught Uvio, something they've been trying to do since the drop of the green flag 3.5 hours ago. Now, can they find a way through?
Penalty for car 22, and it's the G Force Again car that's getting in the mix as well. They always give plenty of people's antics throughout the day, and that's their latest episode throughout this 4-hour race. Now down the back straight they go once again. The heat haze rippling on the tarmac as we see the top 2 nose to tail once again. Riley Phillips staying there, and he's forcing Fabus go defensive, but he knows exactly what he's doing to the outside line. You can pass down the outside. Marcus Clutton gets the popcorn out to watch this from a grandstand seat to watch these two. Is it going to be Phillips sweeping around the outside? Of course it is. And for the first time in ages, GRD do hit the front, and they've made it stick. And Marcus Clutton thinks, that looks fun. I might try that myself as well.
Well, when was the last time these 2 cars were battling for a race win in the final stint? It was Alton Park last year, wasn't it? Can you remember what happened there, Scott?
I think something happened on the last lap, didn't it?
Yeah.
And they were basically battling for the championship, and something happened, and I don't know. Can you remember what happened?
I think there was a lot of carbon fibre that went flying, that which I do remember, or whatever these cars are made out of. Maybe not carbon fibre. This is affordable endurance motorsport after all. But yes, it definitely ended in tears. It was Farchini in the car, in fairness, not Fabulous. Maybe that's the reason Fabulous does the final stint of the races more often now. His job now is simple. He's got to stay in the slipstream. Don't let Riley Phillips get away. If you're within half a second or so, that's more than enough to stay with the leading car. But through all of the traffic, all of the twists and turns that the final 27 minutes of racing have in store for them, they've got to stay in touch and time when to make that crucial move for the lead.
Absolutely so. So out of Montreal they go. These two are just the definition of perennial rivals in Fun Cup. These two always, it doesn't matter what happens in any Fun Cup race, these two always find each other, typically in a fight for the lead. It always comes down to the same story time and time again. It's almost like the 2 best tennis players in the world. They always find themselves in the final of a Grand Slam tournament, and it's always a fantastic spectacle. Here comes the repass, as you expect.
Yep.
And Riley let him have that one, thinking, right, I'm not going to fight you that hard. There's still 26 minutes to go. I'm not going to stupidly go wheel to wheel too much. I'll sit behind you. I think they both accept there is going to be a degree of cat and mouse here between the two of them, passing and repassing. It'll only be in the last couple of 2 or 3 laps, and they really start to get serious and start to go properly defending. They might well just let each other, within reason, keep on doing this to try and pull away and keep this gap going. Very sideways under brakes, but Corwin is a tricky enough corner as it is. But still, Riley he's literally nicking away at the rear end bodywork of Fabus's car. He's practically, well, he is pushing him tandem drafting down the pit straight. Literally, they're locked together like an 8-wheel Fun Cup car down the pit straight here. Practically pushing. He is pushing him. Look, you can see he's practically locked onto the rear bumper or the rear end of the car. Which way is he going to dink, one way or the other? No, he stays right close underneath him. And forcing Fabus to go a little wider, and that's going to give him the opening he needs. Even with a tighter run, Riley's got the speed he needs, and Marcus Clutton's getting involved in this as well. The signature car getting boxed in, he's wiggling around under braking, but Phillips goes back through, so now he's going to be the one that leads them onto the straight. And ironically, I think what that's done is, look, it's not only given Phillips a car length or so, but look at Marcus Clutton. He's locked onto the toe now. Again, forget the fact that he's back in, what is it now, signature RV in 12th position. Doesn't matter. Although it doesn't even matter really that since the Clutton's behind him, because here comes Fabulous Randaccio again. I suspect we're going to get pretty much a lot of this for the next 25 minutes or so.
Marcus just drove onto the grass down the back straight then. I think he was distracted by what was going on in front of him. Look at this, they're side by side again. And this time Riley Phillips isn't just going to relinquish the lead. Here comes Clutton. He's laps down, but he's every bit as quick as these two. And he's going to get between them. Now, how significant could that prove to be? Marcus Clutton then in the the car that is, as I said, at least 2 laps down, 3 laps down maybe now they are, I think. They want to try and, he wants to try and demonstrate the pace that he's got, I suppose. He also doesn't really want to get too involved in this battle for the lead, but they were holding each other up so much, he had no choice but to go through.
The only sort of saving grace might be is that Riley Phillips is going to get a tow from Clutton. He'll get a double tow of that, because of course it'll be the hole that's been punched in the air by Fabulous. It'll be made even bigger by the fact that Riley's right on the back of Marcus, so he might be using him as a bit of a decoy to get a double tow down the straight. Marcus is closing back in on Randaccio as they turn through the right-hander. Riley's, of course, got good pace off Richie's corner anyway, because we know how good he is on the run towards Montreal hairpin. And look out for Marcus. I know he wants to play, but at the same time he's playing a very dangerous game here between the top two being locked in the middle. But I think, to be fair, he's laps down, and because there's no blue flags, I think the simple phrase is he doesn't care.
He's breaking absolutely no rules. He is perfectly entitled to do this within Fun Cup regulations. You can agree with that or disagree with it, but he's doing nothing wrong. And he right now is getting between these 2 cars that are fighting for the race win. Here he comes to the inside now of Uvio. Is Riley going to go with him? That's what Fabulous wants to try and avoid. He pinches Riley Phillips over the inside curb. He lets Clutton go, but is Phillips going to get the switch back out of Nelson? No, he's not. Couldn't quite get the acceleration. And so in fairness there, Fabulous sort of negotiated that quite effectively, didn't he?
Tell you what, Marcus has actually played that unlap technique beautifully. Yes, he's getting involved in it, but he kind of gave Ryan no choice but to go with him to push him down the straight, got him past to unlap himself. So that's now Car's got himself a lap back on. So he's only 1 lap off the lead now, and we know how much pace he might all have. As again, these two find themselves each other locked together. Front end of GRD's car practically shoved under the gearbox of the Uvio machines. They come back down the pit straight. They're coming on to complete lap 143, and now it's Randaccio getting the benefit of the tow from Clutton.
Well, that's the trouble now, isn't it, for Riley? Because it's going to be harder for him to overtake Fabulous, because Fabulous will always have a tow. I don't see Marcus dropping these 2 anytime soon. So that's actually going to help the defence, isn't it, of the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. He is now defending into the Wilson hairpin. Forces Riley Phillips to go the long way round, but it's difficult to get the switch back through that narrow technical sequence of corners. And so it will still be the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car that stays ahead. And now Riley Phillips would love to use the tow to try and challenge down the back straight, but it's actually Randaccio that has the most momentum. Look, pulls back to the inside of Marcus Clutton. Does Riley Phillips try and make it 3 wide? He's going to consider it, isn't he? Look at this. To the inside of both of them goes the GRD car, and he's gone through. Riley Phillips gets the lead away. Well, what do I know? Hey, I thought that having Marcus Clutton in front of the Uvio car was going to be a benefit. In the end, it has suited Riley Phillips.
And there's still 21 minutes and 50 seconds left of this. I mean, and this half of this race was quite quiet, quite serene. Uvio had this one pretty much as it was, and we thought, is that strategy from GRD going to work? It's worked. Of course, a couple of safety cars have helped them out, as it would have helped anyone out. But again, somehow it's always these 2 that end up at the front, and it's always these 2 battling for the front. Not saying it's a bad thing, because they put on great entertainment. They are perennial rivals in this championship, but it's like that kind of, it's like a fairy tale or some kind of fantasy story. It's always the same ending to practically almost every single time. Those 2 at the front, always battling for the victory, and it's always 50-50. You never know exactly which one's going to come out on top based on who's having a better day, who's having better fortunes, anything else. Again, I keep saying it, it's always these 2 at the front of the field.
And in a field that has such great strength in depth as well these days, so many competitive teams, so many quick drivers, it is remarkable that these 2 consistently seem to come out on top. One of them, at least, seems to come out on top, but it's that experience factor, isn't it? You can be ballistically quick in one of these cars, but unless you can hook that all together with teammates that are capable of bringing that speed, perfect pit stops, perfect strategy, keep the mechanical sympathy and the reliability up as well, you're going to struggle to beat teams like Uvio and GRD. That was Fabulous having a little peek to the inside at Brundle, couldn't make that move stick. They've got a lapped car now to try and negotiate as they head into the bomb hole, and this might get a little bit interesting. No, really good driving there from the lapped car, stayed right out of the way, let both of the leaders go, and Marcus Clutton, of course, goes with them.
That was the Black Widows car with David Clark at the wheel. He'd taken over from Christian Rose onto this final stint of the race. Once again, as we've talked about, it is now Phillips with the tow that he'll give to Fabulous, but also look at the way that Clutton's come off the corner to try and give Fabulous the push, which I'm certain he will. And again, Marcus benefits from that double tow down the pit straight. One penalty I want to also mention, because we didn't actually get to it whilst this was happening with battle for the leads. Again, here comes Fabulous, has a look. Not just a look, it's a pass into Richie's, straightforward as you like. Ooh, and Riley was a tiny bit wayward off the apex there. He's still a little bit. He's got Clutton right to his back bumper now as well. Back down towards Montreal hairpin. And always on the grass. And how on earth? I'm not saying that's as extreme as it was. What was it? Anglesey when he went 3 wide on the grass. But that's still Riley Phillips doing Riley Phillips things. You use all the track and some, like Marcus Clutton did on the back straight a few laps ago. Again, I keep on saying it. It's always these two.
Well, that was near disaster there, wasn't it? I think Riley was caught out a bit by Fabulous braking a bit earlier than he anticipated, but he's straight back onto it, gets to the inside into Brundle, and I think he's about to reclaim the race lead. Yes, he does. See, if this does come down to a last lap duel, at the moment you'd have to say it's advantage GRD, isn't it? Because yes, Fabulous can make the move, but he's making it down the pit straight. That's not really where you want to make the move. You want to be doing it down the back straight so that the other driver doesn't then have an opportunity to retaliate. But lap after lap, despite them consistently changing the lead, by the time they get to the line, it's car number one that more often than not is back in front. So, you know, this is now an 18-minute sprint to the flag. You've got to try and figure out, well, okay, if I'm not going to get away from this guy, how do I position myself to beat him to the line? Although Fabulous was slowing there slightly as they came to the exit of the final corner. Here's the replay of what happened to Riley Phillips, just caught out a bit by Fabulous braking a bit earlier maybe than Riley was anticipating, but I was a bit concerned about the slow exit from the final corner there for Fabulous. The gap was 1.1 seconds at the line. That's by far the biggest it's been since Riley took the lead.
It was a 28.2, and so it is getting a bit bigger. So
I think he just had a bad exit from the last corner, but you can't afford, he's out of slipstreaming range now, isn't he?
Let's watch this lap and see what happens. There's the 97 car that's got front end damage. Now, of course, Fabulous will get the push from Marcus Clutton down the back straight here. But yeah, you're right. Whatever happened, it was a shaky and scruffy exit from Murray's corner for Randaccio, and now he's actually paying the price for that because he's now got a gap now, say 1.1 seconds. That last lap, that was a 28.2 compared to a 27.2. So he lost a second in that whole sequence. From that one corner, it seemed, which is quite a lot to lose from one corner.
I think I don't know whether he hit the curb. I think he had a bit of a slide. I do think it was just a little moment. I don't think there's a drama with the car necessarily, but the crucial thing is he dropped out of slipstreaming range, so you can afford to drop 3 or 4 car lengths maybe, and the slipstream will bring you back together. This is a little bit too significant a gap. He's certainly pushing on though. Again, not very good through the last corner, is he? That's the one weakness that he's got seemingly. Marcus Clutton actually almost ran into the back of him there, so for whatever reason, Fabulous Randaccio struggling off through the final turn, and that gap's more than doubled, hasn't it? 2.5 seconds. Is it a drama, or is it just a little mistake that's crept in over the last couple of laps for the driver or the car that has led much of this race?
But dare I say it, is it just Riley managed to find a clear gap and just clearing off into the distance because he's got that pace left in him? Either way, effectively, Fabulous now just been left to play with Marcus Clutton here, and that before going through Coram, you might not have seen it on the screen, but Marcus got very sideways in the middle of Coram, managed to gather it up, clip plane, but that car was a little bit sideways, or quite a long lurid slide through Coram. He's also passed, you can see the number one, put another lap on the Redham racing car. Just has the pace now. So whether it's just, again, the fact that he was benefiting from the tow, or whether it's just whatever happened, not even getting a push from Marcus Clutton is helping Fabulous out at all. So unless there's something Jamie can try and discover that he might be able to learn from what Fabulous might be saying on the radio if he's talking, yeah, that gap from what it was from 1.1, that's not 2.4 anymore. In fact, that's going out even more. So that's very perplexing.
It is, and I think there's an argument now if you're Fabulous Randaccio for letting Marcus Clutton through, isn't there? Because I think Marcus might now be faster than him at this point, and that might be his only opportunity to close in on the GRD car. There is the Team GRD bunker. All eyes fixed on the monitors as they watch Riley Phillips do what he does best. Bring the car home, they hope, for a race victory. He's had a bit more of a fight on his hands in this race than he's had for quite some time. But I'm sure he's enjoyed it, and he will really be enjoying now seeing this gap growing to 2.8 seconds nearly now between the two of them. It was a better lap that for Fabulous, back into the 126s, still 3/10 slower than the leader.
And that's the thing, with their benefit but so consistently, that's the problem, because now that Riley it might well be that now Riley's got himself into clear air, he thinks, right, I can now clear off and try and make advantage of that, and it's just that one slip, whatever it was, that gave him that gap to be out of tow range, that's now given Riley the ability to not relax, but to release himself to be able to go ahead and actually extend the gap that he needs. It's 2.7 seconds, as you say, and Fabulous seems to be content with just letting Marcus sit behind him and give him a push rather than give him a toe by sitting in front of him.
To be fair, Marcus hasn't showed his nose either, though. I think if Marcus were to pull alongside Randaccio, then possibly Fabulous wouldn't put up too much of a fight at this stage, because I do think Marcus is maybe quick enough to drag the Uvio car up to the leader. This will be an interesting lap time to have a look at, though, because it's been a cleaner lap, I think, for Randaccio this time. Is he still losing time, seemingly, in this final corner that's allowing Riley Phillips to get away? The Team GRD car accelerates off the final corner with 14.25 minutes to go in this second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And let's compare the lap times then. GRD come through, and for Riley Phillips that's a 26.588, for Fabulous a 26.4, 9/10 dropped. I think at this rate it's tough to see how Uvio are going to do this.
No,
sorry, 26.5, sorry, misreading that. Yeah, so he was actually slightly quicker. Forget everything I just said, he gained a 10th back. Brilliant lap.
Yeah, so not too bad, but even though it was a 10th quicker, one, that's definitely that's not enough, and two, even if he's closing in now, is it really too little too late now?
Quite possible, isn't it? Quite possible, but if he can get within a second or so, there's traffic up the road, that could just, all it takes is one stumble in the traffic for Riley Phillips, and Fabulous Randaccio could be right back with him. So it's still nervy stuff this for Riley. He can't afford a slip up. He can't afford to relax one little bit between now and the flag. Yes, I thought I saw a car stopped on the side of the road. There's a yellow flag at the top end of the straight. There's a car on driver's left quite early on the Bentley straight. I'm not sure who that is, but there's somebody who has stopped out on track, and well, I don't really want to say it, but we have enough time, don't we, still, for there to be a safety car, and that could change everything. It's Viking! It's Team Viking and Ursus Capital who have pulled over at the side of the road. Well, we've had safety cars for cars stopped in that, pretty much exactly that part of the circuit, and that's exactly what Uvio Hoffmans want. It's exactly what Uvio Hoffmans need, dare I say it, in order to have half a chance of winning this race.
All I'm going to say is we had a safety car for Morpheus stopped in that position, so I don't see the reason why there wouldn't be another one here. I'm waiting for the timing screen to flash yellow.
Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. We've got time for a safety car. If there were 5 minutes to go, I'd understand. And I'm not wishing this away from Team GRD at all, but going off what we've seen, that is the precedent that's been set. So we'll keep an eye. The safety car is parked directly opposite our commentary positions. We'll be the first to tell you if those lights start flashing on top of the Hyundai safety car. But past the stricken car now will go Riley Phillips, and he will look at that and he'll think, surely not.
Just he'll be willing Viking to try and build some life back into the engine, whatever it might be. That's the problem. I think just like you, I think I'm keeping one eye looking out the timing monitor on the screen on what's going on here, but one eye also firmly on the safety car to see exactly when those lights flicker.
All I will say, I know we had a safety car for the FNS car that was stopped on the back straight earlier on. That was earlier in the race. There was a chance that they could get that car back to the pit lane and get it back out on track. I don't actually think they ever did. No, they did. It is running again now, I believe. At that stage of the race, yes, race control have a bit of a duty to try and give the team a chance to get the car back into the race. Team Viking aren't going to get back into the race now. Even if they recover the car, there'd only be 5 minutes left. It's not in a dangerous position, certainly not. You could keep the car there, and I wonder whether for that reason they're going to let this run. We'll wait and see. I think if they were going to go safety car, they'd have done it by now, and I suspect maybe they're not going to. Disaster then for Uvio, because they're continuing to drop a 10th or 2 per lap now to Team GRD, but that's exactly what GRD wanted to see. They don't need a safety car. They don't need any excuse now for Uvio to get back on their tail.
Gap's gone back out by 2/10, 126.4 compared to a 126.6. So no change there. I was going to say also as well, the one team that benefits from Viking immediately benefits from Viking retiring is Team Clapham North, because they're on the same lap as them. They're both 3 laps down. Of course, now Vikings go more laps down, of course, but they're on the same lap. And through this stint, George have been passed by the Viking car. Then they get that place back, so they're going to finish 14th, which is 1 place down from where they finished in Alton Park. But that'll be a team that will be ruining their chances of what could have been, given had the contact between Tom Roach and George Grant not happened. And I suspect George might be kicking himself because he might feel as if it's a mistake that's cost him a potential result. But it's racing, these things happen, and of course I know he'll come back for the next round and just try and push on again. But if that's one thing it's certainly proved as well, is that car, when it's in the right situation, when everything's going right for it, the combination, like I said, George has been getting quicker and quicker, but particularly, of course, Abby's proven itself more than once, of course, at Alton, and now, of course, in more than once this race in the stint. She's got the pace to run at the front. That's a quick car in general. It just needs a little bit of luck and good fortune in terms of other places going forward. So I think there's another race where they can take a lot of positives away and go to the next race and try and get themselves in a better position next time.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think their time will come, won't it? And really, really promising pace for them today. Good day for Rob Boston Racing as well, in fairness. They've got 2 cars inside the top 10 and a really solid performance for Northern Velocity. Sort of the perfect result, this, isn't it, from the championship perspective? Paul Rose will be thinking, yeah, it's really nice. We've got another quick team come in there. You know, if they come back, they'll probably have a chance of winning. But they're not going to get on the podium today. They're going to be just that one step away. They're close enough to the podium that it might bring them back again, but they're not going to take any money off me. I bet that's what's going through Paul Rose's mind right now.
No, I think it's 6 words. Thank goodness my wallet's safe. That's exactly what he's thinking, particularly the 10 grand. This is quite key. I was looking there. Was that I think the Captain North car's gone through. I think it had a little bit of damage to the front splitter, I think, from what I saw on there. On the right front. So it's either it's clipped something, I think, either one of the bigger curbs or a bollard somewhere. I thought I saw on that front. So there's a little damage there by the look of it. Gap is, last time by when they went out, as we were conversing about that, last time by the gap went out by another 4:10, so it was 1 minute 26.2 for Phillips compared to 1:26.6 for Randaccio, so the gap is out to just over 3 seconds. And Clutton seems quite content to just sit behind Randaccio and just keep on pushing him towards the end of the flag now with 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, Marcus has been on both sides of this situation. He's been the lead lap car trying to fight for the win when, a quick car laps down, starts getting in the way, and it's cost him wins before. So he will know that, the last thing that Fabulous Randaccio needs is to be battling with him. I tell you what, though, that PLR car appearing in front of Fabulous Randaccio has given him a new lease of life. He just did his personal best lap of the race, 1:26.1, 4 tenths quicker than the leader. That's all he needs. He just needs someone quick to slipstream with, and he's got the PLR car ahead of him, which in theory is in the hands of Tim Wheeldon. I don't know whether they've stuck to that plan, but that is at least a car that's giving him a slipstream, and you can immediately see the sort of lap time that gains you.
Given the last lap time for that car was 1:29.2, I don't think it is actually. I think he's done his stint and therefore he's gone. And actually, in actual fact, Marcus, speaking of personal bests, the fact that Signature has been following Uvio, they've all set a personal best, and that was also 1:26.1. Exactly the same lap time. 1:26.128. So it pays to follow Uvio at some point if you need to.
Yeah, seemingly so. This, meanwhile, is the battle for 6th position. Demon Tweaks number 249 car, which for the final stint is being driven by Jack Minshaw, trying to keep the Seed Data car behind. Seed Data, that is Matt Hogg. These two cars have been quite close together for quite some time, actually, in the second half of the race. Seed Data just pulling out of the slipstream there. So think about making a move into riches, but ultimately not quite close enough. And this is a battle again, I think, that's going to rage on until the flag. They are 6 seconds behind Greenheath, but lapping slower than them, and they're 5 seconds ahead of Track Focused, who are lapping quicker than them, in fairness. So the black car that we just caught a glimpse of in the background is catching these two, but might now not quite have enough time to close in and challenge for a position inside the top 6.
And that was Matt Hogg has made the move, so he's back up into currently at the moment 6th position, but looks as though Jack Minshaw will try and get him back as they make the run back down towards Brundle Nelson. Just saw the Viking carts parked against the barrier once again, side by side once again. See Data in white and blue on the left, Demon Tweaks in red and yellow on the right, and Matt Hogg keeps Minshaw at bay for the moment. So this will be another battle that will go literally all the way to the flag for position. We should mention also as well, in terms of this scrap that's going on, at the moment, considering who is in contention Masters cars and which ones isn't, as Uvio has been given a black and white flag for track limits.
I'm not that surprised, if I'm honest, to see that message appear at the top of the screen. You could tell that Fabulous was pushing, and hey, if you've got a few lives left to use, you might as well use them now, right?
Absolutely. But looking at back to the Masters battle, given that Team GRD are a Masters team, so they'll be invisible for the victory. That's another one. That's the second one's come up, a second consecutive message. That's for track limits Nelson lap 154,
which was the lap that they've just finished. Yes, okay, they need to be a bit careful, don't they? But again, it's a bit of a Hail Mary now, isn't it? Just whatever we can do to try and get back in touch with the leaders. What are the lap times going to be this time? GRD, Riley Phillips, a 26.4. That's a good lap for Riley Phillips, and it compares to a 26.6 for Fabulous. He's desperately close. If he could just gain another second on Riley Phillips, he'd be right back in there, wouldn't he, with the power of the slipstream. He needs Riley to just have a little trip up in traffic. There is a lapped car ahead. I can't quite see who that is. Riley, though, is probably going to catch that car down the Bentley Straight, and that's the perfect place, isn't it, to catch a slower car?
Certainly is. Going back to the Masters mention, because GRD are leading, and of course they'll be invisible for the Masters top 3, it means that currently Greenheath are on course to win Masters, 5th overall. And they are about roughly just under 7 seconds ahead of the second place in that category now, which is Demon Tweaks. And they themselves, you mentioned they're being caught by Track Focus. That'll be for a switch on positions on the Masters podium, because if Track Focus do catch them, which currently has 49 with Mike McCullum at the wheel, that'll put them into second in Masters and also 7th overall ahead of Demon Tweak. So Jack Minshaw, his task now for the next 4.5 minutes, if he can, and given the gap is at the moment 4.7 seconds, I don't think he'll catch him actually, so he makes a mistake, touch wood. That should be the Masters podium of Greenheath, Demon Tweaks and Track Focused in that order. So it looks like we're going to get the cars 5th, 7th and 8th to make up the top 3 in our Masters category.
Indeed so. Right, we're going to have 4 minutes to go this time by, give or take, so only a handful of laps left, 3 possibly at the end of this one. Yes, I think you're right, 3 laps it will be to go. Through comes the Team GRD car, that was the Rob Boston Racing 169 car going another lap down, and here comes Marcus Clutton, look, interestingly, pulling alongside Fabulous Randaccio, but Randaccion's not letting him go. Now, far be it from me to tell Fabulous Randaccio what to do, but I would have been tempted to let Marcus go there.
To give an extra bit of a tow, because every little helps.
Yeah.
And of course he benefited before when they were in that battle of trying to catch Riley, and Marcus benefited both cars. We saw when you get a third element in there how much that changed things. So I think that it's more just Fabulous either just playing and accepting that he is going to be second and just literally playing with Marcus on track to have some fun, or simply being a bit more stubborn and thinking, I kind of want to finish ahead of you even though you are on my pace. Either way, he's not just letting him go, is he? He's simply just staying in front and holding firm in that Uwe Hoffman's motorsport car, not allowing him to get through one moment. Yeah, but by going into Richards on the tight line, that will have slowed him down through the corner and lost him another chunk of time, and he could actually have been gaining time now against the race leader. So maybe a missed trick. Might have been too little too late, but yeah, it might have been worth a go anyway. But I think he's now decided, to maintain some pride here. He's going to try and keep Marcus Clutton behind him. There was a time, of course, when Marcus Clutton was consistently seen as being the fastest driver in the championship. He's still up there, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot harder now. There are many more drivers who are in contention for things like setting the fastest lap of the race, for example, and I know that's something that the drivers do pay attention to. And Marcus Clutton has quite a bit of competition in that regard. Despite all of that, and again, proving that I know nothing, they went 3/10 quicker than the leader that time by, so maybe they've accidentally discovered a really quick line through that first corner, and they're now catching the Rob Boston Racing car, which will give them a tow down the back straight, so maybe he was right to keep the Signature RV car behind him. I still think it's too little too late, though. The gap's still 3 seconds, unless something, touch wood, dramatic happens in the next less than 2 laps. That's 3 seconds that I'm not quite sure he's going to get back. Even getting a small tow from that Rob Boston Racing car in front, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't disagree with you, but it's just doing enough to keep the intensity a little bit higher than Riley Phillips would like, keep the tension mounting, and keep the pressure on. That's all you can do. If you're not able to catch the car ahead, stay close enough that they can't relax, and you just never know. They might make a mistake, they might make a rash judgment call in traffic. They're both really pushing hard out of the bomb hole there. Let's hope they're not monitoring track limits at that part of the circuit, because we know that Fabulous is not that far away from potentially picking up a track limits penalty already. Slides the car through Coram into Murray's, where he just mysteriously lost all of that time on a couple of consecutive laps earlier on, and again he's slow off the corner. And actually we saw a lap ago, didn't we, that Marcus Clutton got alongside him here. Through they go on to the final lap of the race, and it's more time lost, and again it's all going missing in that final corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 3.3 seconds. I think that's it pretty much. I think it's, aside from crossing the line at the flag, it's pretty much 99% game, set and match now. Which all Mark Riley has to do, touch wood, is get to the end, get to the flag and put this one to bed. This might be intriguing here. Getting caught behind the 169 car and getting a little bit held up. And that car's been pretty much spotless all the way through. Get a little nick on the rear bumper of 169, which is running at the moment in P10. That's the rare vinyl car, which is the car with Rob Croydon and of all people, he's just nudging to the back of Tom Roach. You don't really want to do that to aggravate Tom Roach on the final lap of the race. Meanwhile, and I say this politely, the car right behind the GRD machine is our friends at G-Force, who've had quite an adventurous day for their first Fun Cup outing, but I think pace-wise should be absolutely fine. There was also some dust being kicked up in the background. There's some fisticuffs going on the final lap of the race, as there tends to be something happening in the Fun Cup race, but I think it's fair to say, Andy, if you can bring us home, Something's changed a lot in Fun Cup over 25 years, but in this case, in this season, some things always stay the same.
Yeah, well, yes, but this has been a bit of a steal, I think, hasn't it, for Team GRD? They were nearly a full lap down halfway through the race. Nothing, seemingly, was going to stop Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport claiming a win. Instead, it's going to be a third win in a row and a second of the season for Team GRD. Chris Devell, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd win the second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Second position will go the way of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. They came short by 3.6 seconds. GRD are absolutely delighted, and rightly so. Let's not take anything away from them. The safety car was beyond their control. The two safety cars really that completely changed the complexion of the race, and they were able to take advantage of that. Even once they got the lead at the end there, though, it looked as though it was going to be a battle that raged on until the final lap, but a couple of little errors for Fabulous Randaccio, who, by the way, Jamie tells me double stinted at the end. I didn't think I saw a driver change. It's because he jumped in the previous stint instead of Farkini, so I think they changed their driver line of ever so slightly. There is Farkini chatting with Christabel and Simon Rudd. Hugs all round, a huge amount of respect between these two teams, and well, that's one that got away for Uvio, and it's a nice little bonus for GRD, who without those two safety cars in the middle of the race would likely not be celebrating a race win right now.
Yeah, Northern Velocity confirmed as fourth though, and GCR Racing have just crossed the line, so on the championship's 25th birthday, have fitting that a car that raced in the very first ever Fun Cup UK race makes the flag on the overall podium. Minute and 3 behind the winner, but they'll take a top 3 finish. And of course, again, shout out to Northern Velocity, to Jack Harding, Alan Henderson and Daniel Irwin, 3 very quick drivers on their debut to be one spot off the podium. Very, very impressive. And
fitting as well that the two cars ahead of GCI Racing are the two most successful teams in recent history in the championship. Team GRD and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, who between them have dominated the championship for the last 6 or more years, are the top two cars in the race, and they're separated by only 3.6 seconds. GRD win, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport second, and GCI Racing come home in third. Northern Velocity, fourth position, 1 place away from claiming some prize money for being a podium finisher in their debut race. Hopefully that's not the last we see of that squad, though. They showed some real promise today. Greenheath came home in 5th ahead of Seed Data, with Demon Tweaks, Rob Boston Racing, Track Focused and Signature RV completing the top 10. So Marcus Clutton's little charge at the end gained that team a top 10 finishing position. They got ahead, of course, of the 169 car there in the closing stages. PLR Racing 12th. That could have been a much better result had it not been for the spin that they had from, I believe, Neil Plimmer there towards the end of the race. Axiometrics 13th. They had a couple of unscheduled pit stops, and Team Clapham North, of course, they were running really well until they had that spin when George Grant was in the car about 2/3 of the way through the race. 15th place, the second of the Demon Tweets cars, ahead of Renom Racing. The Black Widows were 17th, 18th for Chief Force, and a whole lot of stories to be telling after what was an eventful 4 hours of racing for them. AI Racing Tech were 19th, and Red River Sport, what a shame for them. They ended up 20th position after their dramas earlier on. Sunoco Racing Team were 21st. Team Viking, of course, pulled over at the side of the road late on. FNS Morpheus also stopped at the side of the track, having looked on course for a podium finish, and brought about that second safety car period of the race. It was the Race Logic car that brought about the first safety car when they had a couple of mechanical issues in the first half of the race. And sadly, we didn't see a lot of the Ninky Nonk in that race. They had dramas in the opening stint and sadly were unable to compete in much of the race. Hopefully we see them back again in the near future.